Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to day 2 of the MSI MGA USA League powered by Battlefy. My name is Bach, joining me on the broadcast again today for the second day in a row. We can't seem to get rid of him. It's Mr. Van Silly up there in America's top hat. It's a beautiful day down here in the States. It rained for a little bit, but I'm curious if things are looking any better for you up there. We're starting to lose the heat, which is kind of nice.
Always losing the heat, but at least now within our homes, with all these spotlights that we have during these COVID times, the AC still stays on in our basement and in our offices, Mark. And at the same time, I was like, yeah, you can't get rid of me, but hopefully you could still can't get enough of me because I still want to do more events with you, Mark. So hopefully we'll continue to bond. Yeah, okay. Screw it. Let's go on to the next topic, man. Back to you.
No, let's be real. We love working together. We've been fortunate to do this a couple times in the past throughout Valorant. Our
For
paths
sure.
never really crossed too much when we both worked in CS because you kind of stepped away while I was stepping
Mhm.
in. I wouldn't say that I filled your shoes, more or less that you just left them stanky things next to me. But we'll be taking a look at the bracket in just a bit so we can see how the matches are going to shape up for the day and kind of recap how things went down yesterday as well, as we had quite a few games to get through. And you could see that whole first round all played on the same map. It's Ascent, so this is a predetermined map pool.
Mhm.
Alex, why don't you break down what's going on here with this bracket?
Yeah, we'll stay on this screen for a bit because we can give you guys a few details. If you just tuned in yesterday, or if you haven't tuned in yesterday, you just tuned in now. We basically have a best out of one double elimination bracket. Sorry, from the beginning all the way to the end, including the grand finals today as well. Will be nothing but BO1s. So starting things off on that round number one on the left side of the screen, as the chat could see. At 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we had the round one matchups of Elysium versus Noble. That was probably the biggest upset of the day in my eyes, as Noble lost to Elysium, but Elysium just continued their run throughout the bracket until they met face to face versus Phoenix One. That showed a lot of good talent actually that shined out of that Phoenix One GG. So Phoenix One making it to the grand finals, while the rest of the brackets they're still trying to battle it back. So the KVL Mob, another team of puggers, couple of arena FPS experienced players that are actually going into this pug style, and now they're knocked down to the lower brackets as they lost in that second round. So versus Elysium themselves. And then the other one, I think Phoenix 1GG, as I mentioned before, but the other team that I think we could look out for is TFF. Because when we looked at that upper bracket semifinals, it was actually a great matchup between TFF and Phoenix 1. I think the moral of the story from yesterday of all these matches here, Mark, is the fact that all of these teams actually wanted to fight all the way to the end. In a lot of situations, we saw a lot of like 10-2s, 8-4s, or 9-3s into that first half, but it always came down to like a 13-10, 13-11, or 13-9 scoreline when the one that was actually trying to battle it back never wanted to give up, and they actually strung up a couple of rounds in a row, but unfortunately lost in the end. And with that, though, as you see on the top of your screen, this is brought to you by MSI. It is the MGA USA League and also powered by Battlefy. So what does it mean is that both of these two partners are gathered together to give you guys a lot of tournaments available for Valorant for Fortnite, amongst other games too, where it's going to be tournaments that you can play for fun. It's for the casual gamers to win some money or some prizes. This time for this event and this weekend, it's actually for a prize pool of $5,000. But what's good is that if you actually lose all the time and you never make it to the top, it's okay. You could still get some loyalty points provided by MSI through this Battlefy platform for the MGA USA League in order to gain points and redeem for Steam points, for graphics cards, for computers, or I guess laptops more than computers, and also for SSDs. So make sure you guys check out all that detail as you Google it up for the MGA USA League.
Yeah, I think that's important. And obviously, as boomers, we realize that if we were to compete in something, we would very likely lose. So it's nice to get at least something for our time and
You know
energy
what?
and effort spent.
Unless it's my last name. I'm always going to plug that in. My last name is Alex. Well, my first name is Alex. My last name is Win. So I'm a Vietnamese guy. So my motto when I have a team, it's Win Gaming. Even if we lose, we always win. So with MSI and Battlefy for the MGA, even if you lose, you always win because you have the tokens too. So every team, starting from now, that participates into a Valorant tournament, you guys should have a last name Win as the organization team. It'll
I might
be
just
it'll be a free sponsor from my end.
I might just change my name to Win. That makes a lot of
There you go.
sense.
There you
Now,
go.
looking at the teams we've got coming up, they're in the lobby right now getting ready to kick things off. But
Yeah.
again, I want to really touch base on some of the teams we saw yesterday and just the surprise that actually comes to mind when talking about Phoenix One. I was pleasantly surprised to see how well Phoenix One played,
Hmm.
especially in that final game of the day against Elysium. I mean, this is a group of players we don't really know a whole lot about. I think the only player that we had even a little bit of history on was Derek, who played pre-OWL, like at a high level, tier 1 level.
Hmm.
But other than that, I mean, these are names that aren't necessarily familiar to us. And that's the beauty of something like this. We looked at this coming in and we thought, okay, Elysium and Noble,
That's right.
KVL, Mob, and TFF. We recognize a lot of the players, they have brand value.
Hmm.
But all of those teams are currently in the lower bracket. And Phoenix is a team that we didn't know a whole lot about. And they were able to step up and kind of shine through in an overtime game, the only overtime game that we had yesterday in that upper final. It
Yeah.
ended up going up with 4
Like
overtimes.
quads? Yeah. I think it was
I
a
think it
quad
went into
overtime.
4
It's pretty
overtimes.
sick. No, it
And it was
was
just
back and forth.
back and forth, constantly winning rounds on the defense. No one was able to seem to win rounds on the attack before they finally close things out. So I'm kind of curious if we're going to get that rematch. I kind of feel like we will. I feel like Elysium will probably make it back into the upper bracket with the way they played yesterday against everyone else and some of the disappointments we saw from these other teams. Unless they've kind of shaken off the dust and rust and gotten themselves in better fighting form for the day, I don't have the highest hopes for the others. I kind of feel like Elysium was a pretty strong team during the early bracket play, but
Hmm.
still have to see who's going to be facing off against them. There's possibilities for a rematch if Noble can beat TFF and then obviously beat the winner of KVL Mob versus DGen Flow State.
I think that's the discussion right now. What type of team is Noble going to be? What type of Noble is going to show up today in this tournament? Because when you're looking at that roster or looking at that organization, they are a pretty known organization. Maybe not a big scale where you kind of know them from like the tier 1 scene, like a Team Liquid or a Cloud9 or a Complexity at that point, but it was more like, hey, a tier 2, tier 3 organization. I mean, I'm pretty sure you remember here, Bach, Team Noble back when they were fielding in a CSGO team, right? And
Yeah,
if I remember, I think Rob Wiz even played
he
for
did.
Noble at that point, right? So,
Yeah, I was literally going to say that as you were bringing it up. Yeah,
yeah,
Rob Wiz, who's also playing Valorant, currently playing for Built by Gamers,
correct.
was on that old Noble roster.
Correct. So that shows a lot into Noble that they want to get back into the scene. They want to show how things are going. They want to come back and bring a good roster. And they picked up a pretty decent roster too, right? You're looking at FGB, Tai T, Confused, Kurt coming from T1, FGB. I mean, he's played in the past for CS:GO as well. Tai T most recently was playing with China Win, where again they had some very very good showings in the past events that they've played and qualifiers, but still Tai team maybe it wasn't that piece of the puzzle that they needed based on the composition on the agents that they wanted to use. So Tai T's kind of been stuck looking for a new team, and thankfully now he's able to find what went Noble. But the unfortunate part is that they're not able to get the results that they want yet, especially when you're going into this BO1 cutthroat type of bracket and you've already lost in round number 1 versus Elysium. That's a blow to your ego, a blow to your morale, and hopefully they're going to be able to recuperate from that one too. I mean, they've played in the lower round ones already where they won against TN, so at least that's one step forward, and they haven't gone out in like an 0-2 throughout the whole bracket, right? So hopefully now, as they also add T1 Kurt, I think, from the academy team, if that's the same Kurt that we're thinking about, that could definitely add more firepower to the team. And hopefully they get the redemption and come back. I mean, Elysium's already in that lower bracket, right? They're waiting for somebody to come in towards that lower bracket final. I'm hoping that it's going to be a Noble versus Elysium rematch.
And you've got Tekra on the roster as well. Tekra, who played the Reyna. It was kind of interesting to see someone hardlock Reyna across the one series we got to see them play. And I'm forgetting that we only got to see them play one. I was thinking there was future games. Kind of curious to see though if Tekra is going to go ahead and hardlock Reyna on some future maps. Obviously playing on Ascent again. That's what we watched them play yesterday. Would expect to see a similar agent composition from the squad, but still just waiting on that last player.
Mm-hmm.
And that last player is the one we were just speaking of, Tekra. Where you at? Get in the server, dog. Come on now.
Yeah, he wasn't really stepping. Well, he had a couple of or a high number of frags actually. The way that I'm trying to position this right now is I'm not saying that he played a bad game. He really had some high numbers too, but we haven't seen any highlights when it's supposed to be a person that's we keep a lock on as a duelist to get the entries and stuff like that too. So he's doing his job, making kills here and there, but he's not really carrying the team onto his back. So you're really looking at the rest of the roster to see what's going on with the team. I mean, you have Tai T playing as a Silva. on a map like Ascent. They were using him a lot, of course, to get a lot of information as with the recon darts. The Hunter's Fury, it connected a few times, but it wasn't that useful. You really wanted to use Tai T to try to get that information and allow somebody like Tekra to move into the map, into the server, and get some kills, right? But we need Tekra, maybe JMO, to really start carrying it a little bit more. Even FGB at some point. We were thinking about on the defensive side. I think there was 2 scenarios where he was able to get a double kill onto the tree for 1 round, and he still lost the round. And then another round where he pushed down middle, got 3 kills of his own, and it was like a 5 versus 2 or 4 versus 2, and they still lost that round as well. So it shows how. Yeah, right. So it shows how, you know, you have some players that were really trying to step it up and carry it. FGB was there, but you need more from like consistency more than just like a 1 frag here and there. You need consistency from the rest of the roster in order to see that Noble that we want to see.
I'm pretty sure it was a 5v2, and then the remaining 2 were over on long, and they came up towards top mid, and then they killed 3 instantly and made it a 2v2 and ended up winning that round. Like rounds like that actually happened a couple times yesterday. We were like, oh man, how do you lose that crazy advantage so quick too? Because it was like, all right, 3 die cat, you're solid, and then maybe 10 seconds later, 3 die mid. Just felt like some massive misplays at times yesterday that resulted in losses they shouldn't have had to suffer.
That's it, right?
But we do finally have our 5th player in the server, so we will be jumping into the agent selection momentarily. Again, the map is going to be Ascent. The way that the selection works, we talked about this yesterday, so in case you guys weren't here, coin flip to decide who gets to select sides, and then the loser gets to select server. So a little bit different than what you're usually used to.
Exactly. We talked about Noble a lot as we're talking about this pregame here, Bob, but we haven't had a chance to talk about Deimos and company of TFF either, right? So TFF, a team that's like Tatsuya's father figures. You have a name notable from like Jacobson from winout.net and the CS 1.6 CSGO days, but then you're looking at other players just like, okay, maybe Deimos rings a bell, or the other players aren't known as much, but they definitely got their names known once we actually got into the game. I mean, Deimos had, I remember him, if I'm not mistaken, he's playing as that Omen, and there was occasions where you were like, okay, he wasn't fragging that much, and then one round he gets a 3K, the next round he gets a 4K, and these guys are just starting to run away into the matchup that they had yesterday. So I think it's going to be a nice one because they lost against Phoenix 1 GG. I think it was a 13-10 or 13-11 scoreline, but it still showed a very, very close game and the potential that this team has to still upset versus Noble in this matchup, as we're now live inside the server with Noble starting off here on the defender side, while Tsuya's father figures will be on the attack.
We'll see if this map lends itself to close games again. We saw that almost all day yesterday. So many games ended up being closer than maybe we anticipated based on the early play that we saw come out from both sides at times. Agent composition for Noble, FGB on the Omen, Tidy on the Sova, Confused on the Jet, Kurt on the Cypher, Tekra again on the Reyna on the other side, Tuya's on the Jet, and we'll take a look at the rest in the next round as well. As you can see, they're going aggressive on the cat push early on, and there's that dark cover down over towards Beacon. Now, with that camera going out and getting destroyed, they just decide to peek off that. Jacobson gets dropped, and there is no trade opportunity here with this dark cover kind of sectioning off that portion of the map.
Yeah, at least now the key players, Deimos, Damage, still alive, working towards this mid. Yes, they lost one early towards that back of the mid side, but we still have at least that map control for the attackers, but nothing more than that. And very passively is Noble actually how they're playing this mid side. Fully out in the open. You had the Sova just jumping on the back of the fountain to try to spot some people first. Meanwhile, though, it's just going to be a camera that's going to spot into B main. If a smoke comes out, you already have now the Sova rotating back, but Tsuya already dashing through, going face-to-face now versus Tai T, but it's going to be Evo that gets the wallbang and the frag. And unfortunately, Kirk cannot hold it any longer and cannot even take one down with them. Thankfully, though, the Sova on their side is low HP. 2 players low HP on the attacker side. The defense attempt on the retake, and it's not connecting at all. So we asked for these guys to step up, but almost a flawless victory coming in here for the attacker side to start things off for TTF.
Great run coming in for the attacking side. Damage with 4 kills playing on the Reyna. Evo on the Sova, Tsuya on the Jet, Deimos on the Omen. No surprise there, and Jacobson as well, rounding things out. It is actually Kurt, by the way, from T1 Academy. Kind kind of wonder what's going on with that roster.
Yeah.
So T1 Academy is looking interesting because they only ever had 4 players on the official roster. They never actually
Correct.
signed their 5th. And then on top of that, EU was playing for a little while with the main team. Kurt's now playing with this team. I kind of feel like maybe the T1 Academy project is defunct, but
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out more.
I mean,
in the very
they
near
picked up
future.
they picked up a roster in Korea as well, right? So now you're starting to run with a lot of rosters within the organization for T1. So maybe looking at the economy in NA is not the correct play for now, as the scene is still developing. You can't really have that many events coming through, with the exception now of First Strike being announced. But place for growth, I think it's very hard right now within top orgs as they're slowly sliding all these teams away.
I mean, we're also seeing how the money is quickly ballooning and spiraling out of
Yes.
control for
Yes.
some of these rosters. Teams who got in early were signing players for still, at the time, pretty high salaries, but in comparison to some of the numbers that have been tossed around more recently, which match more along the lines of like OWL, League of Legends, and CSGO pros, it's difficult to fill a 5-player roster. Nice dink shot coming out from Caprice there as the Jet delivers with the classic, but
30
doesn't find
seconds
the
left.
fatality. Tektra is going to at least finish off Jacobson. Can't stick around for too much longer, even with the self-heal damage, is able to finish him off. So the spike will be planted over on the A site. At this point, again, this is just pistols coming in for the defense. They're looking to do a little bit of additional damage. Nice dink shot again. Evo, though, able to survive, but dropped very low in health.
Yeah, they're doing good at least, right? They're getting dings, they're getting damage, so at least the aim is a little bit on. It was shaky on that first round, but it's starting to warm up. Nothing more we can really ask for FGB as the last man standing, besides hopefully maybe getting a kill on that Sova, who is low HP. He's actually going to teleport to the smoke. He's just behind his opponent. Deimos turns around on time and gets the kill, though. The attempt was so good, but somehow it does not connect, unfortunately, and Deimos makes it alive, and it's going to be 2-0 now in favor of the attacker side of Suya's father figures.
I like the
30
attempt.
seconds left.
I gotta respect the effort
I love it.
there. I mean, he really went for it. It didn't necessarily work out. Look at some of these dink shots, though. I mean, just right on the money with the pistols. It worked out pretty well for them, even with Kirk coming in here as well. Precision aim coming out, but it was this port into the smoke and then another dink shot, this time with the Spectre. A lot of frustration right now off the damage that was dealt but not finished off. Evo, interestingly enough, goes to the airs on attack with the Sova. Not something you see all that frequently. Every once in a while, the Odin will come out, but a little bit more obscure to purchase the LMG when on the attacking side. Mid control right now. It's Jacobson's main focus as he's pushed all the way up towards the big box in mid, and using that cyber cage going to push up even further.
Actually, that's interesting, Mark. We haven't really seen any real counter to what Sinatra has coined towards the recon dart into B holes and then just do the wallbang through the graffiti. This could be a good idea to have a Silva on the other side, on the attack, right? You try to follow the bullet trails, the hole that's coming through from that from the Odin on the other end, and then you try to shoot it back in to counter it back to see if that works. We haven't seen it, we haven't tried it, I haven't seen it, so we don't know if it's really effective, but it'll be nice to test it out at some point. But Tai T going to work here inside the defense, knocking 1 and 2 left and right as his teammate moves up to support him. So they turtle up inside the site. The rotation to try to help out from the mid side fails, actually, as 3 players now fall. At least you still have Tai T alive. The spike has been dropped. Jacobson's low on HP, and the Owl drone is going to spot enough. But they weren't able to move in close enough, and with that shock dart, get the kill, and it will. Connects right at the feet of Jacobson and shocks him to the death. Confused now, spotting the last player.
10
Deimos
seconds
looking to
left.
clutch it 2 versus 1, and he's actually going for it. He's trying to go for the kills, and Tai T makes it a 4K into the round, and the first one to go for Team Noble on defense.
Great shock dart coming out from Titan T, but it's even better off the initial whiff for the recon dart. Just kind of stuck around. Despite the fact that the recon dart gave away his position, he was able to survive in sight. Somehow the jet kind of falls a little bit flat. Deimos made it close with the SMG work despite being full blind towards the switch. It was the shock dart there in the end, though, that brought it down to 1, and Deimos was on low time at that point. About 11 seconds left on the clock, going for that last final 1v2. So the money coming in for the attacking side, It's in the toilet currently. You got a Guardian in play, a couple of pistols. It's not exactly what one would refer to as an ideal buy. The scenario is actually more of a nightmare coming in for them. Quick off the bat, we do get a kill coming in for the Jet, but look at this. 2 quick trades going back the other direction. And the pistols proving to be a little bit more valuable than one would anticipate.
Definitely. And with 2 players down, you have Suya moving forward on the attack here. 2 players down, I'm talking about the defense. So they do have a 1-man advantage. They salvage another Vandal on the top of the catwalk. Now that forces out an ult to come out from Tetra that rotated towards this mid side, watching the window into Cat. But that means that A site, or B site rather, is now open. So they have to maybe let them through and then play the retake, unless they could try to cut rotations from the market side. So far, though, on the attack, they are playing it super slowly. While Tekra, going with the higher fire rate, and the Guardian gets the first kill onto Suya, a second one onto damage, and dismisses away. That's actually really good, and he still hasn't even taken any damage. Kurt coming out for the support. They drop the spike carry at the same time, so Deimos is stuck on his own for another round, but cannot connect onto Tai T at the entrance of the defender spawn of B. So they tie it up on a 2-2 scoreline, and we're going to have almost the real gun round coming through into this round. I mean, they did enough damage so far here. They're stuck with the Guardian for Kurt. He could upgrade if he wants to a Vandal, but it's an expensive weapon to upgrade to from a Guardian.
30 seconds left.
Guardian is an interesting gun that we don't really see a whole lot, and despite the efforts from Riot to put that more into active rotation, we're still not seeing a whole lot of it. But I do respect the fact that players are going to start utilizing it, and I always felt like the likely combo for that gun was Reyna's ult and the Guardian. Same could be said about the Bulldog, that gun could be far more valuable when used for Reyna popping the Empress. That increased fire rate, same for a Brim with the Stim Pack, but everyone knows that Brim's Stim Pack is probably one of the least utilized skills in the game. Especially at a high level, feels like it's always an afterthought, not necessarily a part of the primary kit. One of the few players that made really good use of it was during the beta, and that was Sharky, who played for Team High Ground.
Yep.
Moving into mid, you've got Jacobson going down in a duel against Tekra, and that's the Reyna just doing Reyna things, taking out the Cypher on the attacking side. Again, that's the frustrating part about playing Cypher. It doesn't necessarily feel like an agent that lends itself well to the attack.
Yeah. And even then, when Sharky was using it well, it was mostly to put the Stim Pack on the ground and break a Sage Wall, because the Sage Wall, again, when we had the discussion yesterday, was at 1,000 or 1,200 HP on that wall instantly. Tai T getting 2 kills on the defense, though, onto Evo, and damage, and a hat trick. And we wanted some players to step up from yesterday's game. Tai T as a Sentinel, making it 8-2, really holding his ground towards this mid and also B side, lurking left and right on these angles. And he's laying down the defense, laying down the law towards this B side. And I think at this point, on the attack, you're going to start guessing and at least test out the waters towards the A side. At least I would assume you would want to try it out, just to try to get a attempt to have a higher success rate. But now they're stuck on a mixed buy. Suya, maybe if he's able to get an orb towards the B or the A side, could get the Phantom Knives and then drop the rifle that he has for the Reyna. That could be a good idea for them to work with this gun round.
FGB with a quick peek coming out on the operator. Here's the fast play from Suya, charging up lane, and that's the B side defense completely decimated. That B site is now open, and they're going to be able to get that spike out and planted while the defense starts to rotate into position for a retake. You've got all 3 players currently coming in from spawn back behind that dark cover.
On my mark.
One of which has the op. Again, that's FGB. Kurt's there as well, waiting for that dark cover to fade just a bit. Here comes the push on through, and it doesn't work out well for Kurt. Results in his early death. So the rest of the team is going to run. They're saving the weapons. It's going to be a tie score coming in for TFF.
Yeah, so 3-3, and okay, I said maybe try to test out the waters towards the A side, but another thing that they could have done, which was really nice to see, was actually catching their opponents with the pants down. How Suya actually got into the site and opened up the site for the attackers to make it in was that he heard the owl drone coming, and what he did was he dashed down towards the sidewalk and caught Tai T looking at his arm, basically, to see where the owl drone was at. And as he switches out to the weapon, it was too late. The Jet was already there. Jet gets the kill, and Suya opens up the site for his teammates to move in. So they had, 3 players move into the site uncontested. It was hard for the players to rotate back and try to get the retake. especially with the numbers advantage that they had for TFF, which makes now the 3 players falling back, the remaining players of the defender side of Noble falling back, allowing them to save weapons into this round, drop for their teammates too if they need to. The economy is still healthy, and now we finally have a real gun round into this game finally, moving into round number 7, and no Guardians, but no AWP as well for the attacker side though.
There's the Jet getting aggressive with that AWP, trying to peek towards A main and spot out a player potentially, but not feeling comfortable forcing that fight. They're going to fall back off that. And the Jet is actually going to continue to hold this angle. So the Jet over on long playing that dash out angle. We've seen that played a couple times from other players in the past. Again, mid is going to be a heavy focus. As you can see, 3 players currently positioned in mid with the Jet for the attack, sitting back by the stairs, the Omen back by the tall stack. You've got Sova deep on mid. There's dark covers down. There's tripwires in that territory as well, played by the Cypher. Jacobson over in B main starts to back off. Wouldn't be a good idea to push in that direction, given that there are 4 players currently playing over towards B.
You're guessing it right. But the thing is, the Owl Drone's going to see enough. He's going to spot the first one, tag him as well.
30 seconds left.
But I think that's the only player that he saw. So they're going to go for a double peek soon, and it's going to be a nice shot by FGB to start things off, and that misses actually the Cloudburst that was thrown by Suya. I know he was trying to throw it all the way towards that spawn site, and that stack, is paying off now for the defenders. Jacobson at the logs. Low time into the clock as we're going for a last-second execution into B, but a wallbang comes in, of course, because the trap wire was actually tripped. And Evo trying to do as much as he can, but there's no time left. He's stuck on a 5 versus 1 before he gets 2 kills. So as they run into the site, they weren't able to get a single kill coming through, all because of the kerfuffle after losing to Suya early into the attacking push from TFF and not allowing the rest of the teams to be able to move into the site because that Cloudburst is going deep in there.
Yeah, so Suya died while casting the Cloudburst. So I guess it cuts it off short.
10 seconds left.
The question is, though, why not throw it around the corner? You can.
You gotta, like, you know, turn the mouse and stuff like that too.
So
you're throwing it into the dark. Maybe you gotta practice it.
Yeah, that's one of those like iffy kind of scenarios where you're not necessarily wide peeking. It wasn't like a wide swing, but it was a peek nonetheless to throw down the smoke when maybe you didn't need to do that.
Yeah, because you have an Omen.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. Well, even as just the Jet, just whip it around the corner and put that smoke into position. The problem is, I feel like that's probably one of the skills that Jets don't spend enough time practicing. Is the smoke, like actually properly throwing it around corners. A lot of times it's self-servicing, so you're just dropping smokes right at your own feet or throwing them close. You're not necessarily going to toss them around corners or up through windows. You can get very creative. I've spent some time messing around with it just to see how flexible you can be with that smoke. You can do a lot if you really use it well. And I feel like it's a skill similar to Stimpack that hasn't fully been utilized, at least in North America. Right off the bat, though, it's a 5-on-4, and there's a missed shot coming in from FGB that gives the attack an additional opportunity to push this fight into the A site. Look at the Jet. The Jet Suya has actually snuck up into A. Reyna's underneath, and yeah, there you go. Spotting out the Reyna before Reyna knew what was going on. Tekra kind of bummed out, didn't really get a chance to take much of a fight. And the site, honestly lost, should potentially be surrendered here. I feel like this might be a back off and save scenario because that AWP and the rifles in play, it's just there's too much money in the hands of the players on Noble.
Yeah, and you're mentioning about Cloudburst not practiced enough. Another one that I think people don't really try to practice enough is the Blaze Wall from Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
Maybe ways they could curve the wall to your advantage to try to take a little bit more map control on an execution. Yes, instead of a full cross, but like if you're trying to curve and like really play close to, let's say you want to try to get a plant towards that right side boxes, right? Curve that wall on that side and come through instead of trying to push towards the generator to get a default spot where you're out in the open usually from the sliding door. One thing I do like is something that TSM was testing out in the past was, I think it was when Drone was still playing as a Phoenix, or maybe even Sabrosa does it, is that they put a blaze wall up through the side of the entrance B ramp of Market of Hookah in Bind, and then you had Haze as an Omen do the teleporter on the top of the stacked boxes right next to the teleporter exit, which allows for you to use the flame wall as a little bit of a cover while you kind of turn it into quote-unquote a one-way smoke. So you could try to get the first shot against your opponents. And I haven't seen a lot of that since that has been applied. Although even when you're looking at how the meta is evolving today, not many teams are actually utilizing a Phoenix, with the exception of just TSM really liking to having a Phoenix in their composition. But right now, again, it seems Reyna is the duelist slash flasher that you want to use as an execution into your team anyways these days.
Tekra in mid. One of those flash agents that we were talking about. I gotta say, I really am curious to see who's gonna win out in the long term in the battle of secondary flasher. Is it gonna be Phoenix? Will it be Breach? Will it be Reyna? I feel like if you're looking at the three of them, Breach is probably... It's not probably, it's definite. Breach is definitely the best one. When you compare just their total kit and what they offer for the team. Phoenix potentially on par with Reyna as far as what they offer from a duelist perspective, but I like Curveball more than Leo. Kurt on site, going to have a lot of work coming that direction. Suya goes vertical, goes up into the sky. Doesn't work out so well for Suya. Great flash coming out for the defense, but as I say that, it's been reduced down to just one. It's Kurt on the site. The hat's been tossed, so not only does Kurt get the intel, it also makes him way harder to hit because everyone knows that without the hat, Cypher basically doesn't even have a hitbox. They're going to be dropping in. It's the first target right to the left. Oh, those bullets were so close. There's the tripwire coming in. You know that Kurt wanted to peek off that too. There's the double swing. Wisely played by Evo and Jacobson.
Yeah, because even on top of that, they're like, where the hell can Kurt be hiding? There's no time left. We have to try to go for a kill. And they just gambled it. Instead of trying to split out across the map to know it, maybe if Kurt tried to run away towards A main or tried to go towards that sliding door, they're like, let's just put all our eggs in a basket. On this 2 versus 1, we're going to try to wide swing towards Hell to see if our opponent is there. And they guessed right, and that allows them to go for this double swing slash trade, and even none of them died on that 2 versus 1. So they drop Kurt. They take the lead now in this matchup, finally tying in 2 rounds in a row for the attacker side of TFF. And on top of that, it's still a full gun round as Confused finally opens it up. But we're trying to retaliate with an off shot of our own here on the attacker side, but it was missed by Tsuya, and he falls back towards his B side with the spike on top of that. Imagine if they actually did a double wide swing and the shot did connect from the Jet Confused on Noble's side, then that was already a spike down. Nonetheless, though, action happening towards the B side. It's still Tai T locking down the B side, this time with some help from his Reyna, as Tekra was also able to take one down. So that leaves Suya on his own, walled in, well, shot through the smoke more than walled, and they tie it up on a 5-5 and a flawless on top of that.
No surprise here that we've got ourselves a close game, eh, Alex? I mean, we saw it consistently yesterday, especially when we watched the early matches on Ascent. We saw 4 straight matches on Ascent, and every single one was close. Even when they weren't close, they still were by the end. Correct. We had halves that were like, oh, this game's over. Look at the score line right now. It's 8-4 at half.
This is the first game that we're going to have like a one-sided victory by landslide.
Well, remember, the split game was the first one where we were really like, oh, wow, a 10-2 half on the attacking side of split. Yep. Surely this is how it ends. I think it finished 13-9. So kind of wild the way that the games played out yesterday. There's the ult being popped by FGB, trying to gather up some information. Did get a little bit of intel as the ult is stopped by the attacking side of TFF. Suya's going to be moving in close with the spike. Now, you might see that dash into the site, but no, it's just a dry walkout into sight. Damage survives, but a quick kill coming out. That's brutal. That spike lands just inside the site. The closest players are on the other side of the wall, and now having to port over his Deimos to try and move in. Missed shot from the Jet gives them a little bit of an opening here. An avenue for execution. Tektra's in hell with the flash to potentially come through the floor. There's the high flash. Doesn't really do so much. But the ult is popped here by the Jet. There's one left remaining on site. And it'll be Kurt that dive bombs Deimos to find the 6th round and guarantee, at the very least, high score at half.
Last round.
I was going to say it was a tough call there, because when FGB actually went into the shadows and outside towards the entrance of B side, he did spawn Jacobson, and Jacobson instantly killed him. But from that call, they were expecting that it was going to be some sort of a split mid to B because I think he saw 2 players, right? So Confused slowly started rotating out from the tree side guarded into the spawn. Thankfully, though, as they tried to leer into the A side, or lurk, should I say, towards the A site, it was still FGB that was able to get first contact, first kill, and also support from Tekra to slow things down just enough to make sure that Confused was in a better position inside the window of the garden to make sure the A side was held. So thankfully for that, it was a missed execution, I guess, on the A side of trying to enter in because it just tried to walk into the site without any real execution and try to bring that surprise factor on their end. But it didn't pay off for the attackers of Suya's father figures. They were moving into the last round of the first half now with lots of mid control for the attackers here.
Early duel going the direction of the Reyna v Reyna fight, working out well for TFF, at least in the initial battle. FGB is around the corner. That recon bolt had a little bit of extra mustard on it. That went way off past the spawn into the abyss. So no information gathered up there. Jacobson, though, has quietly snuck into market. I like the way that the Cypher in B main is playing this one. Now that camera drop is going to give that away. But Jacobson is still kind of just hanging out, lurking back. Oh, the timing might work out for him as FGB could have been caught on the rotate. We'll see what Jacobson's able to do here. Do they clear this close corner? It looks like they're going to be prepared for this. Tripwire's going down. They're spamming the wall. The lineup is there. Jacobson finds 2. Knows the Tripwire is down as well. That is a massive kill coming in on the lurk from Jacobson.
So tough right now for these last 2 players. That clock is ticking down on that spike. Not really planted at default. It was planted safe in the back of the Jenny, down towards that little pathway, as FGB is trying to go for the surprise attack. A big smoke to make it his way down, but unfortunately, as he makes his way towards that hallway I was talking about behind that Jenny, I think the bottom of his feet was spotted by the Reyna that was hiding under Hell. So damage came out, got that kill, and of course the last one, nothing you can really do there on an amazing crossfire setup on the pulse plant. So we tie it up 6-6. We did see a lot of good plays from Tai T on that first half. I did talk about how Tekra should have stepped up a little bit more here, and he does into this day. And Kurt also is doing quite decently. So I think if FGB is able to frag out as much as he did yesterday on this map, it's going to be a tough fight right now for the defense of TFF right now. But Deimos still very quiet, still needs to wake up at this point, and we'll see if we're going to have that bloodbath on that second half.
Into the pistol we go after another close half here on Ascent. Feels like that's just destiny for every match we've had thus far. Even, again, when you had those blowout halves, somehow the teams found their second wind. Look at the passive play. We've seen this style of setup before. Do you remember this? We saw that 3-player hold back around the hut in attacker spawn right outside of B, where there was a bloodbath back-and-forth battle that I feel like neither team really came out on top of. It was like a 2v2 trade, if I remember correctly. Now, off the early lack of contact, they're going to be rotating out and heading over towards the A side. You've got the Reyna and the Jet there. Not really much stopping power by way of the utility that they're going to have available to them.
And they even have a smoke on top, so that's not going to allow damage to spot anybody early. Oh, we're trying to slide through the door. But unfortunately, this isn't Call of Duty. You can't get a slide through the door there, and it closes in the front of the face of Suya. So they have to play a retake. You talked about trades before, but we didn't have a single point of damage being dealt so far in this pistol round. But it is coming soon, and it's going to come in quick. As soon as all of this smokes and cyber cages dissipates, more smokes coming out towards A main. But the first bloodbath, or the first kill of this half, is going to be courtesy of FGB. FGB with the second one. And now they're just going to hold it off. Give Evo spots a lot here from that dart, but not enough to actually get his crosshair placement on time. He gets headshotted by Tekra, and it's a flawless round on the pistol for Team Noble as they make it now 7-6.
Tekra at the top of the scoreboard, again going back to the Guardian. We've seen that before from Tekra as the Reyna, and how it balanced out nicely with the Empress, that improved fire rate on the semi-auto rifle. The rest of the team, though, does not appear to be taking pages from the same notebook. You got pistols for everyone else. They're like, that's cool, dude. You do you. I'm going to stick with the Ghost. Given that it's classics coming towards you, part of me wonders sometimes, like, unless you're very far away, that can be a little scary at close range. That burst fire shot to the skull can kick that crosshair back, and all of a sudden that Guardian can become incredibly useless. We'll see if that's going to end up being the case. Tekra has to be careful taking shots through the smoke already. There's the Paranoia coming in onto damage, full blind as they attempt to make their way through this dark cover. Well, now there's a follow-up. So another dark cover goes down, but there is a massive gap in that one. Missed shot initially gives away what's going on over here to a certain degree, but they haven't spotted anyone else. There's the recon dart coming in, and now they fly into the site. They're going to start moving their way in. They do end up dropping the door, and Kurt and Cafu's both going to come up with kills. And yeah, they're just falling apart quickly here. Suya on the flank, dropped by that Guardian that we spent some time talking about. It's all up to Deimos.
Deimos on his own right now. Looking with that pistol towards that back, but it's being held now by Tekra. And actually, he does get the classic burst to come through. And that's going to allow him to maybe save the Guardian. Everybody's going to try to chase after him as well. You already see 3 players pushing down towards that mid. And unfortunately, Deimos is walking right into that. Gets that one tap onto FGB. Thankfully, FGB was already low on HP. And he leans out for the second one. Connects in the face of Tai T. And so far, yes, they lose the round. But they're making it very expensive for the attackers. And as you can see already, you have that Jet going all the way back towards the back of the mid. And we're cutting that rotation across as well. They know that he is still lurking out towards the A side. And it's going to be Kurt trying to look around in the entrance of Gelano, but he's going to be too far ahead. So 3 kills coming through for Deimos, a frag and or 3 frags, and also a Guardian being saved. Good enough to move into this next round here, because we're going to get a full buy from damage as well. And meanwhile, though, on the attacker side, we're only going to have a Spectre upgrade for one of the players. Although Kurt still has one. Okay, no, because he's rebuying back. They don't have enough to drop a rifle for Tekra, so we'll see what's going to happen for them moving forward.
And then you look at that Guardian and you're like, okay, what did that really do for us? I think that now is the time you have that internal conversation. You're like, well, you tried. It didn't work. Next time, let's just all do the same thing together. There's the quick kill coming out over in B main. That puts a lot of pressure on the player back site. That's going to be Jacobson in the boathouse, already chipped down to 52 HP, multiple targets. Now on the site, stomping around in the muck. And with 3 players remaining, the defense starting to fall apart. Evo gets picked off at range. Damage with the nice shot, though, in the Reyna v Reyna duel, so his copy will be taken out of play. That Paranoia somehow hits Tidy. It's as wide as a school bus. It's now a 3-on-2 retake.
They have good position now on this pulse plan as well. Damage is trying to move forward with Deimos. They managed to get the first kill into FGB, though, but Kirk swings back out. Now it leaves it back on a 1 versus 1. That recon dart to come through, a shock dart to come down, but it's going to be Tai T that follows up with its white swing at the same time, and he wins that duel. So a nice round held here from the attacker side. 3 points ahead. Big shout out to the people in chat, by the way, here. We do have Dune FN, and also another in the chat, which is KL Hafia, that were saying that it's actually pronounced here Tetra, like a Tech and Ra. Apparently that's what everybody in the Fortnite community calls them, so thank you guys for helping us with the pronunciation of the name. We were trying to figure that out ourselves yesterday, and now it seems as though we finally have a confirmation, Bach.
All right, Tetra it is. We'll call him Tetra.
Like Tetris.
Yeah.
Get out of my way!
Like, yeah, that makes sense to me. That actually adds up quite nicely. Tidy with the quick shot on the damage as they go for the orb collection. Deimos on site with the sheriff has to be careful. There's a lot of targets around the corner. Shock dart goes in, but there's the knives going out over top of the wall as Kafuz gets vertical and flies up over top of the wall and just slices away at the Yeoman. It's now been brought down to 2. Evo inside the cyber cage. Hi. Not really much that can be done there. It's Tsuya's the last one standing, picked off at range by the Classic. 10 rounds now on the board for Noble as they've kicked off the second half with a bang.
Dude, they are looking good on the attacker side right now for Noble. So now this puts them in a tight position for the defenders to go for a low buy for one of the players because Jacobson has to go with a small armor. And when all else fails, use a double op. And where will they place these? You're starting off with Suya opping towards that back of the mid side. And you're also going to have Demos going to opt towards the entrance of A. So they're looking for very aggressive positions and an early kill in the first few seconds of the round. Pays off. Kurt is going to fall towards that back of the mid. Confused, though, tying it up on the other side, right onto Demos, while at least the Reyna was able to hide inside Wine. So that is going to be damage, but they are not committing to anything else from the attackers of Noble. The Spike is still holding towards the main B, but you can see him slowly walking back now towards this A side. Now, this is going to be tough, though, because they lost the operator earlier on at A side, and you have one guy as damage hiding inside Wine. What do you have against you? You have a shock dart, or sorry, a recon dart, and also an owl drone, which is going to give your position away, and you're going to have to play a huge round to try to hold as much as you can. Thankfully, he has 2 Leers to work with, and a Vandal, but he just goes for the swing. So the dismiss to make it away, and he does not, unfortunately. It's tied up on a 3-3. At least the spike is down, and that forces a rotation already on the A side.
Missed shot from Suya. Another missed shot from Suya. Too many mistakes being made here by the defense, allowing them to get onto this site. However, there's fear over what could be lurking in the shadows beyond this door. They'll go ahead and shut the door. Missed shot. It's really just a spam shot sent through the wall. So now it's down to the retake. You've got the Hunter's Fury. They don't use it to try and stop the plant. Instead, they have the option to use it. Or not to stop the plant, to stop the push. They can instead use it to try and stop the defuse. First kill comes out. It's going to be on a Confuse. It's all up to the Reyna now. Tetra has the ult as well. Tetra inside Hell, able to dodge those shots for the time being, trying to jiggle out.
Man.
Quickly taken care of by Tsuya. So despite the numerous misses on the attempted push, Tsuya ends up cleaning up on the retake, finding 3 kills on the round, 7 on the board for TFF.
So unfortunate there that Tetra didn't have enough bullets into his Vandal on that 1 versus 1. So that means they couldn't try to wallbang through the default boxes anymore to try to get the kill. Knowing where Suya is at, he had that window of opportunity when Suya had to reload into the next bullet of the operator. But now with the classic, of course, no penetration through that boxes. He's just looking for that jiggle peek. And jiggle peeking is so difficult in a game like Valorant. When you're playing something else like CSGO, you can have those fast jiggle peeks and really try to bait it out. But it's still quite slow when you're playing against an operator in this game to try to have that shoulder peek instead and try to make them whiff the shot. So it wasn't going to be a shot that Suya was going to miss on that 1 versus 1. Enough time for him to get the defuse as well. Put 1 point on the scoreboard here for the defensive side. Finally, the first one on the defender side for Suya's father figures. And we'll see if they now could continue to capitalize on more rounds to tie up this game. Starts off now with the battle from damage. With success, Reyna on Reyna action, as Tetra is the first to fall. And they try to go in once again with no Leers, nothing, just bodies pushing through, and to continue to swarm towards his A side where they open it up after killing down Evo. So damage, yes, rotated from the tree side up on Garden, but a smoke right there is going to waste a lot of time and give better positioning now for the attackers of Noble on a post plan.
Confused with the up here over on long. Smoked out initially. Damage is going to go ahead and pop the Empress to try to get into the site. Damage coming through. It's going to be Kurt that falls first. FGD finds a quick trade out there. Tries to go for the Paranoia, but Jacobson's already made it through on the door, and the spike is not exactly planted for them. That's the reason for this. You're going to have the pulses come out, and a delayed pulse as well. Love to see it. Does additional damage. The problem is they have to get in quick. The spike's been already put at halfway. They're going to go ahead and grab it with a minute and 20, or a second left on the clock. Not a minute, 1.20 seconds, on the clock. We'll see the win come through for TFF. They just didn't have anything else to do some damage. Would have loved to see maybe a high in the sky shock dart or something, but with that plant position, just wasn't going to work out for them.
And now it's getting even tougher now for the attackers of Noble. They buy it out. They have, lost 2 rounds in a row, so that's 2,400 credits for the team. And they could have gone to like a mixed buy if they lost again, and it was going to be too hectic, and they decide to go for the smarter route. They're going to go for a save with the exception of 1 Phantom. If they actually lose this round here, they're going to be at 2,900 credits, which is going to be definitely enough to go for the weaponry into the next round. So now as they group up towards this B main, Kurt gets an entry on to Jacobson, but it's traded out. Big Cyber Cage now giving him a chance to move inside this B site. The Phantom comes into work after Kurt picks it up, but Deimos gets 2 kills of his own to add it to a hat trick right after that. FGB teleported in the back of the site. He does have the spike, but he teleported right where the opponents are. So I'm pretty sure they heard the audible cue. So they're just going to wait it out at this point. There's still a minute on the clock, so FGB could still lurk if he wants to. And he spots the first one and loses it immediately versus Damage, as that's another round here coming in for the defender side. But like I said, they were on an eco right now for the attacker side of Noble, and they're going to go back with firepower. And it's still going to be towards B side, it seems.
Need a drop.
Interesting how that all breaks down. You look at that last 1v3 and you're like, oh, FGB. If he just hadn't popped the ult yet, he could have taken it the other direction.
Exactly.
And used that ult to take the spike towards A. You know, the A site was completely empty and vacant. So again, despite the efforts from Noble, TFF have managed to fight their way back into it. Fast play coming out from Suya. It's quickly punished. Tidy will be watching from the sidelines, but the arm shot came out, took down the Jet, and did significant damage as well to Damage, who's now retreated back into hell with just 28 HP.
I'm really liking how we're playing the counters to the Silva drone, though. Dash right away, trying to catch him off guard. If teammates are not paying attention, thankfully they did a little bit at that entrance, because the we were still able to get a kill coming through though from Suya, right? But if they don't pay attention, that's already a Silva down, and that's already a lot of information that's going to be missed towards the middle end half of the round itself. But at least this time they were ready. So they took down Suya. They make it on a 4 versus 4 situation. 100 Fury to come out on the defender side. Jacobson gets the first frag there onto Confuse, and it's going to be Evil that still manages to take down Kurt. Is now Tetris. Sorry, Tetra inside the sidewalk, as we will get this plant coming through, at least from FGB. What can Noble do now on this one-man disadvantage?
There's the port coming out from FGB. It's a little bit risky. Results in his death. The blind kill actually coming out from Tetra puts everything down to the 1v1. And look at the health difference between these two. Tetra full up. And there's not much that's going to be done against Tetra there with the Empress as well. 11 rounds on the board. Well played from Tetra as the Reyna in the 1v1. Actually, the 1v2 just prior to that. Got a little sketchy there, but they managed to pick up the round win. And then Cash, ugh, not good for either side. That said, the attackers may be feeling a little bit better, but you can see Jacobson's like, nah, screw this. We're going for it. We don't play for the tie. We play for the win.
That's the advantage of playing a game like Valorant, right? How this game is made is when you hit the scoreboard, you can actually see the money system and how much money they're walking into the round with for your opponents. So they're like, okay, they're going to be on a low buy as well. Let's just risk it. Whoever loses this matchup here gives the advantage for the other team. And what a right click from Suya. That's one midair, a second one onto Tai T. And now it's a 4-on-2 situation with the attackers trying to make it into the A site.
I love the way that happened, too. Just the fact that they both went for the ult and then ended up in a 1v1 duel against each other in that. You're going to have Tetra get the kill, which means a heal coming through as well, and deep control of Heaven, which gives some flexibility on the play. You have to be careful, as there's one coming in on the backside. FGB times the peak perfectly off the broken glass, poured across as well from the shadow step. And now it comes down to this. Now, even though Deimos had the flank, decides to go back and regroup with his teammates. So it's going to be a double cat push. And I like this play from FGB as well. Getting up on top of the generator. Going to hold this line of sight. There's the paranoia, though. That means the fall-off has to come through. They're already up on the site. Inside the dark cover he goes. Doesn't matter. Nice work from FGB and Tetra to bring that one back.
That was so close because he almost got owned by his own smoke.
Yeah, I know. He stepped into it for a second. Yeah.
Exactly. So he got super lucky on that one with the reaction time. Well, not lucky. It's just a better reaction time that FGB had. Gets that flick there onto Damage, trying to move into the site. But meanwhile, his teammate Tetra that was still towards the back at Hell was watching the left side of that generator. So that's how we saw those 2 simultaneous kills, and it worked out so well there on the disadvantage that they had. It was what, a 4 versus 2 for them moving into the site. Now the tides have the situation has been reversed, right? We just talked about it in our pregame where they had the situation where they had a 4-on-2 advantage and they still lost it. So now redemption continues here for Noble as they are now at match point and series point, because it's only a best of 1 of the MGA USA League into the lower brackets now. Tai T inching closer and closer to move into the next round. That's an immediate hat trick for him as well. An open B site, and from the shadows in the back of the site from FGB, this is going to be so slim now in terms of chances for the defenders on the retake. Op shot missing from the op of Suya, as he's about to get met up by damage. You saw it already, Bach. They had no money to work with, so now they only have an operator and a guardian.
Yeah, this is rough right now for the defense of TFF. Quick shot coming out from damage, at least gets 1, but they can trace that beam back to its source, and they know that the Reyna is still in position. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out. Good luck getting away from that one. Well played from Noble to close that out 13-9. After a close first half, they managed to make it look a little bit easier for themselves on the attacking side. The defense of TFF just wasn't strong enough, but it really kicked off in this final round with Tidy. Tidy, who actually had been on the receiving end of a couple of early blows, a little bit frustrating probably for Tidy at times, because you would see like an early aggressive play or a flank from an ult, from an Omen, and he would almost always be the one that was taken out in that scenario.
Yeah, and that point, like we said, right? I honestly, I think we definitely saw a way better Noble than we did on that first matchup yesterday versus Elysium on Ascent. And when we looked at them having to play versus TFF today, we're like, oof, this is going to be a tough one still, because TFF looked really good versus Phoenix yesterday in the semifinals upper bracket on that map on Split. And when they got knocked down, it was this face-off between Noble and Suya's father figures. It's like, oh boy, we want to see a better Noble. We don't want to see TFF lose, really, but we also want to see a better Noble because they represent a big organization. So we want to see them do well in terms of that storyline, right? Not because if it's a caster bias. I just like the storylines of like, oof, if you invested into the scene and you invested into a team, you want that team to perform well. And thankfully they did in this one, and they're going to move forward into the next. And they're waiting to see who's going to win between KVL Mob and DGen Flow State for the round 3 lower brackets. And with that, that's coming up next, but we're going to take a break just before for the MSI MGA USA League powered by Battlefy.
And just like that, we are back and ready to jump into more of the MGA USA League powered by Battlefy. My name is Bach. On the broadcast with me all day long yesterday and today is Van Silly.
Too much
We
of
just
me.
watched our first game of the day. There's no such thing. Just watched our first game of the day conclude, and it was actually Noble who picked up the big win over TFF, but we've got one more lower match before we move into the lower semifinals, and then, of course, the lower finals to see who's going to be playing against Phoenix 1 later today in the grand finals. And it's all best of ones. So we watched that TFF and Noble game, but we've got a replay package prepared of Tight T, who was absolutely lights out.
Yeah, I definitely love the way that Tai T played it on that last game on Ascent. As we mentioned in the pregame, we wanted to see somebody really step up from that roster from Noble. Even Tai T, after this game with FGB, came into the chat and said, man, we're playing with 2 ringers today. But look at how well they played still. And because they're playing with 2 ringers, you're like, okay, well, we really need to have our main players step up too. So FGB did very well, but when you're looking at Tai T, he's doing 4K holds. The entries, of course, the round that they won, we're going to see it probably in this highlight in the end too, but the 3K moving into the site too to allow them to get into this B site. This guy was really ready to play. They really want to show what they're made of this roster, and the potential that they have if they actually have 2 more players, their full roster playing as Noble into these matchups. So a big shout out to Tai T on how he played defense, Ascent Silva towards that B site at the beginning of this game versus TFF. TFF is no feat, right? They're maybe unknown for us looking into this this bracket or into this tournament, but we definitely saw a lot of potential from Jacobson, from Deimos, from Suya. Even Evo actually stepped up from the matches yesterday too, and it wasn't an easy victory for Noble, but we saw how much stronger they are versus yesterday on Ascent.
Yeah, but now we're looking at our next game, which is going to be KVL Mob versus DGen Flow State. KVL Mob was a team that we had high hopes for moving through the upper bracket. Didn't end up being that way. Had to go down and fight their way through the lower bracket in the trenches, so to speak, as they were unable to find the big wins they needed yesterday. They did pick up the dub early on against Theory Nation, who eventually fell to Noble in the first round of the lower bracket. But in the upper bracket semifinals, KVL Mob fell to Elysium in another close game. I believe that was a 13-9, and that was on split. So now they're going to be playing Ascent against DGen Flow State, who did lose their early game against Phoenix 1, so not that big of a deal. And then DGen Flow State took down Dirty Mike and the boys to get to this point. Looking at KVL Mob, though, you've got some serious firepower on that roster, so you worry for the boys on DGen Flow State whether or not they're going to have what they need to take down their opponent. You've got Huston, Xander, and SFX, who are names that we definitely recognize, but I was pleasantly surprised with how well Exalt and Nerve played yesterday as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. As a whole roster, KVM Mob looked really good. One thing that was questionable too was like, how the hell is KVM Mob playing when you have somebody like Jasper / SFX? You'll hear us call him SFX, or you'll always call him Jasper because he's a friend of ours. So we're cool like that. We could call him by the first name. But at the same time, what was questionable was he's playing as a Raze, Bach. He's playing as a Raze, and he's opping as a Raze, and he's pushing forward every single time and still able to get kills and entries for the team. So I think if I was the type of player from the opponent team of DGen Flow State, and I'm studying how KVL plays, you're going to have to expect these aggressive pushes that continues to come out of KVL Mob and try to punish players like SFX pushing early and get that 1-minute advantage every single time when you're on the attack.
I am kind of curious to see what the ancient comps are going to look like when they stack up against each other. We said it yesterday, and you're kind of alluding to it. You know, the lack of a jet coming in for KVL Mob, so they don't have that traditional op roll or that traditional engagement utility. And it looks like, again, we're not going to see that. Whereas on the opposite side, we do have an op or a jet, which is typically the primary op roll. That's going to be stealthy. Now, yesterday, I got to point this out. Our boy Simple over here on DGen Flow State was not having a good time. He was playing defense on the B site and was struggling. I think at one point had like 1 kill, and we were double-digit rounds deep. So Simple's going to have to step up, and the competition coming in is definitely going to be fierce. So this will be a difficult one for Simple. Hopefully, whatever problems were ailing Simple yesterday have been resolved.
You definitely want to add a little bit more in terms of helping out Simple to, if he's not getting those kills, will at least bring the number of assists up, right? Because he's the one that's initiating a lot as the flasher, as that breach. And something like Anger, for example, of Rise Nation, was calling as a breach as well, but he was flashing for himself, moving through and just trying to get entries. This time, as we talk about Simple, unfortunately, not enough to hold this B site to start things off, and they already move inside B here from KVL Mob for a plant inside this site. So an attempt of a retake for 4 players to move in from the market and defender spawn side. I don't think that's going to happen.
You've got Nerve positioned in B main, sectioned off currently by the dark cover, goes inside it, the Omen around the corners. There's the barrel, but it doesn't matter. Valen comes out on top of the one-on-one. The doppelganger taken out. Akula trying to come up quickly from lane. There's the shock darts going into the back of sight. So far, it's working out well for both teams if they've brought it down to a 2v2. But as I say that, SFX, probably the oldest player in the server, but he's got the most numbers next to his name on his birth certificate and his scoreboard, as he's found 4 in the pistol.
Yeah, very well. Very good way to start things off here from SFX. The push inside the B site wasn't enough there for a Simple. And even like a fault line and Aftershock, let's see, when you want to try to start things off here, you want to get a couple of flashes and maybe a ghost that he bought. So you could get 1 flash, 1 Aftershock. I didn't see the Aftershock getting shot out, so I'm not sure if he went for more flashes, but he definitely needed to try to hold the line a little bit longer here for his teammates to allow to rotate. Starts off well here. The fault line stops off a bit. A Boombot's going to show a couple of players, but now with the hot hands coming down, that's going to get the first one in, and that forces DG Complex to move out of his position too. So I like the attempt that he had there. Pinch out towards the B main. Another kill from Valen onto SFX, but he's at low HP. But now they want to try to bring a little bit more damage. Add up another kill. Your defense is looking good, at least on this eco.
Spike planted.
Akula taking up the cam, trying to move in closer. Again, the B site, a problem. We mentioned this, you know, the breach. Simple had a hard time on that B site yesterday. Exalt's found 4 on the round, but the ace stolen. As Nerve comes in and says, that's cute and all, but like, no, you're not allowed to have it. And you can see there's probably a little bit of frustration there for Exalt as he stopped dead in his tracks following that as well. That said, Exalt's already got the ult unlocked. Would not be surprised to see it utilized here right off the bat. Would love to see maybe a push into B main and just kind of challenge that B site yet again, or something with that ult, even straight up mid, using the dark cover to try and gain access to deeper mid in the market by sectioning off Catwalk and also Spawn, where you've got the breach now jump peeking. Now that's the interesting change up. Simple not playing inside the B site now, playing back in Spawn, playing mid.
And this is one of the things you don't want to see, right? You're moving into round number 3. You just have barely enough money to go for a full gun round on the defense. But the hard part is that on the attack, you're probably 1 kill away or 1 orb away of getting a showstopper for the Raze. So SFX is working for that, while you already have a running back available for the Phoenix to move forward. So he's 2 kills away. There's that first one. Looking for the second inside that market, but the Phoenix could still run it back and pinch inside that B side. So it's going to be a tough round still this time for the defense. And it's a trade-off. 1-for-1. Simple. Holding down towards that B side. So at least he stops that showstopper for now. While the rest are now regrouping towards the catwalk on the attacker side. And the KVL Mob are looking to split into A, where thankfully you still have a 2-man stack for the defenders at that site.
Oh no, Valen's position change allows them up short. Wouldn't have mattered too much. Oh, that's
no.
a frustrating blow. And Simple is across the map. And that is definitely a difficult pill to swallow there for Nerve. So the breach hunkered down in the boathouse on the backside of that B site, hoping to God they don't get too aggressive on the hunt. But let's be real, with the way the last 2 rounds played out, you know this team is going to get aggressive on the hunt. Hell, I'd bet that this team would get aggressive on the hunt anyway, as you've got a bunch of guys who are just kill-thirsty at this point, wanting to shed some blood. There's the dark cover coming down right on top of Simple's position. Could be a saving grace, or it couldn't be. There's the quick shot coming out, but doesn't matter.
I mean, that's all you could do, right? I mean,
yeah.
They already had the spike just planted, and by the time it was just planted, you already had Xander already lurking down towards that B entrance. Your chances of survivability into that round was going to be 5 to like 0 to 5% at that point, because you could make it out from B. If you try to walk out towards B, you already spawned it there from Zan's, and you can't really hide towards that spawn because you were still trying to figure out where the rest of your opponents are going to go at. By the time the 2 players died, and by the time he could react to where those players could be, his 2 teammates died where the spike could get planted immediately. So no time to react, trying to save your op into the next, but you cannot, which puts now the defense on a broken buy. You see a pistol. I think close range is a frenzy right now in the hands of the Breach, as it's going to be Simple going for that jiggle peek. He's not going to really spot the operator, as SFX is on the top of that cabin. But from then on, you're trying to work aggressively towards this catwalk side through the Omen smoke, as the A side is now open for business, as Acula falls from the hands of Zanz, who goes in for the flank onto Stealthy 2. And now, once again, unfortunately, and maybe that's another reason here, Buck, when we're talking about the numbers of Simple. Simple is stuck on a situation where it's do or die. Or they rush towards B, and you're trying to hold as much as you can for as long as you can, and you're stuck with always your flashes out, right? So you're trying to flash, you're trying to fault line, you're trying to get your teammates to rotate, but it's not enough. You get killed, you're dead. But if not, all of your teammates are dying across the map, you're trying to rotate onto the other side, you can't really get anything done there either.
So if you get killed, you're dead? Damn.
Yeah, that's how this game works.
Well, not always. You've got the Sage, and who knows if they're going to put in an
Since patch whatever number it is, you're dead, you're gone.
I would actually be interested in whether or not we're going to see a self-resurrecting agent at some point in time. Something similar to, like, I think of, like, abilities and skills sometimes available for purchase, or like the Skeleton King in Dota.
And when you're thinking about, for example, in for League of Legends, right, Kargat. When Kargat dies, there's like a certain amount of time he could still do a lot of abilities while he's dead. Maybe we could see that as an agent. Could that be a good idea? I don't know.
Only if you were only able to use your sidearm. I don't know. That'd be a little bit iffy.
Yeah.
But door has still not been closed, and they're going to go ahead and send the drone through. They've got an easier retake potential here as the Owl drone goes into B main and spots one out, and another Owl drone comes out from the other side. So there are targets currently in B main as the Paranoia comes through. Valorant's going to use that to their advantage, surprisingly so. The Paranoia coming out from the defense now as they begin to push into the site. You've got the Cypher right around the corner, but it all comes down to the Omen. It's all up to Valen. Inside the site, he's got the ult available. What good is that going to do for them? None at all. You had the Showstopper, and you had the Hunter's Fury, so it was a 2v1 with firepower and ult advantage to the defense or the attack. I always switch those two up because the second the spike goes down, you're no longer on the attack. You're on the defense in my mind because you've taken on a different role and a different level of responsibility. Right now, it's a very one-sided affair, but it's not even just one-sided on the round total. It's one-sided in the exchanges, the duels. They're pretty heavily going in favor of KVL Mob.
No, that's it, right? And it's what the fights that are losing up on Catwalk side. I mean, you saw that nerve, that double kill that he had, unfortunately through the smoke as well for that second kill, is just missed timing at that point. But you're seeing that wherever they want to work in terms of map control, it's always paying off in their favor. And it starts off here with SFX on the top of the archway. I'm pretty sure the Sova spotted him, so he's not going to go for a second jump up there. And you can see Complex already rotating back towards that back hallway by the pizza. SFX still trying to get back on the top. I like this attempt, and that puts him down onto the other side at the same time. But he's going to get hurt here from the market side. So Simple's going to hear him as he's posted there as that breach. He's already set up here for a flash as well, so he could flash and go for a double peek, but it's a little bit too late. SFX fall back, and they all try to split towards his B side again, where Stealthy has to come up huge with the Bulldog. But it's a split. It's a smoke that comes through and a Showstopper at the same time, and Stealthy falls, unfortunately.
Nerve again, finding multiple kills here. There's the Rolling Thunder, but it doesn't actually reach Nerve, who's still hiding in this corner. Dink shot comes down from the Phantom. Disappointing battle going the opposite direction. You've still got Zanz with the spike. Gonna charge that through. Gonna have to deal with this tripwire. Yep, there you go. That'll give away the position. Should be able to get across here without a problem and get that spike down and find a solid post-plant position. Now, all that Zanz has is the rifle in his hands and the recon, but does have full HP. So, something to play off of.
That was so close. So he was just okay. Well, I'm not sure why he did that instead. I was like, okay, I love the idea. He's putting that spike down, and he's just trying to run across. So maybe he can jump up into the boxes and play towards that sidewalk. But instead, he backpedals back. At least he gets his kill onto Simple. It's a 1 versus 1. Goes for the wide swings, catches Valen off guard, but then Valen reacts right after, has the crosshair placement, and wins that one. And then the Fuse comes in finally here for a flow state, and they get the first one onto the board. And what I was trying to say here, Bach, was he decided to walk back in the back of the boathouse, but at that point, when you already planted there, you could already just sidestep back into it into safety. But I thought he was going to try to walk up towards at least a jump up to play sidewalk or play behind default boxes to have a better angles. But he just ends up where he could have by just a less riskier play if he just simply walked back into the entrance instead. So nonetheless, though, he was still made it a 1 versus 1. Still made it pricey as well for the defenders, as you have Simple going with small shields and a Bulldog, Complex going with a small shield and a Phantom, and a glass cannon operator for the Jet Stealthy trying to look back towards his mid side. A full teleport, actually. He never canceled it, so Nerve gets headshotted by Valen, and the rest of them, because of that, are kind of stuck in a dark cover, so they don't want to commit into B as of yet.
A nice start to the round for DGen Flow State, finding themselves in a 5-on-4. Again, they Jet a little bit low on HP, scratched up, but not anything that we haven't seen before. Stealthy holding this line with 37 HP, but it looks like the pressure is going to be coming in towards B. You've got Simple right around the corner. You've got SFX, Jasper, as the Rays waiting on the other side. Here comes the curveball. Will it connect with Simple? Yes, it does. It's a high curveball, but they don't clear the corner. But it's the Bulldog and Burst Fire. Doesn't make a difference. It still ends up working out nicely for him. Only 1 kill, but the teammate was there with the backup. That's the Jet with the op. The barrel should have been spotted by SFX. SFX is going to pick off 1 towards spawn, and now it's down to this. It's a 2-on-3. Oh, the timing is working out so nicely for them. There's the nade as well. The pin gets pulled, and the paint shells get sent towards the stairs. Both players now moving in towards lane. And you've got SFX playing this wall, just crouched down, getting all the way into the corner. Will he get leapfrogged? No. Stands up and gets picked off by Aquila. It's now down to Exalt, and as good as that looked for a moment, it still ends up going the way of DGen Flow State. But it was way harder for them than it maybe should have been, given the amount of firepower they had versus the attack side.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate at that point, right? Because where SFX was crawling down towards the sidewalk side in the back of the site, he's committed to just be safe, yes, from the staircase, but only a front-end jump up from the sidewalk area. Now, like you said, it could be a leapfrog kill, but he decided to basically strafe a little bit outwards, and as soon as he does that, his head is spotted before from Aquila that was already on that rotation just right next to him. So I think how they could have played that 2 versus 2 for SFX, and I think it was Zans, right? The last that was standing there in the back of the site? No, actually, it was the Phoenix, so it was Exalt. Yeah, they could have maybe set up the crossfire a little bit better so that they could watch the staircase and the sidewalk. So as you already had 1 towards the back of the boat room to look towards the staircase, and then you have SFX towards the boxes where that jump up is to look towards the sidewalk entrance. Maybe that could have been a little bit better at that point. Nonetheless, though, it was a valiant attempt. They lose 2 players this time early into this round, though. 1 towards A main, make that 2 towards A main, as SFX is crawling forward, trying to even up the tally, and it's 1 kill away from making it a 2 versus 2 situation, as a spike has been picked up, and oh no, SFX runs out of bullets!
Oh,
Complex
no.
kills him!
No, that wasn't that. It was
No,
a
he
mouse
switched
wheel
to knife?
bug. He switched to knife accidentally. He still had he still had enough bullets left. It was an accidental mouse wheel.
You hate to see it.
We'll talk about that in a second here. So I know in the past SFX has played on Logitech mouse. And G Pros and G703s and G403s all have a problem with the scroll wheel, where it will accidentally scroll if you tap it.
Most
So
places
if he has scroll wheel set to
jump.
To do weapon switch instead of jump, you'll just accidentally switch weapons. It's very possible that since Jasper is a boomer like me, that he never changed mouse wheel to jump, and it's still his weapon switch. So he could have literally just tapped the mouse wheel, not scrolled it, just touched it, and that was
Yeah.
enough to trigger a weapon switch mid-fight.
I have a 703 and it happens to me, but I also had other brands that does the same thing too. I think it's just a common thing with mices, but the thing is, being a boomer like Jasper and having that experience, how come 15 to 18 years later, you actually don't unbind anything that's binded to a mouse wheel if you don't use it at all? Nonetheless, though, simple, in the same spot at Lumber gets 2 kills. Huston and Nerve with Guardians, safekeeping and gatekeeping the entrance to the site as they're able to capitalize with 2 kills of their own. But now it's going to be Nerve, the last man standing. That spike is down 1 minute on the clock. Oh my god, it's a trifecta in terms of the defense, but they're all looking towards that B main. And the Aldro won't see him. He's going to get the surprise onto Acula, but Acula reacts a little bit faster with the Vandal. And it's going to be the AR versus the bolt action rifle that wins. And that puts now 4 rounds in a row, actually, for Flowsting. We saw dominance from KVL Mob at the first side of the half, or the first half of the half itself. But we have a very nice comeback and some good frags coming in now from the defenders, especially with the retake plays. And as I mentioned, or we wanted to mention and underline at the beginning of this game here, Bach, is that we wanted somebody like Simple to step up a little bit more from yesterday. He's doing a lot on his own right now. Instead of having initiations for his team, he's just staying there at Lumber. He's getting the frags and he's pulling his gun out instead of the flashes to help his team go for wide swing. And he's doing well enough just being an anchor in the site with the rifles.
There's the ults being popped. The Hunter's Fury comes out, does some damage, takes down Huston as well. That'll be a nice equalizer, bringing us back to even strength, 4-on-4. Now the Owl drone that was sent from the Sova on the other side, the attacking side, cleared out Wine Cellar. That's the spike. But here's the run it back coming in from Exalt. The shot right on the money, but that's exactly what that ult can be good for sometimes. Just taking that initial shot. The Cypher on site, hiding behind his own cyber cage, not able to survive long enough as Nerve was there and ready to take him out. So now the door gets shut, but the spike still hasn't moved into position. You've got Exalt getting one through the window. Stealthy is still up in heaven, but it's all up to Stealthy. Knives come out. Doesn't get to toss a single blade out. That is annoying. So the ult gets popped by the Jet, and now it's back down to 0 points for Stealthy.
With 2 more rounds to go here, Stealthy, though, had some pretty good shots, at least for the team, holding his grounds here towards that catwalk side. So if he's able to capitalize on a couple of frags here, he might be able to pop another one by the end of the first half. But so far, though, the story is finally, the streak has been broken for KVL Mob. They're able to finally salvage another round to make it 6 on the board. We said it yesterday that it's actually quite nice for them on the attacker side to get 6 rounds already. Even at 5, you're content. But now they have a potential of 7 as we have a low buy coming in for the defenders. But still, a trade-off to start things off. Now the Hat is going to spot 2 players moving forward. We're trying to get the jiggle peek, and they did not expect that SFX was going to be on the archery once again. So Simple, who was still looking down towards that back of the mid, gets caught off guard, and that is a 1-man advantage. Make that a 2-man advantage on the attacker side. Make that 3. Stealthy, last man standing, as I said, needs to build up his ultimate points. This is the perfect moment for it. A 4-on-1, looking for some early picks here with the operator. 4 bullets left in the chamber. And that's just 4 kills enough for the clutch, but he's just looking for the exits. First off, oh, the timing. SFX peeks out. He's gonna ping it at the same time, which allows the Omen to rotate and try to go for the flank too.
There's the Paranoid coming in, and now the pincer move comes out. The dash comes in the nick of time, because I'm pretty sure there was a shot that came out from the other side out of SFX's up. And now he's moving in close, trying to take this battle. Stealthy's looking good. There's one right in front of him, though. The fight only lasts so long. Good shots coming out, but we'll move into the final round of the first half. And the money, good enough. They'll be able to get it off into play on the side of DGen Flow State. I'm SFX, just out here straight pugging. I like that play. That play should not happen.
Yep.
You know, he blast packs up and takes the fight with the breach initially, then blast packs towards catwalk as well. I mean, SFX is just having fun with it.
Yeah, he's like walking across the archway like a little cat in the city, and it doesn't have a care for the world of like any cars passing by or whatnot. So just mindlessly crossing over to the catwalk side and still manages to get another kill as a ghost entry onto Cat. It shows how sometimes, you know, he's really here to compete and have fun during the competition, but still able to put up numbers as he's doing it. Imagine if he actually put a lot more serious time into still competing, if he'd still be the same SFX and the same Jasper as we saw back in his prime in the 1.6 days. But that being said, one player to drop early into this round. 3 ults available, though, at least for the defensive side. Not much, though. You kind of need a couple of kills from the Cypher to pop up that ult. A Rolling Thunder to play a retake, as he's already there on that retake. But now that's already gone. The hat is down. The Rolling Thunder is going to come out. A flash as well is going to blind too. But so far, a Rolling Thunder and a flash, I didn't see a single kill coming through from the defender side. So unfortunately, it's a missed timing on how they wanted to use it, which then after, you have KVL Mob taking advantage of that right after. And it makes it an 8-4 on the half for the Boomers.
That curveball, too, up into heaven at the end there was actually pretty awesome to watch. So he curved it to the right and jumped, kind of like rolled along the floor almost, and then was able to jump up and get that final kill. Big first half coming out from Exalt and SFX. 29 kills between the two of them. The opposite side struggling. The top performer is Valen at 11 kills, 8 for Simple. Better performance from Simple today than yesterday. Definitely improved, but the rest of the team didn't follow in that same function. So unfortunately, they're having a tough time against KVL Mob here. Now, to be fair, we saw 8-4 halves yesterday on this map, and what happened? Every single time.
Like what, 13-10?
13-10, 13-11. Multiple times we saw that 8-4 half turn back around. So I wouldn't count them out of it just yet.
Oof. And like I said, they expect somebody like SFX to push aggressively and early. They had 3 guys waiting towards the entrance of B just around the corner instead of holding all the way back towards the cabin. And they managed to punish the first one. At least he puts the damage down to that Sova, down to about 40% HP. And it's going to be DG Complex, still trying to fall back with his teammates. And they're pushing aggressively towards the A side. The door will get broken. And as it gets broken, Huston doesn't have enough time to cross over back into safety inside the site. Exalt, curveball, and a kill onto Acula. Recon dart that's going to give his position away. But as his teammate falls at the same time and Stealthy waits for him, it's up to Xander trying to win a 4 versus 1. So a great execution on the attacker side to start things off as Zanz is moving up towards his catwalk side. But the chances are slim for him to try to clutch this.
Zan's moving into position, gonna silent drop into the grass. Has a ghost, now it's been spotted. That's a quick kill coming out from Simple, who got things started. The action kicked off over on B main with an early shot that came out from Simple to take out SFX. You can see it here on the replay. Boop! SFX didn't even really have too much of a chance. And then over here, this play was interesting. Huston realized that that spot was not going to work out well. Tried to shut the door, but almost would have been better off just letting them through. Just let them through because the door got blown apart so quickly, and the dropping of the door gave away his position, so he knew he needed to move. I mean, that's just a tough spot to find yourself in.
This is a chance now for the attacker side, this time a flow state, to try to even up the scoreline as they're taking over the aggression and the attempt to get the spike down towards the A side into this round. Exalt playing it close with his Cypher at the same time, a curveball to peek out, but they won't spot anybody yet, or at least spot but not get a kill, as Huston's the one to fall. Exalt leaves him stranded, as now all 3 players playing that defense inside that site, long range with the classic, cannot connect to another kill.
Spike planted.
It's now down to 1. It's Xander again in the 1vx. This time with a classic against much more advanced weaponry. Now, Xander knows there's one mid. The timing is going to be the thing for him. Oh, this is awkward. Both looking the wrong way. Still somehow comes out on top of the exchange. Likely to die here, though, as the pickup comes in. Yeah, he knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
There was also no value to that stinger. So it just goes in for some tactical crouching and ends up getting shot in the back.
I do like the sound that you just made, though, Buck.
Ah! That's the sound I make every morning when I get up because all my bones are just
One
old
enemy
and don't
remaining.
want to work anymore. So my joints are just seized up. I'm like a rusty old truck.
I don't have that issue yet because, yes, I'm old as well, but because I do pack a little bit more weight, I could still literally roll out of bed.
But your joints, because of that extra weight, though, your joints over time are taking more of that
Just makes me
force.
stronger, man. That's how I could squat so much. Huston with the camera spotting 3 towards the A main, trying to work inside that site. The Jet has already dashed his way in, and that is still going to be stealthy moving forward to get the kill onto Huston with the Spectre. So they do have the bonus right now on the attack, and they do have the advantage on the attack as well. Now the spike has been planted out in the open. The Phantom is out. Stealthy gets his second kill after picking up the Phantom left behind from his first kill. So 3 on the board. An Odin to come forward, but Complex gets the wall bang back onto Zanz. And it's SFX just like that immediately on a 5 versus 1. 2 players on low HP. And Jasper is one of those guys that doesn't give an F. And he's going to try to look for some kills still.
Oh, you can hear them coming in too and scooping up that Odin. Does he get them as they try to retreat? Oh, he might find 3.
Oh, man.
No! I thought for sure he was going to get all 3. They weren't looking. And
He was playing
just
CS,
kind of,
man.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Yeah,
I wanted to see him just open it up, just spray away.
Well, that's the thing. He was playing CS. He was trying to get a spray transfer to all 3 players, where maybe getting burst shots with the Phantom at that point, at that distance too, maybe could at least amass 2 kills at the minimum. And imagine that. Imagine if he actually did get those 3 kills and he jumps behind the generator to try to go for a defuse. Maybe he doesn't get it, but he actually forces one or at least maybe all the players die from the blast radius, which could have helped him moving into this round for KVL Mob.
It's going to be a nade to kick things off, and oh, Exalt, sneaky, sneaky. Well, that kind of sucks. Never mind. Maybe they didn't hear that shot. I thought Exalt was going to get that one. No, they know. They clear it in the end. There's another one coming in. That one was Xander through the wall. Jasper's going to get shocked out of position, so electrotherapy is the remedy currently in the round. It's a 3-on-3, as simple as got that Odin brought in from the last round, stolen off the corpse of Xander, and you know that he wants it back.
And speaking about wanting it back, they want to take that spike back and go back here towards the A side, even in the shadows. We do have a plant that is finally going to happen here for the attackers. Valiant putting it in the front of the default boxes. A great position for his 2 teammates moving in from the tree side. So they don't really have to commit to play inside the site on the post-plant situation. Or at least one of them is. But the breach, simple, could stay back on catwalk and watch any flankers coming through. But the footsteps are being heard, the audible is being called, so he's rotating back to help his teammates on that garden side, letting his teammates focus towards heaven, while he can just watch any run through from that garden side. So Zanz at this point, with his teammate, I think they should just look for, to save their weapons, but maybe not. Zanz, gets the wall bang onto the first, a second kill onto Complex. Simple with the Odin. He's gonna try to spray first, he gets a dink, and then he gets a second kill onto
1
Houston.
HP.
And that dink came with a shot through the wall, and he clutches it.
I mean, ridiculous that the Odin works out so well for him there, but that's a 1 HP clutch. Thought maybe we'd see a little bit more from Exalt, but that early shot kind of gave away the position. They saw him on the peak as well. So unfortunate there, but they do at least get things going over in B main. But what's impressive is this attempted retake. The spike being planted where it was what made that round possible. So even though you have Simple finding the win, ultimately, look how far away that dink was from the actual crosshair. Ultimately, you got to give credit to the Omen who made that all possible with the ult and that open placement on the spike. 8-8. We are all tied up despite KVL Mob's strong first half. Again, we mentioned this before. 8-4. It don't mean nothing, as we've seen multiple comebacks from that scoreline throughout this tournament so far.
Getting tough here for KVL Mob once again. Thankfully, though, they do have weapons to work with, as Huston is playing towards the back of Hell with the Phantom. Pretty default setup here for the defense. At least default into the eyes of the KVL Mob, because Jasper once again is pushing towards that B main. I'm assuming at that point he's maybe posted up with an operator, because from that mini map he's not moving at all. He really just wants to let that crosshair go out towards this B main, and if anybody peeks forward, he's gonna get that frag. Nonetheless, though, it seems as though with the amount of success that we're having on the attacker side towards A, it's going to be the site to move forward to once again. Big rolling thunder as the dash comes forward, but somehow Stealthy cannot get the kill with the knives. So Hudson gets the kill while he stays. Nerf gets a double kill. Exalt moves in from the heaven side and to dismantle any type of push towards the A site. A dink, a lease from Akula, a second one with a tap. And a third as he takes out the dart, but Zans comes in from the back of that garden and finally ends the killing spree from the attacker side. And we do have that defense finally getting around on that second half, and it is going to be KVL Mob still keeping that lead into this matchup.
30
So
seconds
they may
left.
have lost the lead for a second, but they never gave their opponent the lead. They've
That's right.
always been in front of their opponent or tied. We have not seen the lead come in for DJ and Flow State. This round, huge. Because you can
Huge.
see the money. The money is just terrible on multiple people. So there is a massive amount of pressure on both teams to win this one. There's the Boombot to go in first. The AWP has to flick down just to find the shot. The nade going in, the paint shells. Oh, Stealthy has to dash back out and ends up taking multiple pulses or multiple clusters from that nade, if you will, down to 13 health. That's brutal.
Now as they try to work back towards this B side, indeed with that 13 health, but with that AWP, 13 health could be enough. You're still a jet no matter what. They were trying to contest back towards this mid side. But we are playing it while giving the mid position open for the attacker side. A smoke is going to come through. Elise being thrown now from Valen so that we could try to push forward into a pinch at B. But Jasper decides to push back out once again here into the B main. Spots the spike carrier, gets the kill. A run it back from Exalt. Also spots another one towards Pizza. And a curveball, actually, to force everybody out towards the B main. But SFX still moves forward on a rotation from the B main into the market. Gets the op kill. And a second one to come in from his teammates
30
onto
seconds
Acula.
left.
So just like that, it's a 5-on-2. Stealthy still with this 13 HP, trying to get something done here with the operator. But with 20 seconds left on the clock, you're trying to save it into the next round. You will concede this round and make it a 2-point lead for KVL Mob.
10 seconds left.
Simple. Gonna get spotted out by the pulses. Eventually ends up flicking up to take that out, but at that point, multiple pulses had already come out. That means they're gonna go on the hunt and try to find these final two targets. But time has expired. And it will be that double-digit round on the board. No deaths in the end. Or I guess I should say no kills at the end coming in for KVL Mob. And again, because those weapons are saved, it gives them a little bit of extra staying power with the buy. That'll help them round things out a little bit better. And we'll continue to see the rifles in play as well as the AWP in the hands of Stealthy. Now, looking at this in general, we talked about this before, how SFX's AWP was kind of interesting. It wasn't that he was bad with the AWP, it just felt like the agent that he was utilizing as the Raze, it wouldn't necessarily work out well against, you know, the right jet. Stealthy has had that number dialed in at times, but SFX has been allowed to play that aggressive role one too many times in one too many rounds, and we're seeing it again here. SFX again is getting aggressive in B main, this time with Exalt backing him up, and there's no one checking it. They've got nothing to stop them from pushing in. Now the jet finally turns around, but timing is awful. You're going to see the jet potentially get taken out from behind here depending on this timing, but no! The Phoenix has to fall back off of that hat toss coming in from the Cypher. That's actually huge.
And Huston now. He's actually stuck towards the A side. They're pushing in there. The trades are coming through, but it's still going to be the attackers taking advantage of the A side. Off the rotation, though, SFX could get backstabbed, or should I say Exalt could get backstabbed, as he knows the Cypher's close. He leans back, gets the headshot to Acula. Good way to keep the game sense on, because he knew that his teammate died earlier on towards Pizza, so that the Cypher could still be lurking towards that area. Now a fault line that's going to daze two players. Exalt and SFX still looking to retake this site. Aftershock, that's going to hurt. SFX down to 78 HP. And they're doing a great job here to run down that time on that clock. Curveball, first one to be thrown out. But you could see as they're backpedaling back towards that spawn, we are saving our weapons here into the next round as Exalt is just looking for those exit kills, but a big flashpoint. And this is what I like to see from Simple so far. He's been a monumental asset to the team so far for the attacker side as well. So a good anchor towards B, and on the attack, you saw it, a Rolling Thunder that actually dazed Huston once, but unfortunately Stealthy couldn't get a kill. The amount of times that he fault lines into the site that's able to daze a few players to allow his teammates to get into the right positions following the plant, and then the curve, sorry, not the curveball, but the flashpoints being at the right timing to continue to waste the time and not allowing the defenders for coming out from the catwalk, including the Aftershock. That's a great way to use that kit. And look at him right now at 14, 13, and 4. Pretty much at the top in terms of the fragging department, but also doing his job with the utilities.
Oh, the Boombot gets a little bit further in. There's the paint shells going out as well. Great damage being dealt to the Jet as the aggression again is there, and this time it will be SFX who's ready and waiting with the op. Takes out the Owl drone as well. There's multiple targets around the corner. Has to be careful. Still got backup from Exalt, so they've got this setup where they've got multiple players positioned and ready. They're going to start moving in. They clear the corner. They check it. SFX, he's not scared. He's just going to stick around a little while longer. Another nade goes down into B main. The satchel not where it needs to be. Does he put a shot through this box? Oh, looked like he wanted to do it for a second.
On target.
Complex though. Punishing SFX, who once again walks out into B main to try to take map control back in favor of the defense. But the thing is, they already had map control. They had a 1 minute advantage on top of that too, yet he still wanted to come out and wanted to get a kill. Jasper always very frag hungry in this lineup. As now 3 players posted up on the attacker side, waiting for Valen to put the smokes, just waiting for the second one to charge up, and finally it does. And as soon as it does, he's going to put one into market, one towards spawn, and then the paranoia also into the staircase just in case, and that leaves an open site into B. They're going to get a plant, and they still have Simple here, but unfortunately he doesn't have any flashes left, only an Aftershock and a fault line. Now that spike is going to go down no matter what. We do have Zans waiting for his teammates to rotate. Now he's spawned it from a recon dart, so they know that one's immediately close.
There's the ult coming out. The Hunter's Fury trying to lay down some damage. That final pulse might actually connect. They start moving their way in, though. There's one back in Boathouse. There's one on the site, and they're making their way towards the stairs as well. The spike's starting to tick away, but it's Simple with the clutch. We talked about it before. Simple had a rough game yesterday. But here, it's coming up all Simple. 16, 13, and 4 for the breach.
Let's go.
Electrified from the Boathouse.
Very good play for him as well. And I think it's a good post plant that they played overall. Right, like I said, it didn't have any flashes really much to work with. So you try to hide behind your cover and just use that to your advantage and listen to the footsteps as they're pushing forward. So they doubled up inside the Boathouse. They had one behind default. They had the breach watching the left side of the staircase. And I think it was the Sova that was alive watching the right side of the staircase as well. This indeed it was, because I saw Harness Fury come out at the same time too. So I think it was just the best way to play the post plant situation based on the based on the time remaining, right? You had 10 seconds left to plant the spike. You move in as a team, as a unit, and you don't break out on a post plant situation because you don't know where your opponents are coming back from on that rotation. So I think it was very well played. So it leaves it on a 10-10 scoreline, all tied up. And maybe this could be the round where you still see, or where you will see for the first time, Flow State taking the lead.
Stealthy, moving up Cat with the rest of the team. Will we finally see it? That lead, like you were talking about, Exalt's in the corner, has to be careful. A lot of targets building up around the corner, but there's more coming in over towards Long as well. Xanders gets one on the flank. Nerve's going to pick off Acula, and it's starting to look a little bit promising here for KVL Mob. It comes down to one. It's Simple who had the big clutch, but now with just 12 HP, very
30
difficult.
seconds left.
And with 30 seconds left and the spike down on site, it's unlikely that the breach is going to be able to find that same success. Yet again, they get close, but they cannot take that lead.
They found my wire.
One player remaining.
Unfortunately, not at this point. 2 more rounds for the victory of KVL Mob, and no money at all for the attackers here of Flow State. So the only moment of salvation you have, should this happen right now for the attackers, is
here.
that you get lucky. You have somebody like
here.
Simple that's going to step up right now. He gets a kill, he has a Rolling Thunder, and that could be big
here.
right now on an execution
here.
towards a site. So you could see them grouped up towards this B main. I hope at this point you're battling for that B main. If you're able to get the kill onto SFX, if he's actually looking to play something aggressively towards that B main again,
Right here.
boom, you already have a Rolling Thunder ready if it's Simple that gets the kill. If not, you take map control of that area. Simple could pick up an orb. You get a Rolling Thunder ready towards the spawn site or market, and then you have the 5 players that are rushing into the site in the back of B, where currently Exalt is playing. And hopefully they don't get affected by the curveballs being thrown back on the defensive side, and the B side is now open for you. So let's see what happens. SFX, once again, first one to push forward, only has a Phantom this time, though. And a fault line to start, paint shells will be thrown, and they're going to rush through.
No, he does actually have the op, and it actually ends up being his demise. The pistol of Stealthy is working
Wow.
out so nicely for them. Somehow they actually break apart that defense. They capitalize on the
Spike
fact
planted.
that aggression has been there so many times. Sometimes the best way to counter aggression is just to play fast. If
Yeah.
you know someone's going to be holding an angle or trying to take an early peek, run at them. We've seen the same thing work out well for teams in the past, like Team Immortals, for instance, on Bind plays pretty aggressive in the hookah every single round when they're on the
Wow.
attacking side. And one of the things that works well to counter that is just peeking mid. You know, we saw it when we watched Immortals play against Sentinels in a more recent tournament. The solution to beating them on that map was literally Sinatra just peeking mid. It totally disrupts their attempted workflow, and that's exactly what happens here. You see SFX go for that early peek and has to back off and is caught off guard by the fast play coming in from Stealthy. All it took was a ghost because that missed shot opened everything up. Now SFX has to go down to a Sheriff. Doesn't even have armor to back it up.
And Stealthy gets 2 ghost kills on top of that, picks up SFX's operator and gets 2 kills onto the next round. And a Rolling Thunder, that's already going to hit SFX. He's trying to get away from it. Thankfully, though, he runs away into the smoke of the Omen. Paint shells ringing from above, but it does not connect to a kill. We have a defender so low on the HP, and that's SFX himself, but the site is now open for the attackers of Flow State to move inside B. Yes, wall bangs are coming through from that Sova dart, but it's still going to be an op shot missed by Stealthy. He could pull out the knife if he wants to, but it's going to be a 5-man retake. So as Bach has mentioned, it's 1 Sheriff and 4 Phantoms to try to make it back into the site. A 5 versus 5 in this situation. Simple getting the first kill. Looking to get flanked very soon here by SFX himself, but he's going to get that second frag. Looking for the third with success, and that is going to be enough. Fourth one to fall, leaving Zanz by himself. And it's going to be a map point and series point this time for the first time when they had the lead into this game. It's the lead that matters the most because, again, they bought, and I think they're going to be broke or at least very low into the buy of the last round here, Bach, for KVL Mob.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what the money looks like because, honestly, in my opinion,
Match
looking
point.
at that round,
Yeah, they're
I
broke.
feel like you just let SFX die and you lose the site and you run away.
Yep.
I feel like when you're looking at that, the second they start going for that, even in a 5v5 with SFX alive, why are you going for that? You know your money's going to suck if you lose the round, and the positioning is all over the place. Your skills are kind of empty because the buy wasn't perfect. I looked at that round and thought, this is when you bail out and you try to save and keep as many bodies alive as possible. Maybe you let SFX lurk and find a kill or 2 on the exits, but ultimately, like, you already lost the round. It was kind of a misplay from them, and again, maybe a bit more of a pug team, so that call is difficult to make in those types of environments, but I would have loved to see that level of restraint. That would be hard for even the strictest of teams to make that decision, but just looking at that scenario play out would have been the most logical play. Stealthy's going to get a pick onto mid. Exalt gets dropped. You saw it coming a mile away. Does eat some damage early in the round. Stealthy's down to 46 HP, but it doesn't stop him from sticking around. SFX around the corner inside the cyber cage with the Guardian. Wants to peek out, was feeling aggressive, feeling saucy, but no damage will be dealt to either one.
And once again, we're grouping up here towards this B side, forcing the player retake as the rest of the players are stacked up on the A side. Good timing, though, for Nerve. As Akila is watching that catwalk for the longest time, decides to fall back and then gets popped in the face. Now the Hunter's Fury is ready. There's 35 seconds left on the clock. He gets 1 tag, but does not get a kill. Gets a second tag as well onto a different player. Spike will now get planted. It's a 4 versus 3. you do have Simple. He played this spot on the defender side. Now he's taking it on the attack. The first kill onto SFX. The dome of the Omen sticks out, but it's traded off back and forth. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Will we get the overtime here? Huston moving forward, veiling in the back of the site, and a dark cover comes up as well. His teammate Azasova looking to double it up towards the back of the boathouse, and they are in better position. They have to act quick now for KVL because that spike is ticking down. Huston with the kill, Huston with the second kill, and the defuse will come through, and we will see an overtime between Flow State and KVL Mob.
That's unfortunate there for DGen and Flow State. That game was well within their grasp, but they fumble it away
Overtime.
and allow them to retake. So KVL Mob, despite mistakes that were made previously, somehow keep themselves alive and take it to overtime. So now that we move into overtime, rules in case anyone is unfamiliar, you have to win by 2. Each team starts with 5,000 credits. They swap after every single round. So you never stay on one side for 2 rounds in a row. You have to play defense and attack, and you have to win both. Given that it's 5,000 credits, you don't really have that much money to go into the op, so you have to go light on the purchase afterwards. So you buy the op with the light armor. Your skills usually a little bit lighter. That means in this scenario, Stealthy has the leg up because SFX wants to get those skills, whereas Stealthy's like, it's fine, I can live without them. Other thing to note, your ult points get reset to half every single round. So they always reset to half, 3 out of 6 for Jet, 4 out of 7 for everyone else.
Alert play, but a recon dart gives SFX position away, so that forces him to fall back. Thankfully, though, I don't think we saw an Odin, right, on the other side, but Stealthy gets a nice shot onto Nerve. Never expected that one. I think he already had an early position in the cubby rather, of the catwalk side. Leans out, gets a kill, and then dashes away. Now this time, they are expecting SFX pretty much turning into a one-trick pony towards his mid-control. Sato charged towards the top. He's down to half HP, but he's still pushing forward. He still has backup as well from the Phoenix to try to move forward as Exalt can get a curveball and give them the advantage to take over the market area. But they don't have anybody else towards the B main, so they can't really go for a pinch or any type of split for now. And SFX decides to fall back, and they're going to go for an all-out rush towards this B main very soon. And thankfully, though, nobody's playing from the defender side. It's a double stack in the back of the site, but they're playing against the hot player of Simple into this game as that breach in the back of the site.
30 seconds left.
In they move slow right now for KVL Mob. Oh, DG Complex has to be careful. Does end up getting the rifle out. Fault line's going to go down, but there's a lot of pressure right on the other side. Ends up getting the first. Can't convert on the second. 14 seconds left. As the spike moves into position, it'll touch pay dirt around 10. It's going to be a 3-on-2 post-plant scenario. Xander's inside the dark cover in B main. And down goes Xander through the smoke. That makes all of it much more difficult for Huston, who's on 3 HP back in the boathouse. This clutch seems all but unlikely. DGen Flow State end up picking it up as Huston will get dropped through the wall. Turning exposes the barrel, and they will take the lead 13-12. Now they have to repeat that success on the attacking side.
That is so unfortunate there on how Nerve actually got shot through the smoke, right? Was it Nerve that was playing with him? And with Huston inside on that on those 2 players remaining?
No, it was Xander.
Oh,
so
Xander.
Zan was in B main inside the dark cover.
Okay, so then it was just a random spray before the taps. From how you saw actually the replay or the retake was being played here from Flow State, was they were just pre-firing everything, just trying to see if anybody's hiding around the corner, and luckily you get a headshot contact to take that opponent down. So a nice way to replay that retake for the defenders. Luck on their side, and they're taking full advantage of it too. So they are now at map point and series point once again. Expecting SFX to push forward. He does not connect to the shot, unfortunately. Out in the open. Caught with his pants down, but he's re-peeking. Flashed again, and fully flashed gets the kill onto Simple. This time, knew that Simple was playing it and read him like a book. And it was a fake being played there, but nobody's rotating back. So they still think that the execution was going to happen towards the B side, but Huston is waiting on the top of the heaven, and the crossfire is perfect. There's only 1 player remaining. We're going to see this double overtime. Stealthy, last one to go at the A main, does have the operator, about to get flanked by SFX in less than 7 seconds. As he runs back, SFX pulls out the operator himself. Here's the footsteps, and there you go. Kill stolen. Nerve gets him, and it's going to be the second overtime of this matchup.
So here's
Overtime.
the interesting thing, and this is something we talked about last night when we had our overtime match yesterday. The win by 2 rule is grueling. It's much better than win by 1. I will take it over sudden death. I didn't love sudden death when that was a thing,
Hated
but
sudden
win
death.
by 2 makes it incredibly difficult to actually win an overtime because you can't make a single mistake. You know, we talked about it last night. Maybe like 3 rounds played on each side would be a little bit more forgiving, so you could still afford to lose 1. It's the first one to win 4 that ends up picking the W up. But you'll see multiple games go multiple overtimes. Overtime seldom ends in the first overtime. Usually, in my experience at least, we'll go at least 3. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. I think it's by that 3rd overtime that play starts to deteriorate as players get frustrated and mistakes start getting made. And whoever has the cooler head ends up prevailing. It's the early kill coming out for the defensive DGen Flow State, making a follow-up. It's actually going to be 2 as well from Acula before being traded out by Xander. You've got Stealthy in sight, has to be careful as the pulses from that dart going to give away the position back behind the default boxes.
Oh my God.
Tracing the source of the bullets back to the destination, and it's Xander's body who is greeted with an op shot. It'll be all up to 1. Who's remaining on the other side? It's the Omen, and speaking of 1, Stealthy's on 1 HP inside the site.
And you're actually tracing that box based off the bullets that are hitting on that on the boxes towards you as Stealthy. And he lands that last one for the hat trick at the same time too. So 3 flashy kills here for Stealthy to put them back onto the board and back in the lead. And even at match point again for Full State. But because you do have a Phantom that you're spraying through the smoke, you don't really see those bullet trails come through. So you're thinking the audible cues plus the bullets that are ricocheting through the boxes at default. You get the guess that it's in that vicinity, and Stealthy lands that shot. Dirty. So 23, 17, and 1 is Stealthy, followed by Simple with 21, 18, and 6. Meanwhile, you do have 2 others that dropped 20 on the other end of the spectrum, and one of them is SFX, but Stealthy takes the upper hand, and it's going to be the rush inside B one more time. That paid in their favor before, but not yet. Zans gets 2. Exalt already under rotation actually makes it a 2 versus 3 in favor of the KVL mob. The spike will go down, but you still have an op alive where Stealthy is currently landing his shots, but nothing in the arsenal in terms of dashing away. No more cloud bursts either. So he's going to have to play for a quick shot, and he lands it onto Huston. A second one to look back towards that sidewalk as the flame wall comes up. Stealthy is looking back for that second kill. Now the dash is ready. Meanwhile, though, his teammate made all the way through the cabin, but he misses the shot. Simple now with the fault line. The clock is ticking down. You do have now Simple trying to peek out, tapping on that spike, and Exalt comes out with the kill, and the defuse will come across as well. And it came down to that last frag, and we see another overtime. A nice clutch here from Exalt, and it's 14-14.
Overtime.
Like we said, it's rare that you see it end in even the first 2 overtimes, as it just feels like the same rhythms that played out in regulation play out in those first 2 overtimes. It's beyond that point that things start to get real interesting. And now we're at that magical turning point, the tipping point, if you will, where play starts to get a little sloppy, people get real frustrated, and either a player decides to take the game into their own hands or offers it up, one or the other. SFX gonna send the boom bot out in mid. Great movement from Stealthy to get away, but barely escaped. Just 23 HP remaining for the Jet. As more bullets pour out in that direction, it's actually a good thing that SFX did not go flying into that territory as the spike was in his possession. Tosses it down deeper into mid. Here you go, guys. Not only do I want the other team to know where that spike is, I'm just going to throw it down in an area that's easily controllable by them. 1 kill for VALORANT off Catwalk before being taken down by Exalt in the trade. It's a 3v4 right now, numbers advantage for KVL Mob.
And after they got those 2 kills on that Catwalk side, they're actually falling back towards the B main. Which maybe because of that, they want to make sure that the defense is actually thinking that the push is going to be happening towards the A side. But you can see from this minimap that they're kind of playing 1-1-1 pretty much. faster on a rotation from Stealthy if they need to, but Complex, oh, he's going to see the barrel of
30
the gun.
seconds left.
So it evens it up on a 3 versus 3. The commitment is now towards this B side. We do have the Cypher trying to push through, and there you go. Stealthy still towards that market, making it work, but misses a second shot, unfortunately. And KVL Mob finally on the attacker side. We might see them win this game if they're able to get this round. Simple, though, has everything
10
in his
seconds left.
arsenal to actually let loose so far. So the aftershock after the flash to come down, the spike has now been planted, an ult to come forward, and Exalt needs only the ult to get the frag. And that is going to be the round win here for the attackers. And
Match
finally, how the turntables is going to be KLV Mob taking a lead, and now map point as they take defense.
Well, is that potentially what
30
it takes
seconds
for
left.
KVL Mob to get the leg up? Winning that attacking side round, it always feels like that's the tipping point. The team who wins finally wins that attacking round first. It's always so difficult, but then again, you never know. We could be on this journey for quite some time. 15-14, KVL Mob may have fumbled the lead away right at the tail end. Managed to force it to this point, and now have taken the lead back at least in overtime. But they need to win one more. Again, it is win by 2 rules. SFX. Wait, did SFX not buy? SFX is on a pistol on my screen.
I saw him with a classic as well.
Can we pull up the scoreboard? Yeah,
has
he's
no
got
armor.
5K. He didn't buy. Oh my goodness.
Was he AFK?
Not like this.
Was
Oh
he AFK?
no.
Dude, if he was AFK, he deserves to lose this round. Hopefully it's not something serious. If it wasn't anything serious, he deserved to lose the round. But if it was serious, hopefully everything's okay for SFX. But yeah, not having any weapons.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Not buying and saving 5K. Oh, gets the dink shot with the classic. What if he somehow comes up with some miracle play?
Are you kidding
Jasper
me?
does end up getting one. He's going to upgrade to the Vandal.
30 seconds
Thank
left.
God the rest of the team has stepped up, because that could have been a massive blunder. Instead, it does look like it's stacking up in their favor as it's been cut down to now just one. Yikes. Could you imagine, though, if that happened? I got to roast him on that one a little bit.
Dude, he gets a kill and an assist on that on that hold. I'm sure he's going to DM me later. And I'm gonna ask him the same questions, like, what the hell were you doing with it? But thankfully, though, it's 16-14, couple of overtimes, and it's finally KVL Mob that takes the upper hand. They move forward, but we do still have to say, great job and a very nice try, though, to Flow State at that point, because they brought such a huge, a nice fight versus KVL Mob in this best-of-1 series, Bach.
Yeah, but I'm still going to give Jasper a bunch of crap.
Definitely.
Jasper, I already wanted to reach out to him because of that 1v1 where he accidentally pulls out his knife.
True.
I wanted to figure out what happened there, but man, how does he not buy in overtime? That's brutal. Stealthy did everything that he could. 258 ACS, 27 and 20 on the round, or the game, excuse me. But Simple, I got to applaud Simple. You know, yesterday Simple was very much lackluster, struggled at times, ends up finishing 22 and 21 with 210 ACS, finishes behind 3 of the members of KVL Mob. But that is going to conclude our semifinals, or our quarterfinals, excuse me. We've still got our semifinals coming up in the lower bracket, then our lower finals, and then our grand finals. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break, and when we come back, we'll be jumping into that lower semifinals match here for the MGA USA League, powered by Battlefy. Stay tuned. Well, we got the information. Jasper was so busy telling his team what to do that he wasn't paying attention to his own game. A classic leader mistake, I guess you could say. Either way, we are back here for the MGA USA League. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is Vansili. It was an interesting game, but that last round was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is actually happening. And then it ended up working out for them. Luckily, there's no bad blood, hopefully, between the teammates as they end up picking the dub regardless. But like looking at the replays in general, multiple rounds where Exalt was the one that was stepping up, and you could see it there, kicking things off with the pistol.
Definitely. I think Exalt playing as that Phoenix did a very good job there for the team. I got to commend him, especially on the overtime. I think he was really the one that helped out KVL Mob really take this to the distance and actually get that win, especially this round, actually. It was a 2 versus 1 that he had to play against, and he was able to win it when they, in my opinion, I think that Flow State played that super well. They had one person wasting the clock as much as they can on two separate 1 versus 1, while the second one was rotating back and trying to get the flank. And that was actually against, I think it was against Simple. Yeah, it was Simple. Because Simple was a breach, and he unfortunately pre-fired the shot when he came around the corner when he saw his opponent Exalt at the last second, where maybe he could have waited on maybe pings and actually hear the spike getting diffused, where he could actually come by for a better wide swing for the kill. But from that mistake, Exalt capitalized on that, even got more kills into the next, and allowed KVL Mob to actually win that series in this best out of 1. And we cast them again now. So it's gonna be another big matchup here. I think now it's KVL Mob versus Noble, and we're getting closer and closer to nothing but good matches throughout the rest of this day, the rest of this bracket, right? Because Noble and KVL Mob, we talked about these two teams a lot, Bach, on yesterday rather in the pregame, saying, hey, these are possibly the two teams that are gonna make it to the grand finals. But unfortunately, one of them, their route stops here.
So one of the things that I'm curious to see is whether or not everyone from Noble is going to be in fighting form. KVL Mob comes off that last match, and they're already warmed up. They're already good to go. So I wonder how Noble has kept themselves warm while they've waited for that match to conclude, because that was a long game.
Well,
you might have been able to play one scrim, maybe,
yeah,
if there's other teams available. But this is not the only event going on this weekend. So finding even someone to just kind of play against would have been difficult. So kind of curious how they kept themselves warm and whether or not that's going to be an issue for them moving into the series, because we did see a couple of these players really hit their stride in that last best of 1 on Ascent. And again, also moving to a different map now. I believe we're going to be playing Split, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, we're talking about, actually, we're going into Bind, Buck, but at the same time, we're talking about we're talking about how hot they could be. You also have Jasper that forgot to buy in 1 round, and another round where he had the mouse wheel issue. So who knows? Maybe they have that unluckiness into this round versus Noble. Noble could capitalize on that series, but it shows, though, the determination and the will to win that somebody like SFX has, right? The amount of overtimes that were played, how intense those situations could be, and SFX says, look, this is a round that we're going to win. I know how we're going to win this. He does have so much drive still, despite the number of years that he has under his belt, under the arena, the tactical FPS experience. He still has that drive to still want to get these titles. So speaking about titles, it's not a big one, but it's still a fun one, right? It's still produced here by MSI in partnership with Battlefy for the MGA USA League. So how this works is basically they have a bunch of tournaments being played for the biggest titles that you have currently in esports, and you want to cater this to the casual gamer. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a tier 2 or a tier 1 event or trying to find the best pro. It's just to allow people to have fun and grow the MSI community as a whole. So now you have these tournaments that could be or for prizes or now for money as well. Well, this tournament here is for a $5,000 prize pool. But if you always lose, you always win in their book, right? That means you could actually get some tokens in terms of loyalty points that you could actually stack up and try to exchange them for Steam points, for graphics cards, for laptops, and for SSD drives. So check that out. Make sure you guys Google it up on the MGA USA League. Get that information, get your team together, and start playing.
Well, all the players are in the server, so speaking of starting playing, we should be going into the game very soon, as we are jumping into the agent selection. Now, the last game, they selected agents almost instantaneously. I don't think we even hit 70 seconds, and they were already selected on their agents, which was awesome. Hopefully, that'll be the case here. We're watching the time ticking down. It's going to take longer. So we'll continue to talk instead about what we should expect to see. Now, we didn't see either of these teams play Bind yesterday, did we? Because what we saw was Bind in the third round. Split played in the second round. So KVL Mob, who got knocked down in the second round, played Split, but we didn't see them play Bind. And obviously, their opposition, Noble, got knocked out in the first round. So we've only seen them play Ascent.
That's the thing, right? Now that means that both of these teams are kind of playing in this unknown. So there's no anti-stratting. There's no way you can prepare for this matchup. So you have to play your own game. So speaking of playing your own game, how is that going to pan out here for a team like Noble when they have actually 2 subs into this matchup, into this series, into this tournament? So it's FGB, Confused, Kurt, Tetra, and Tai T. They're going to play together here to start things off for Noble on the defense. Well, things haven't really changed here for the offensive side. I mean, they're comfortable with the roster that they had on Ascent. They're going to use the same thing here on Bind. And you know what? Using the same thing on a map like Bind is totally fine when you have somebody like a Raze that can take a lot of map control towards the B side.
Right here.
We'll see how this one works out as these two teams stack up against each other. Again, Tetra on that hard lock Reyna. And right off the bat, that Reyna is going to be pushing into the showers with the help of Omen to lay down that smoke. It's going to be a fast B play here. The Molly goes in from Exalt. That's the hot hands that would help them prevent a push towards them. But you can see the defense playing back much further. Great damage being dealt to SFX, who's already down to 9 HP. Here's the mass TP, though, as they send the spike through. Is it going to be the fake? Are they going to double this? Because they left 2 players towards B, and they're going back through Wishbone and Spawn. So there's a very high possibility that they decide to recommit off of that port. And that's exactly what they decide to do. Yeah, but Cypher's there, but he's so far off the play that he can't really stop this one.
Yeah, true. An alert play from Nerve that gets the kill onto FGB, but it's traded back by Tetra. And Kurt, yes, he's far behind, but it never saw him rotate out towards that area, towards the elbow. So they caught the Jet trying to move forward, hands down, or pants down rather, and Confused falls. At least the spike has now been planted. Exalt gets the frag onto Confused. And it's a 2 versus 1 here, as Houston evens it up on a 1. Gets the dink and then the headshot onto Tetra. What a nice play with 46 HP remaining. The clutch to come through, and the pistol now for the attacker side of the KVL mob.
Big play coming through in the end, and a confusing pistol round. Not sure what made Xander feel like the site was safe to just run into elbow with the knife out. Thought there might have been a little bit more hesitance to go in. I think there was just an over-assumption on the rotate coming in. They did get them to bite on that rotate, but regardless, here we are. 1-0 start for KVL Mob. Right off the bat, again, pressure towards the B site. Shock dart and a recon dart sent down range. There's the boombot going in. They know one's around the corner, but they don't peek it. FGB and Kurt combo. Nice dink shot coming out as well onto Kurt to drop him low, but
my camera is destroyed.
You've got 3 players that remain. Huston sitting on 72. He too was dinked down low. The Jet's gonna dive bomb the site, finish off the damage that was dealt, but there's very low HP on the Jet, low HP on the Cypher as well. Even the Omen is sub 100.
Big pick and shells. That's going to force some opponents out, pushing through the smoke as well. But Tai T gets popped. Here comes a trade-off. It's a 1 versus 2, and it's going to be a 2 versus 0. It came down to very close, actually, for the defender side to maybe try to get the backstab in the pinch from how they pushed in from the hookah and also from the back entrance of the defender spawn. But thankfully, the submachine guns hold true. But the damage has been done, at least for the defender side. You could be happy with that one, too. You made it close. You made it stressful. So you're going to keep them second-guessing into this next round here for the attacker side. So KVL Mob, they still have the submachine guns that they kept from that previous round. So it's going to be Xander and Jasper, both of them with these Spectres. While the rest of them are now trying to look for a way to work towards this B hookah. and a split from the Fountain side as well.
SFX gets on top of the box in mid. They're going to be moving back towards this B site. Something they saw there they liked. SFX, first one in, dive bombs the site. Kills back and forth, bringing us to a 4-on-4. As it's going to be, again, more kills going back and forth. Zans gets one, Tai T gets another. Brings us to a 3-on-2. Numbers favoring Noble.
Spike planted.
But site control favoring
One
KVL
player
Mob. Nice
remaining.
pick off from Nerve, but more of a volley. It's ping pong at this point as Nerve starts to port Shadow stepping out of that position, so not going to be spammed through the wall today. And the spike is planted for them. They've got the Paranoia available as well. Actually, yep, there it is. Paranoia going out onto the site, taking down the one that wasn't sticking it. Yikes, that gets awkward. I thought for sure that Tektra was just going to stick the spike down to 11 HP, but Nerve is on 15. Both players playing a dueling game. That spike has got to be close to getting defused at this point. No, he never got it to halfway. Oh, no. So he actually went to bail on it, didn't think he was going to have it because he didn't initially get the spike halfway. That's a bit of a misplay there from Tetra that cost them the round.
Yeah, and no matter what, at that point, even if he got the kill, the round was going to come in here for the KVL Mob. And at this point, they're looking very good here on the attacker side, so they are really setting up the pace and setting the tone of this attacker side. Well, I think it's definitely going to be into the next round where we can see if the composure of Noble stays true and it could bring the game back in their favor. Because now they're on an eco, classic for Confused, and already down headshotted by Zans. So on point as well. As you said here, Buck, they just came off a win off what, a triple overtime? So they definitely have that type of momentum and a type of drive to actually continue into this matchup. And they're pushing through. FGB finally connects with a shot from the Sheriff. But as they're dropping slowly inside the pipe, Tetra is going to be the last one to go and cannot get another kill for the team, which means they only lose one player for KVL, and the economy continues to grow for the attacker side. And in this round, like I said, they finally have an AWP in the hands of Confused, and Confused was the one that was playing with the AWP before on the previous match that we've casted when they played on Ascent, but he was playing as a Jet. So Confused now playing the Raze AWP just like SFX likes to do. But how it changes here for the attacker side is that we actually have Zans with the AWP and not SFX.
And it seems to be working out at least a little bit. SFX hasn't yet found his footing as he's sitting at 0-3 currently, but
Get out of
give the man some time. Yeah, there you go. Cracks the goose egg
Bomb buddy
and
out.
makes an omelet. Finds a second one as well. And that'll be hookah control for the Rays. And there's only one remaining on the B side. It's FGB desperately calling for support, but they don't know where this is going to go. Nice shooting from FGB, picking off SFX mid-air. It's like skeet shooting at this point. He says pull and the target goes flying. There's the ult coming out from the Omen. Do they cancel it? It's right around the corner.
Bomb buddy
Yes, they do.
The spike is about to go down.
Spike planted.
Nerve getting the frag onto Kurt as he goes for the fake shadow step so he could stay inside the control by you. And a big flank is about to happen from Exalt. He's going to hear that Phantom. Here's the footsteps running back, and FGB couldn't switch out to his weapon on time. That was the call for sure, that the defenders are looking to save their weapons. So Confused, stuck now. Teleporter is now open. They know that he's inside hookah, so they're going to try to hunt him down. You already have the Jet coming through the teleporter. Now 2 more and 1 cut into rotation from the spawn side. As they move inside the site, he misses the shot back to the classic, but finally it's traded off. Zans didn't trust the fact that he was going to get the kill with the classic, trying to run away instead. But at the end of the line, it's still going to be the 5th round in a row here for KVL Mob. And one thing to add here, Bach, as I thought that it was going to be the same exact agent composition from that previous round, what's changed actually is when I mentioned the operator in the hands of Zans, well, Zans is actually playing the Jet, which means that they don't have a Sova in their rotation like they had on Ascent before. So leaving somebody like SFX trying to be an entry with a Phantom instead, maybe because exactly you want to take control of maybe the hookah area, or you're trying to take control of you by pushing aggressively, you can't go with an AWP.
Yeah, oh no, of course not. One of the things I look at when I look at this map is, we already mentioned it, but we'll talk about it in just a second actually. The push is already underway as the run it back ult from the Phoenix allows them to gain access to the site unencumbered. And the spike will get planted. Oh, the port isn't deep enough. The shadow step doesn't send him out far enough. Tidy actually gets 2 with that last pulse and 2 kills on the ult as well. One of the most promising rounds we've seen to date here in this first half, coming in with a 5v1 as they go to stick the spike. Noble's going to pick up the round, and Kurt not able to really get enough bullets downrange to take down Zans, who's going to survive with the op. Now, what I was mentioning was, one of the teams who plays this map really well is Immortals. We already talked about them previously coming into this, but one of the things they do that's really difficult to stop is they take really quick control of hookah. So they'll bank a boombot off the wall in mid, send it into hookah, while JC Stanny sits at the bottom in the connector and gets ready for a paranoia. If the boombot gets destroyed, they paranoia through, they nade to the right, so it nades behind the box, and they peek to the left. It's a great combination that's incredibly difficult to stop. And we saw it beat multiple teams in the past, and they haven't shied away from that. They do it every round. So Raze on this map, really pivotal at opening up that area. In my opinion, it's probably the only place you should go on the attacking side as Raze every single round. Sure, you can rotate back if your team decides to go for an A execute, but it's such a strong way to play the character. Now, to fast peek in through the dark cover for Huston results in a kill, but there's a trade coming out as Tetch refines him as the Reyna.
One more thing I want to add real quick is when I was looking at that 4 versus 1 with the Jet looking down the scope, you saw like the outline of the scope, right, of the operator. I'm pretty sure you could turn it off. And I think if you turn it off, something like that, you would have seen that opponent trying to come out from the cubby of the A side. Little technical thing there to get more coverage of the map in terms of your POV and what we call the field of view as well as the FOV. So getting rid of that extra noise and the extra graphics could definitely help you out as a Jet opper. That being said, though, the spike has been planted towards his B side, an attempt at the retake as 2 players are pushing forward. That is going to be the Octagon taken down. Zan still inside the site, inside the hookah area, and he's now tagged with the knives out. He goes for the right click, and he's still looking for the rest of the kills, but Tetra, spams through the smoke, takes him down, and the defuse will come across, and that is now 2 in a row in favor of Team Noble as they're trying to come back into this matchup. So far, though, it's looking good. You're going to see one more good round come in here for the attacker side, where SFX is going to be on a smaller buy, probably. Oh, no, he's going to get a buy from his teammates. So that is going to allow them to hopefully swing it back into their favor. But so far, we finally see Noble waking up here in this first half. As we mentioned before, man, and you talked about it yesterday too, Bach, and how you talked about it with the pros. Losing that pistol and going into the second round, going to the third round, the economy for the first half, after winning or even losing pistol, is still so iffy right now in this game. And it takes quite a while before you can finally have the money situation right and get everything you need in terms of the positions that you want for the defender side to actually come back into this game.
Yeah, the money in this game is definitely rough at times. Nice shot coming out from Confused onto his counterpart, his doppelganger on the other side. SFX treated to a similar treatment he was dishing out on the last map with the op. Tide T playing inside U-Haul. Jiggle peeking right now for the information. They are working their way up. There's a Jet right around the corner now holding that line with the shot from the op. But it's just a matter of timing. Who will peek first? And it looks like it's probably going to be Tide T. So now they're on the site, and they're going for the plant. Not covered is the Jet. The dash away. The Omen dies as a result. Missed shot from the op. And this is quickly falling apart for KVL Mob as there's only one left alive, and it's Huston who's inside the cyber cage. That's awkward. First it was Confused over on the B site to pick off 1, then finds 2 on the A site, 3 on the round. The hat trick coming in for the Rays. Stable ground has been found, and it's now a chance for them to build their foundation in this first half.
Enemy down.
So we're buying whatever we can here to make sure that we're healthy on the economy into the next. Whereas I say that, Zan seems to be wanting to go all out. Excuse me. So he bought all the way down to about 400 credits, which may not be enough here for them to move into the next round, as you only have 2,900 if you're going to max out. but they are going for the full buy because they just want to try to go for an early pick into the round so that they could hopefully bring the economy back and swing it back in their favor. But Tidy says no. SFX is the first to fall as we are committing towards this towards the A side default. A couple of shot darts coming down, and it rings across to put the Jet down to half HP. But Nerve is still holding the angle towards the Heaven side. But everybody's actually creeping in towards that 4. So already 2 towards that pipes, make that 3 through the rotation, and 2 at the showers. It's going to be very difficult for Exalt and company to try to hold this back. A trade-off as Exalt gets a nice bang in the face of Tetra. As it comes out, though, the curveball is out, but he doesn't notice his opponent just above him. So FGB gets the execution, and the defuse will come across.
Now flee.
Yeah, I guess the thought process just wasn't clicking there. As the curveball came out, there was one right above him. You know, it's one of those moments where you're just like, I'm getting shot. Maybe if I get around this corner, just stop. I can get it. I can get there. I got this. I got it. No, it doesn't happen. Sorry. Not meant to be. 10-5 right now for Tai T, who's sitting at the top of the scoreboard for Noble. After a bumpy start, they've managed to get themselves back on track. What do you do if you're KVL mob and things aren't working out for you? Well, you just throw ops at it. So double ops going to come out here. Not surprised to see that, to be perfectly honest, given how well SFX played with the op at times in the previous map on Ascent. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Tetra lets the Boombot get too close and then gets picked off through the dark cover just before the Boombot detonates, managed to kill it. But at that point, yeah, I mean, you can trace that location pretty easily. Who needs a recon dart?
Pretty much, right? But now FGB heard that orb being picked up, knows that it's going to be SFX, so he comes in with the showstopper and does 2 shadow steps and makes that out of safety. Well done there by FGB. As a paranoia look back to see if SFX made his way towards that triple box, but no, he doesn't. Exalt, meanwhile, though, opens up the B side. You do have map control for the B side as well, as Tidy also falls from Zans. So from that minimap, you can see on the top left, they are really pushing forward and inching forward, and even have better positioning on that pulse plant. Zans leading across, getting one onto FGB, looking to win this one here versus the operator on the other end of the spectrum as that Jet, as that Raze, but he misses that shot. And Confuse is just going to look to maybe waste that clock down, and with the last few seconds remaining, take that operator and look to save it into the next.
Confused originally drops the op to go with the rifle for a better 1v1 opportunity to try and peek out those shots. But now the same thing's happening in his direction. Nice quick shot coming out from the Ghost. There's the flick up as well from the op, but it's not going to matter. There's that second up in spawn. Should they want it, they will likely grab it. 6 rounds on the board, and yeah, sure, why not? Pick it up again because it worked so well for you the last time. It started off with that kill right there. It was the Boombot to lead them in, but the Boombot didn't get the kill. It was the off shot that traced the location of the Boombot and connected onto Tetra.
The thing is, too, that I found interesting was, yeah, SFX was opping towards that A main, but then I saw some pickoff coming from Zans, too, on that B side. So they're playing double op on the attacker side, and it's paying off for them so far. Usually we often see that more towards that defense, but they seem just to be on point and comfortable. Despite them losing quite a few rounds after getting a 5-0 lead, moving into these last 2 rounds of the half, they're still maintaining their cool. So it works out well. Hurt now inside the dark cover. They heard a couple of executions happening towards this B side, and slowly but surely the attacker is taking more ground into the inches of B from the octagon. A big kind of start, opponent to stick out, but an op shot miss by SFX. Tetra on a big flank. Kurt still moving forward from the elbow to drop the spike carrier, and they have map control themselves on the D now. Actually, they didn't drop the spike carrier. They dropped only 1 player inside the site, and they took the teleporter inside the A site. My bad on that. They took the teleporter into A. They get the spike plant and opening shots off the rotations too. So Kurt is going to be on his own in a 3 versus 1.
Kurt now moving in through the vents. There's an op down, wants to grab it. Yeah, just save it. If we actually pull up the scoreboard here, we can take a look at the money while he's on the runaway. they'd still be able to buy one. So was kind of curious to see what the money was going to look like. Now he's waiting around the corner. Kurt hits that nice shot on the nerve. Might get the flick. Actually, yeah, hits. It's a body shot, though, and now there's 2 ops tracing down his position. 7 rounds on the board for KVL Mob as they try to repeat the score they found in that first half on the last map, which was 8-4. But again, reminder what happened there. Went into multiple overtimes before they won, and in that final overtime, I just have to bring it up. SFX didn't buy. He was on a classic. He had 5,000 sitting in the account. He didn't even have armor.
Elise has still got that victory, which puts him at this point right now in the last round of the first half, looking to hopefully take the lead 8-4. But it's going to be a very tough battle right now for KVL Mob into this round because we have full ultimates across the board for the defense. So that's Showstopper. We have a Hunter's Fury as the Owl Drone is actually making his way out. But they're not going to spot anybody there from that minimap, as you could see. Everybody's grouped up here towards the A short with the Fan and Knives about to come out here. Tetra hears him dashing across inside the site. But here comes the Cyber Cages across as well. And Zant's looking for a kill of his own, but the timing is off. As he moves in towards the double boxes, that's only when his opponent is swinging out. But trades towards a short A. It's still an advantage for the attacker side. And as I mentioned, a lot of these ultimates were still available. The Empress was never popped, but they still have at least a Showstopper. And 100 Fury at least has been used. A nice shot by FGB. He was expecting that offer to come out towards the APC, but he gets the wall bang off the SFX, but still does not get the kill. Gets punished for that one. Tidy retaliates. It's a 2 versus 2. Showstopper, no kill there for Confused, and he gets blinded by a Paranoia, and Tai T is moving forward with him. They don't have that many utilities left, with the exception, of these satchel charges. Curveball to come through, and this is going to be it. Upshot missed, and gets punished for that one. So they will be able to get that round and make it 8-4 for the KVL Mob. And they ended with 3 rounds in a row to end the half.
Nice shot coming in from FGB to kick things off there. But it was really here with the curveball utilization, even though Exalt doesn't get the first, flashing both of his targets, allowing his teammate to peek, distracting them at the very least, creating that scenario. And now we move into the second half. Again, a pistol round of the utmost importance for Noble as they find themselves down 8-4. And things were really clicking in the tail end there the last couple of rounds for KVL.
They're not going to get an inch.
Now, what do we do with our setup? We've got 2 players playing on A. We've got 3 on B. We've got the Raze and Hookah. They've got the Phoenix there as well. And they've got the Cypher backing them up. SFX has to kind of get out of dodge. As the damage that comes through puts him down to 52 HP early.
Your fault.
Oof. Zant's pushed so far out and is able to get that kill. I feel that they've done something similar before. Actually, no, because we haven't really had a chance to see him on bind, but we've seen a similar strategy where an X died early at the entrance of the attacker spawn. But early one man here, Jiggle Peak coming in from KVL Mob. They're looking to take control of Long B and possibly the Orb eventually. But for the attacker side, even though they lost a player early, they're still moving in towards the A side. Teleporter, though, at least has now been taken by SFX. He's looking to flank towards the showers, and Zans has to come up huge, and he does so. He does enough. That's 1 kill, looking for the 3rd, and it does capitalize onto Confused. And there comes that flank. It's a trade-off towards the showers. There's only 1 more to go, and it's going to be FGB inside the teleporter, waiting for the Jet to come across. And as the doors open, the Jet still hasn't made across into the teleporter. So it's going to be a 1 versus 1, an easy one here for Exalt. As he saw the Shadow Step coming out from the teleporter, he just waits with the right crossfire setup, or the crosshair setup, rather. And they do have the round coming in for SFX and company. That's 2 pistols, 1, so that's a huge advantage for them moving into the remaining half of this matchup.
Finally got the intel, by the way, from SFX, what happened in that 1v1. It's not a... I thought it was potentially a Logitech mouse known for those issues. It's a HyperX Pulsefire Dart is actually his mouse, but he thinks he fat-fingered the key. So nice. It wasn't even a mouse issue. Wasn't a bug. As much as he could have just taken credit for it, he was willing to admit, like, I just made a mistake. Anyway, coming into this round, the money for the defense is going to be a whole lot better. There's the curveball around the corner. Molly as well, follow-up. Nice strafe peek from Exalt. Wants to throw the flash, but Jasper just wants to dry peek this one. And you can see the damage that's been dealt to Jasper as a result. He has to fall back, as he's now very low on HP. Even lower now.
No, still alive, at least that. Finally down. So a raise to a raise, and 2 more to go. Close range. Exalt gets the headshot onto Kurt. Nah, that spike is still picking. We have FGB trying to use this to his advantage, and this is going to be tough right now because he only has a Sheriff. He has to be really precise on these shots with the Sheriff. Sees the first one running across, and then also saw him. It's just a drive-by. Hello.
I love, like, this storyline building. I'm like, oh, he's got to hit this great shot.
Yep.
He's only got a Sheriff. Sees the head. He's got it, and then just boom, deleted by a ghost. It's not even like he got offed or got picked off by a rifle. He just gets wide swung by a silenced pistol.
Zaz never stopped running, too.
No, he didn't. It was a step above the default, and he manages to win that fight. I mean, that's absurd. So coming into this round, actually kind of surprised at the level of investment we're seeing from KVL Mob right off the bat. They felt comfortable with that double op in the first half, and they're going back to it again. So you're going to see that double op again with Xander and SFX both carrying that. Boombot to kind of open things up in mid. There's the Owl Drone. Wants to save the op bullets, decides to use the pistol instead, banking the nade out. Might give an opportunity for another peek. Oh, deleted as the nade actually made it difficult to spot out the targets.
Lear's going to come out. It's going to be a tough spot here for Exalt because he gives his position away, but still gets 2 kills, looking for the 3rd. But it's traded off finally by FGB. Hosted inside that site, waiting for his teammates to rotate on this 3 versus 3. Paranoia slightly blinds him, but he's trying to get the spray because we have activated our trap wire. It still results in 1 kill for each team. Right now in a 2 versus 1 is to get the spike plant. An off shot missed by Zans. The Fan of Knives comes out. He goes towards the back, the right click to make it a 1 versus 1. But the teleporter makes his way towards the A side. It's FGB with the spike. He does have the teleport or from the shadows as well, but he's going to go immediately for the plant instead. Shadow step towards the APC. Zans does have the operator still. An off shot miss from both ends. Zans floating down towards that ground. Putting the cloud burst up, sorry. And we're just going to stick it right now. He does have the Vandal for FGB. He's letting him get this kill. He's sticking it so far. It's so close, but FGB gets the kill with the Vandal. And Reed picks up the other operator to make it now 10-5 for KVL Mob. Or, sorry, it's FGB that gets around for Noble to make it 10-5 still no matter what, but still it came down to that wire, and a nice win there for FGB.
Oh my gosh. Down to the wire indeed. The smoke just doesn't last long enough. They needed another second on that smoke in order for that to come together for them, and it just doesn't work out. So it will be the round going the direction of Noble, but they're still down 10-5 currently. I have to say this aggression over on Long B has not really produced much success for SFX as of yet. Here, SFX is going to be on the shorty. We'll see if maybe SFX can make it work. Dink shot goes down, paint shells come out. The nade is to flush out the cubby position. The Guardian over on Long might be able to take down a target, but it's actually Huston who hits with the frenzy from range. Nice shooting coming out from the Cypher.
Shark darts to try to force flush the Cypher out from the back of the site. But it's still going to be FGB to fall back with his teammates. Despite that, a big flank is coming in from the Phoenix on the other end. That's going to be Exalt with that Guardian. But I think they're going to miss each other on the cross. The Reyna is making his way towards Short A, including the Spike Carrier as well. So that is going to be FGB moving forward here with Tetra. Exalt still waiting for the right moment, but it's going to be a teleport into the B site and a cancel. Oh, this is going to be so big right now. They're going to hear the footsteps running across, and Exalt gets the kill onto Taiti. And because of their running so much, they should know that the call is happening towards the A side, but they're still falling back towards B. What's going on right now? FGB is going to get the plant here towards that
Spike
B site.
planted.
Teleport is going to get taken for both of them, so definitely FGB is going to hear them both. Trapwire to actually start one off, a wall bang attempt from Exalt. They have to run it back at the same time, and now the good thing is the attacker side are pinched. So this could be still be a good retake here from the defenders. Tetra going with the first shot,
One
run it
A
back to
remaining.
try to move forward. Hudson gets the frag onto FGB. Tetra trying to win this one, at least nullifies the run it back. Going for the healing to bring the armor at the same time, but Exalt gets the kill. And that was the way to play it in the end, finally winning for their teammates after the mistake on the rotation, allowing them to get that round, and 11-5 here for the defense.
11-5, strong lead coming out for KVL Mob. The money for their opposition is up. It's just rough. It's disgusting.
What's that sound you make for that?
Oh, I mean, like a gag noise. I'm not sure which one you want from me. I've got plenty of sound effects. But they're going to go ahead and spend a little bit of cash and try to put something towards this round. SFX sends the boom out mid, and it instantly gets taken down. The shock dart came in as well, just in case there was the peek. Got a little scary there, as you saw that fast peek was coming through. But SFX connects, as does Xander's. There's paint shells coming out. Uh-oh! Catches the Phoenix as well, pulling for the flash, but Exalt ends up getting control of the Vandal in time, and it's all up to Tidy, who's coming up on short. Take a seat, Xander. Nice shot coming out from the Sheriff. And that's an upgrade as well here for Tidy. That's actually kind of scary.
The Owl drone
All
gets
right.
shot immediately.
No, he canceled it.
Oh, that could be it too.
That's weird. I guess that was a misclick. Interesting. Yeah, he definitely canceled it because you didn't hear any. There was no sound of shots.
It's probably my boomer ears going deaf. I thought he got shut off. But yeah, it was interesting. Maybe under the pressure, you're pushing the button too many times. But canceling that and also missing that shot forces now KVL Mob on the map point. So it's 12-5, and we've seen a much stronger defense, Bach, for KVL on this side.
Yeah, unfortunately, Noble falling a little bit flat on the attacking side, haven't managed to find their secret sauce, the magical solution, the concoction that will create success for them. Here they do have the showstopper, and he's ice skating. Somehow it all comes together. I don't think Confused actually ever left the ground. He was gliding around somewhat strangely. It's come down to now just one as Exalt wants the ace. He pops the ult from back behind the box. Surprise, you expect the peek from the Phoenix. It's actually going to be the Jet with the up. A weird round to close things out. The most one-sided game to date in the tournament, 13-5 in favor of KVL Mob.
Yeah, we can finally say that comfortably, that it was definitely one-sided at that point. The defense was played very well here from Exalt for that round. That was just playing around the corner, and the shot baited from SFX, playing with the operator to start things off here inside hookah, allowed his teammate to get those kills in the end. So very well played here for the defense, and even, of course, the attackers here of KVL Mob. So they defeat Noble, and they will move on to the lower finals at this point versus Elysium, Bach. And unfortunately, that ends the run here for Noble at this point.
Yeah, but KVL Mob get to continue on as they fight for their chance to get up into that grand final. Again, they will be facing off against Elysium, but that's going to be coming up after the break. Stay tuned, and we'll return in just a bit. And we are back as we continue on for the MGA USA League powered by Battlefy. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is Van Silly. We're just about ready to jump into our lower bracket finals as Elysium and KVL get a rematch. KVL Mob played against Elysium earlier in the tournament in the upper bracket in the second round on Split, and they took a whooping in that first half, 10-2 on the defensive side. We'll see if they managed to find at least a better first half score on the defense this time around. Alex, walk me through what happened to them the last time and how KVL has been playing in general today as they make their run through this lower bracket.
KVL did super well, actually, playing, 10-2 and a half on Split before. I think now, haven't lost against Elysium, and we talked about that previous match for KVL versus Noble, that none of those two teams actually played each other on blind, so they didn't even get to the chance to play blind themselves yesterday in this tournament, so that means they were playing in the unknown. But now for both of these teams, for Elysium and for KVL Mob, because they went face-to-face on this exact map before, there's definitely going to be some adjustments being made into this matchup for both of these teams because KVL Mob has such an early run. The last time that they met off on Split, they just have to try to work out that defensive side a little bit better. I think it was a lot of mid-control that came into their favor for both of these teams that allowed them to get so many high entries into the sites. And how do you readapt that? How do you want to play those retakes? That's where the practice was needed for these two teams.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen as we get ready to jump into this. I'm paying attention to the in-game chat here as I'm watching our observers feed. I'm seeing them kind of razz on each other and having a good time. So now we mentioned it, the tournament format, it's best of ones the whole way through, and the bracket is predetermined maps. Actually, if we could, let's take a look at that bracket. We'll see if production can whip it up. Look at that, instantaneously. Ask and ye shall receive. So you can see that first round all the way on the left was all Ascent. Second round in the upper was Split. And then the first round in the lower was, I believe that was Ascent. It was Ascent for the first two rounds in the lower bracket, if I'm not mistaken. We saw Bind played in the upper bracket final, and we just watched Bind played in the lower bracket semifinal. So now we move on to Split, and I am very interested in whether or not KVL Mob will struggle the same way they did before, or if something they figured out today is going to spill out into greater success. More specifically speaking about their double op setup. We watched them go to the double op on Bind, and it produced decent results. The question is whether or not they're going to do that here on Split, and whether or not we're going to see Xanders go back to the Jet. We saw him play Sova, I think, in the first game when they played on Ascent. We saw him play Sova, I believe, actually against Elysium when they played on Split yesterday. But I'm curious if after that last game, it's kind of like, hey, I kind of like this Jet thing. Let's just go with it.
Yeah, it depends too, right? I think Jasper, when we're looking at him before, and we talked about it yesterday, like one of these two players or one of these teams, I think because they had the Sova still being played on KVL side on the map of Split, maybe using something like Jet instead and not having a Sova in the rotation would definitely help too, right? Seeing Sova on Split, I don't see that being really viable. I know some teams maybe in the pro scene still do, but majorly you want to try to take away the Sova to actually add maybe the Killjoy or the Cypher instead in that comp to try to get some information into the site before actually going for the face-to-face battles. Now, also having a Jet allows you to go for those picks aggressively towards the mid side before, as somebody like, for example, Jasper, who's always peeking towards that B main with an operator and pushing out further than that, that could be one of the plays that could maybe help out. But if they go with a double operator setup with a Jet trying to let down towards mid from Mail, you get an early pick, you dash away. That could definitely help out with Zans at that point.
Let's not forget, too, that we're very likely to see a Viper play here, as Kairos worked that before.
Yeah.
And there it is. The Viper pick does come through. So we'll be seeing Kairos on the Viper, Pauly on the Sova, Get Greedy on the Omen, JP2 on the Breach, just underscoring on the Raze. And then on the opposite side, SFX does end up going to the Raze, Huston on the Cypher, Nerve on the Omen. Xander, who's playing that flex role for the team, goes from Sova to Jet to now Killjoy. And they will be rounding out the comp with Exalt on the Phoenix. No surprise on that last one, as Exalt's played the Phoenix, and pretty much everyone else has stuck with their roles. It's only Xanders that seems to be switching agent role, and switching roles across vastly different character types. Going from the, a duelist initiator like the Jet down to a Killjoy is very interesting to me.
Yeah, and that was my mistake here, Buck, as I was trying to talk about not having a Sentinels on either or one of these teams, and that's actually on the side here of Elysium. So they're playing the Sova still, and it's going to be SFX looking for this kill, but a big flash comes across here from the breach, and Pauly still gets the first kill onto Exalt, but they still never chase that corner. SFX trades it back, pushing forward for a second kill, and finally traded off by GP2. Then it was so dirty and disorganized for this mid side, but finally on the attacker side, we're pushing 3 players towards this A main, and it's going to be Zanz that gets picked off by Kairos, and you move inside this site on a 3 versus 1. Going to be very difficult for Houston, or Huston rather, sorry, to win this situation. At least the Viper's low on HP and a breach as well, but still, it's a number of bodies versus yourself moving outside from the screens.
The Cypher now coming in from screens. There's one right to the left. Finishes off the very low HP JP2, but a quick trade comes through from Just Underscoring as Elysium picks up the pistol round. And it gets a little scary right now if you're KVL, because you're thinking back to that game yesterday, and you're like, oh, please don't let it happen again. Please don't let us lose on the defensive side 10-2 yet again. I mean, just chaos in mid as somehow SFX hides behind that box. He shot like 2 bullets before getting blinded, and then just kind of hung out, and then threw a nade down, managed to get 2 kills on the round. But it was a team ace on the other side, each player getting involved in the action that resulted in success for Elysium. So here we'll see the buy come through, and we'll see how they work it as they get aggressive in mid. No dice early on with the play coming through, and yeah, just like that, they get reduced down to just 1. As Xander goes through the toxic orb laid down by the Venom, the Viper, excuse me. Kairos is there waiting. It's 2-0. The second round looks just as easy as the pistol to a certain degree.
Yes, so, and just to continue on my point before we got into the heavy action and kerfuffle towards that mid side on the attack of the of Elysium, they have an agent composition that doesn't have any type of sentinels, and they also have a Sova still. And I was saying how a Sova is not really used these days on a map like Split, because you're kind of looking at obvious spots when you're going into a map. Yes, the Owl drone can maybe help, but the recon dart, it's not too sure. Sometimes when you're looking towards the A ramp entrance, you're expecting somebody's going to be on the top of the heaven A ramp trying to get an op or whatnot. If they're not there, they're playing towards the corner of the heaven side. So they're like at obvious spots where a Sova is maybe not needed at that point. But there, as we're looking at Justin, sorry, he goes for a satchel charge up on that balcony, gets the first kill with a judge and a second one into the rope area, and they open up the A side. What a way to open it up here for the attacker side of Elysium. Now you're forced on a rotate for the defense with the investment that you got. You have a third player that's fallen from courtesy of Get Greedy. And the last 2 guys for sure at this point, you're going to have to try to fall back and save your weapons.
So another round coming on the board for Elysium. Again, reminder, their attack side has been pretty stellar from what we've seen on the map. I like this cam position used from Huston over on the B site. It's like inside that orange light bar.
Feels like it's in a heater.
Vision.
It's keeping it cozy.
It's keeping the B site nice and warm. The cam does get taken down. Huston not even ready for it. Pauly's right there. Might even be able to upgrade. Pauly should be able to go over and scoop up that rifle. And yeah, Pauly did. So nice round coming in. And it all started over here on the A side with the judge play coming out from Just Underscore and flying into heaven, catching them off guard and punishing with the shotgun.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to like that for KVL Mob. You're going to have to say you're going to expect these kinds of plays. I mean, the Viper Wall was the perfect way for Justin to be able to jump into the site. We haven't seen that really being used or played by Justin on the last time that these 2 teams met. So it's nice to see that despite them keeping the same composition and trying to realize their mistakes from that previous game, they're spicing things up a little bit into this matchup this time versus KVL Mob, and Elysium is looking good on the attacker side, making 3 rounds in a row at this point and retaking control of mid. They do have that breach moving forward with the Sova and also an Omen towards that back. So the Omen has that has the smoke with the dark cover. He does have an operator in case somebody runs out, but we're slowly still inching up on this male side where you're given mid away. You're also sort of giving A away as well, as they're going for a double push with this eco into the B main.
Just underscoring and has that Cypher around the corner. Do they clear this angle? Nope. Free kill for Huston, who's there with the Frenzy. It's not a weapon we see brought into play all that often, but at times it can work quite well. Now, again, speaking of working quite well, Kairos has managed to get up into A heaven and is likely calling out to the team, hey guys, this is the direction we need to move in. Now, there's dark cover coming down, and the footsteps were heard from Kairos. You can see the shuffle over coming in from this attacking side. Timing is going to be everything here for Kairos. Going to be able to cut off the Phoenix. Is he prepared? No. Xanders is there, and that's a weapon pickup with 7 seconds left. There's still one on the site. Double kill coming in. It's actually Nerve to only get one. The dink shot was finished off by Xander. How does that happen? It falls apart because they wait until the last possible second to execute.
But how crazy was that, too, that the stack happened at the beginning towards that B side, yet somehow, as they waited so long towards A, you still were able to have the defense crawl back into better positions than yourselves on the attacker side and even win that round. That's got to hurt, but at least it brings some momentum back here on KVL's side, as they're still going for the defaults, right? So you have that turret up that's going to spot anybody trying to run forward, but you're still using Zans as the first point of contact if you have enemies trying to push forward into the B side. Or into the A side, sorry. At least he also has a nanoswarm towards that entrance of the site. Meanwhile, though, you are still trying to take control of this mid. You saw some paint shells being thrown early into this round from SFX, and we're trying to retake control of the area. SFX does get the op kill towards the mid side, but an early trade happens towards the A side of the map, weakening the area as the Omen falls as well.
Xander is just holding this line patiently with the turret popping and clicking and grinding just above. Wants to get close, and that'll be a free pickoff. The orb was down there, and there's the nano swarm coming in. So much damage can be dealt, but they actually managed to just skate right past that. There's the ult coming into the site. Does it connect? No, no damage dealt. Spike will be planted, and it will be a 3-on-3 post-plant. They have the showstopper ult here on the attack as well, and they're going to pop it. In the back corner is Kairos, but you've got that ult being popped, so all they have to do is send the rocket right around the corner, but it doesn't matter. The defense has managed to make it onto the site, and the defuse will come through as 2 players survive the retake.
Yeah, they've just been very quick on their retake, and it pays off in their favor. They're not letting go of that pedal on that gas for the defensive side. They want to go aggressive for picks towards that mid side. They want to go aggressive as well on the retakes, not giving a chance here for the attacker side to get any map control at that point. This time, though, you do have a Viper's Pit, ready for Kairos' side. And I do remember the last time that they had an early Viper Pit, they tried to work for control towards the entrance of the B side, where they actually kind of lost communication, where Kairos, and Justin were kind of stuck towards that B main, and both of them died a little bit later on as they try to entry into the B side. But this time it's going to be the Viper lurking on his own towards A, still a mid control for the attacker side. And I wonder here what they're going to attempt to do. SFX getting sprayed here through the wall. People are practicing these sprays now, so they knew exactly where the spray was from, where you have to aim and get greedy. Gets that kill, an early one, as probably a question mark appears on the top of Jasper's head, and it says, I'm probably not going to get caught anymore from that position ever again.
Rolling Thunder does hit the Phoenix. Does Nerve time this well? Goes through, catches the first, finds a follow-up. And now there's this player up in heaven that's got to keep their head on a swivel. There's targets on both sides. Nerve doing so well. Goes for the reload. Pauly is able to punish. But great work done from Nerve to take it to this point. Now they're going to be going back towards that A site. They got to watch for the alarm bot that could be waiting in the ropes, but it's not present currently. Zans knows that the rotate could be coming through, so starts to move over towards spawn. Again, that turret's going to be out on the balcony. Now, I'm kind of curious of something. Does
30
the
seconds left.
alarm bot, or does the turret shoot through the toxic screen?
No, it doesn't.
Shouldn't. Okay.
It doesn't, and the other part is that the turret was facing towards the front of the A ramp, right? So that means that if you're still behind it, it's still not going to detect you and shoot you from the heaven side.
Spike planted.
Well, Huston, in the 1v2, has to now venture into that massive toxic cloud waiting on the site. It will not encapsulate the spike, so that one's interesting. And there's the ult being popped as well. It's really well played, but ultimately the Viper has the upper hand. And we'll even venture back into the gas before it fades. It's a 4th round on the board for Elysium. And see here as they run back the replay, showing us what went down with Nerve. Had a possibility to find that 4th kill, but goes for the reload and gets too far away on the retreat to tuck into the corner. It's an easy line of sight, and here in the 1v1, Huston goes for the neural theft, but Kairos, hearing that, knows a peek is necessary, forces the fight, and wins the battle.
On top of that, too, I think it's not like a mistake where Kairos played that Viper Pit. Because, yes, it doesn't cover that spike, but what he really wanted to do was really make sure that anybody that's trying to jump down from heaven side, move towards A main, or move towards screen is going to get decayed, lose some armor, and make themselves weaker on more damage being taken because their armor has been decayed too. Meanwhile, though, SFX and Nerve, they do get these 2 kills, and they make it a 5-on-3 situation. So that is going to slow things down here towards this mid and B side control. Justin is actually stuck towards the entrance here. He's only at 2 HP, and SFX overkills him with the operator shot. And this is going to be such an easy round now coming through from the defensive side, as nothing but individual plays were being lurked out by the attackers that did pay off in their favor. And that adds another point on the scoreboard here for the defenders, and possibly a last gun round coming in before an actual save for the attacker side of Elysium. So Bach, just to mention again on that Viper Pit play from Kairos by throwing that Viper Pit inside the A side, it covers everything, but at the same time, that weaker point was that gamble, right? You lost your player at the beginning towards that back of the site. Now you're forced to just forced to go for a peek, and luckily you're able to land that shot. But that's that point of weakness, I guess, that I wanted to add into where you're placing that that Viper Pit in that position.
Viper Pit is such a powerful ult when utilized properly, but it feels like we just don't get to see that all that often.
Yeah.
You know, there's definitely some great ways to play it and some strange ways to play it as well. Kind of catch people off guard. SFX misses the off shot. There's the opener for Get Greedy as they make their way up into ropes. They gain control of the vents area. You've got the ult coming out from the Sova. SFX blinded and tries to get away. Actually ends up bopping himself out of sight. Missed shot, but it doesn't matter. There's backup coming in from the rifles. Spike will be planted. Shot just can't quite find its way through the box. Yeah, sure, just keep on shooting. Jasper just cannot find this lineup. Actually, the pistol tags him as he tries to change positions. And there's the ult you have to concern yourself with. That's the Killjoy lockdown. And it all comes down to Kairos here in the 1v2. Ooh, got scary there. Comes down to 1. Knowing that he's got to take the fight straight to them. But with just 11 HP, what can you expect?
Yeah, but you still have to give it there to Elysium, right? They had pretty much a broken buy moving forward. The Stinger to rush up. So somehow, as Get Greedy is moving up towards this this mid side, because the op shot that rang was missed by SFX, that gave a chance for Get Greedy to catch his opponent off guard inside ropes and make it a little bit easier for the attackers to get into the B site. The thing is, though, I think they still had a 3-4 man stack for the defenders inside B. So if SFX was still missing shots, they still had a good crossfire to help each other on the hold, and even better on a retake. I love the fact that thankfully we still had a Killjoy ultimate with the lockdown from Zanz. He places it at a perfect position that has to force the attackers to push inside the spawn to try to destroy the Killjoy ult. So that allows 2 players to just set up a great crossfire and win that 2 versus 1. So this round, SFX gets that kill. It's a 4 versus 4, or first to fall towards his mid side. And that's the second time that you have an Opera moving down towards the mail room, get a shot and get a kill. And on top of that, you have one, I guess, a wallbang happened maybe from SFX. So you do have the Sova of Polly being low on HP. So a great advantageous round rather, for the defense into this round to potentially take the lead in this game.
The shot comes through, but it's just off the mark. Paulie's on 38 HP and starting to fall back yet again. K-Rose has control of A ramp. We've seen this time and time again, using the Toxic Orb and the Toxic Screen to get up into A heaven. Xander's playing right around the corner. The alarm pod gives away the fact that someone's up this far. Xander's doesn't take the initial battle, and the Toxic Screen does go up first, so they're able to get out, but Nerve is there, and so is that Molly coming out, the Nano Swarm. It's so incredibly punishing to have to deal with. It's another round on the board for KVL Mob, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they ever had the lead in the game they played against Elysium on Split yesterday. So this is a nice little start.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
actually,
I think we talked about
probably
a 10-2,
won,
right? And
yeah,
it
they
was
might have
10-2 on
won
attacker?
Pistol. They might have won Pistol in the round that fell the round after, but they lost the bye round. They might have lost 10 straight rounds. I'm not entirely certain.
Well, you guys could all check out the VODs there on twitch.tv/MSI Gaming. That's putting all these tournaments together for the community, trying to grow the MSI, casual gamer scene. Lots of tournaments to see, from Fortnite to Valorant, ways to win some money and some prizes, and also ways to redeem points from the loyalty program that they have as well from MSI. Powered by Battlefy here. Now Huston into this map. Anchor inside B gets 2 kills, but it's still the advantage coming in for the defense. Oh, Exalt gets the surprise attack onto Justin, leaving now only Kairos, the last man standing, catching one with the Paranoia in his hands. So that's Nerve. A second kill, a 2 versus 1. He does have the Viper Pit, but Zans doesn't go on a chase. He thought that his opponent was going to go for a wide swing right after those 2 kills, but he backpedals back inside mid. And it's going to be SFX waiting with the op. He does put him down to 1 HP! But SFX still manages to get the kill, and even on top of that says, I don't care how much damage you gave to me, I still got the kill. So I get the benefit of giving you the tactical crouch.
I don't know how that keeps happening. We've seen multiple clutches at this point down to 1 HP. We saw it from Simple earlier on Ascent.
Yeah.
And now we see it from SFX. In the exchange, was low on HP, gets hit once, dropped down to 1 HP. All that Kairos needed was one more shot to connect. Does not come through, but still another good round. Doing some great economic damage. Here's the fast play up mid. The ult being popped as well by the Phoenix. Jasper's gonna pop his ult as well. There's the rocket landing, and quickly it's come down to just 1. That round does not work out well at all for Elysium.
Yeah, you just hate to see it too. GP2 as the breach, try to go for the flash for his teammates to go for a triple peek, I guess, on mid to try to fight against the op of SFX. But Greedy was already running all the way up the staircase. So he actually got team flash and easily picked off there by SFX. That allowed him to get the showstopper out, and basically the rest was history. It was an eco round coming in for Elysium. So they had the money to move into this round, but with the last round of the first half, the buy isn't that great. So you have Paulie with the SMG, the Spectre in hand, already one player falling into the entrance of the A side. So they're really putting SFX everywhere. This is that difference that we saw from SFX yesterday. Yesterday, he was doing a lot of B main picks, always pushing towards B main. This time, you have B main. He's playing towards mid side. He's playing towards A ramp. Now he's even pushing A ramp and getting those frags as well. So GP2 falls. He's not stopping. He's now at the spawn side. They're going to hear the footsteps, but the flick is not fast enough. And finally, the op reigns supreme, gets stopped here by Justin Nova. I was going to call him Justin Nova. Justin. Underscore Justin, as they're going to be able to move inside slowly towards the A entrance. But they're kind of split up at the same time, too. The Spike is making his way towards the B-side mail.
Yeah, Paulie got into heaven and set off the alarm bot and took a couple of shots from that turret, but they're actually moving over towards this B site where you've got the Cypher, who's currently playing solo defense. You've got the Spike in heaven currently. So it's all on this Cypher. Get Greedy is holding that Spike moving in towards B. There's the peek coming out
30
from
seconds
Pauly with
left.
the SMG doing great damage, but again, it's just a bait play. Now they're going to start working their
Last
way out.
player
The
remaining.
Cypher has to take him down midair. It's just Underscore who goes vertical and flies through
I
the
know
sky, but just
exactly
can't make it work. Cypher's going to toss the hat. 8-4 for KVL Mob. Much better than what we saw from them yesterday
Switching
against
sides.
Elysium on the defensive side. Now here's the scary thing. 8-4 would normally not be the worst half for your attacking side, but the defensive side for Elysium was where they felt a little bit flat.
Yeah.
Again, they were up 10-2 and they won 13-9. So it kind of illustrates that their
I know
defensive
exactly
side needs
where.
work. And a large part of that could potentially be the lack of Sentinel that they have. But at the same point in time, we're seeing double intel agents like Cypher and Killjoy now having to pivot and play attack. So the kit in general is going to feel a little bit light for KVL Mob.
Yeah, whether that's good at least for Huston with a Sentinel on the attack is that they could definitely use the cyber cages for fast cross and picks inside the mid side, or even cross towards the A main towards the A rafters. But who knows what's going to happen right now? We're still holding it closely towards the A ramp, and it's going to be an all-out push very, very soon here. I wonder if they're even going to flash. No, they're not even going to flash through the dark cover. They're just going to straight run in. So here it comes, a couple of breach charges coming from the elbow side, but it's still going to be SFX that gets the kill onto GP2. The plant will happen, and they have now a 4-on-4 situation because the rotation already happened from the defender side. 2 towards that ramp. Karos moving in from the heaven side, and a poison bite, a snake bite towards that ground, trying to connect with the classic, finally does so. Now close range, right clicks coming through, but it's still going to be SFX staying alive to get that kill. Pauly on
Great
our
move
rotation.
from Pauly. I don't know if he just barely gets behind that wall. Look at this though. There's the dark cover down. They're tapping the spike inside the smoke. It comes down to the 1v1. It's going to be Xander against Get Greedy. The spike's halfway.
Wait.
He's going to have to make a move. That's it. The round's been won. A frustrating blow for KVL Mob as they look to pick things up in the pistol. But they just suffer too many casualties in the retake, and it's well played by Elysium.
I would love to see it from the point of view next time for the one that's actually trying to go for that fight too. Just to see if the teammates were actually pinging that spike so they could try to spray through the smoke. Because those shots seemed a little bit off there when the defender was sticking on that spike. So thankfully though, Chaotic to start things off on the attack and losing players early into the site allowed here KVL to maybe push it forward to seal the deal early into this game. But thankfully, the retake was really well played here for the defensive side, staying as a group in groups of 2, actually, by moving out from the heaven side and from the A ramp, and also allowing them to bring it down to a 1 versus 1 to take the round. Pauly this round, though, does get the first kill, but already low on HP. Justin trying to go through the Viper wall and also with the satchel charges to get close range battles, but he gets popped, and it's a 1-man advantage for the defense.
Nerve inside that pit in mid. Waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Did Pauly spot him? I thought he saw a kneecap. Should have been able to see something. I'm pretty sure he spotted a leg. But it's action elsewhere on the map. Huston's down on 4 HP with the spike, stuck now, glued onto a ramp. As Nerve goes down to the bottom of ropes and tries to climb back up into the belly of the beast.
30 seconds left.
Well, the shotgun doesn't work out so well for Nerve. Get Greedy was there. Or the shotgun does work out well for Nerve, excuse me. As Get Greedy was there and was greeted by that shotgun. But Nerve is not able to really help his teammate too much. The HP just too low. Far too low. And now we find ourselves at the 8-6 scoreline. The first full buy should be coming in from KVL Mob. And this is where we need to see what they can bring to the table on the attacking side. Again, we mentioned it's not really sold on how this composition will translate over to the attacking side. It puts a lot of pressures on pressure on your engagers. So you look at SFX and Nerve, who have primarily been in that position. Even though Exalt plays the Phoenix, not really hitting that part of the scoreboard just yet. Maybe we'll start catching up here. We'll see if that's going to be the case, because the buy coming in from Elysium is not all that great. It's SMGs.
across the board on top of that.
Yeah.
Nobody had money to really upgrade into rifles either. I think maybe drop a couple of SMGs and the ones that do have money upgrade to rifles, but even then, I think only one had enough money to go for a rifle if he was going to drop weapons and buy armors and all that stuff too. So quite interesting situation right now for the defenders, despite them winning 2 rounds in a row here for Elysium. Now the spike has been planted, and no matter what, the SMGs seem to put in some work. It's going to be the Stinger moving forward, but finally, slowly but surely, a boom bot to blow up Justin, and it's going to be Nerve making sure that there's only going to be one more remaining here on the defender side, and that is going to be GP2 stopped. And unfortunately, the rocket wasted from SFX, but it doesn't matter. You get the round. That's what you want. It's 9-6. And, you know, it's an opportunity to get more kills coming in and make sure that you charge up another showstopper very soon. But if you're looking at it from the scoreboard here, Bach, you have 4 players that are 2 kills away or 2 orbs away from an ultimate for the defender side and 3 for Kairos. They have a chance early into this round or into the next to put the advantage on their side with the ultimates to use to try to catch up in this game.
Not a great game for a couple of the performers coming in on their side. There's that one-way orb. We've seen it utilized in the past. Great damage coming out from Kairos. As you can see, both targets get scratched up a bit, but the Phoenix sitting a little bit better off. It's SFX who's down low, sitting on 61 HP. Elsewhere, though, the Cypher has gotten the action started, and it will be JP2 who's taken out of play. Moving into mid, caught off guard by the fast fire rate of the Stinger. It's going to be Xander. Now, there's an upgrade present. It's a Phantom, so a nice little pickup there for the Rays. And we're back at even strength, but the HP right now favoring Elysium.
That's correct. Cypher and arrays of KVL low, so that is going to be Huston and SFX respectively, and it's still going to be Get Greedy that's holding the site on his own towards A. So now up towards the Heaven side, we're trying to take control of it. It's going to be Exalt the last man standing, but unfortunately, as random as the spree is on a map like, on a game, or in a game like Valorant compared to something like CSGO, it's hard to get the control onto that second kill. Could not connect, and it's going to be the round coming in here for the defender side, looking to reset, and will be able to reset partially the economy here of KVL. They're still trying to decide if they should actually sell back the rifles and go with a lower buy, and there you go. They're deciding to go just for the pistols instead. Pistol and armor with shares across the board with the exception of Huston with the Frenzy. He's been good with it, and SFX is going to play with the Ghost because that's the only thing he could afford in order to go for a full gun round into the next for KVL.
Get Greedy. Back by screens. Spots the cam out. The defense. With the weaponry here. To easily shut down KVL Mob's attempts to gain access to a site. However, we've seen some impressive eco rounds already today. More than once. Kairos has targets building up inside B main. Full toxic right now build up for Kairos. So the screen is down and the orb is down as well. Now that one's been spotted, we'll likely see that. Pauly picks off one over in mid. Here comes the push onto the site. The toxic screen's a little late, won't really make too much of a difference. Where's this lineup? Where does that land? Does that land on the default? It looks like it does. Impressive to say the least. There's the nade coming out as well. They've got these things traced and finely tuned as it comes down to now Exalt inside the smoke, trying to escape, manages to pick up. Didn't get the rifle. There was a gun down, but couldn't quite find it inside that dark cover. It landed just outside of his grip. 8 rounds on the board for Elysium as they try to tie things up.
And we talked about how we were questioning a little bit how flat it was, the defense here for Elysium the last time these two teams played together. But this time we're seeing something a lot better. And again, they don't have any Sentinel plays, but I like the fact that they have Kairos using these one-way smokes towards this B main to hold. If they want to switch things up as well, by using that Viper on different positions, you could also throw a one-way on the top of the doorway of the male, which allows you to spot down towards this mid side if you're going to play B Heaven, which is where Kairos is heading right now. And also, you could put a one-way on the top of the doorway on the top of the A ramp to be able to watch that area as well. So there's lots of areas you can play. Oh, look at this patience. The first, and again, it's that spray. Why you want to spray? You had the time to just put your crosshair back, go for the test, but thankfully the Hunter's Fury is there to get that second kill and the trade. But that could have been somewhat of a flawless round to start if Justin just relaxed a little bit, aimed it back, and get the tap onto the second kill. But it's still a one-man advantage at least for the defenders, and a Killjoy ult to come out too, just to try to have them work back towards this B main.
I know exactly where you are.
Cover going out.
Sands, though, open up the site onto Greeny. We did have a dark cover to start things up as well towards the heaven side, so no matter what, we still have taken control of the B site. Despite them losing 2 players early on the attack by lurking through and not spawning their 50s, they still have a triple crossfire set up inside that site, even an alarm bot to make sure that they spot their opponents moving forward on this retake. And with that clock ticking down, we have to act quick now for the defenders here of Elysium. And if it doesn't happen fast enough, they're going to have to save their weapons, of course. But unfortunately, they're peeking out one by one, and Nerve pops them both in the face. And that's going to be finally the attackers putting a round into the board after losing 2 in a row, making it now 10-8. But it could still be anybody's game from the way things have played and developed throughout the course of this matchup.
10-8. Double digits now on the board for KVL Mob. A couple of ults available for both sides. You've got the Omen TP and you've got Exalt with Run It Back. Looking like they may want to use that towards the B site. Meanwhile, you've got the Showstopper, you've got the Rolling Thunder, and you've also got the Omen TP on the other side. We'll see if they do decide to use the Run It Back, as they're building up a lot of forces towards B, and that's typically where you'll see that one ran. As the orb goes down, there it is. They're going to start moving their way in, but they don't even use it. It's actually just underscoring to take down SFX from heaven into the site. And now they've got site control, and they're going to go ahead and stick that spike plant.
Spike planted.
As they've still got to deal with the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper that are available for the defense.
There's so much. You can definitely use Into the Shadows to try to get into the site, see where they're coming from, and the Showstopper after, and the Rolling Thunder after. But instead, they're using both of those before, and it works. Justin gets 2. Zan's trying to push in, but it's traded off. It's only 1 more remaining on the top of the B heaven. Exalt with the first kill. 1 sticking onto the spike, and it's Pauly to defend his teammate. And they will get the defuse from courtesy of GP2. And are 1 round away of tying up this game. 10-9 now, as we still have KVL in the lead, but with a broken economy into this round.
Felt like Hero should have gotten a little bit more out of that. Goes for the peek in towards B main, and it just doesn't connect as well as it maybe should have. The Raze does all the work, though. It comes down to Exalt in the 1v2. Even if he gets this kill in the 1v2 onto Pauly, it doesn't matter. The round's likely over anyway, because the spike was already well stuck at that point, likely even halfway.
Yeah.
And there was no hot hands available for Exalt, so there wasn't the opportunity to then molly that off. There's that toxic cloud, the gas being popped over on the B site. It will funnel them and force them into A. It's not like it makes a difference to them, as they were already clearly planning to go that direction anyway. You can see the brunt or the bulk of the forces coming in from KVL Mob, currently built up outside that A ramp area. It's just all about timing at this point.
Yeah, as we have an eco coming through here for the attackers. You know what? I'll talk about it right after, because they're actually executing it right now. A nanoswarm towards the screen side. We still have 1 plane towards the back of the site. It's going to be GP2 getting that first kill from that map, but he's flashed himself, and it's going to be Exalt that gets the kill from that curveball. But Get Greedy coming out of the screens. 2 kills, traded off by Exalt. Picks up the Phantom with that. Now it's a 3 versus 1, and just a pre-fired shot as Exalt runs into it. Justin gets the kill. It's tied 10-10, and it's going to be the gun coming in for, or the guns rather, coming in for KVL into the next round. So I was going to talk about the defense of the retake for Elysium, where despite them still winning that round, I think it could have been a little bit cleaner should they have used From the Shadows before. Because getting the From the Shadows before would have given the opportunity to know where the players are coming from. So you know exactly where to throw the Rolling Thunder, and you know exactly where to throw the Showstopper when you're moving into the site. Instead of having to run in blindly and maybe using the Showstopper and shooting it at the wrong area, not result in a kill, and make it even more difficult for you to retake. Just a small change that maybe could have made it a little bit cleaner for your retake, but nonetheless, they still got that round.
SFX kicking things off for KVL Mob as we find ourselves at tie point, 10 apiece. Both teams playing the opposite side of the map better today than they did yesterday. We saw more rounds put on the board from KVL on their defense, and the same to be said for Elysium. That's what brings us to this point. There is a 3-on-4 favoring the attack. The peek out from Just Underscore and result in his immediate demise. Get Greedy's on site, has to watch out. There's the rocket coming in. It's not fatal. It's a non-lethal rocket. Now it's up to Kairos. There's one to his left. Knows where SFX is at, but doesn't know where the last target is. Spike's down on site for sure, but it's a free kill for Exalt. Kind of felt like maybe Kairos could have played with that one just a bit to try and figure out the last position of that final target. But still an 11-10 score. KVL Mob back on top of the scoreboard.
This is a hard spot right now for Elysium because they don't want to play for the overtime. They want to make sure, knowing that their opponent's on a low buy too. This is actually a tough position for both of these two teams. The only one that has more breathing room is actually going to be KVL because they lose this round, they're going to be on an eco, and then they have a chance to maybe still win this game moving forward with a few final rounds. But at this point, if it's going to be a round loss for the defenders of Elysium, moving into the next round, they're only going to have, what, 2,400 credits? Which means that they won't have enough to buy, and they're facing elimination. And it starts off with SFX moving forward at the entrance of the B site at the garage, leading a test towards this orb.
You should run.
Which I wonder if he's going to be closer here towards the Showstopper. But we're actually just going to commit to it right away. An ultimate to be dropped here with a run it back at the same time, with the lockdown being deployed first. And that gives a chance for them to move inside the map and take map control inside B. And it's going to be a full-man retake, most likely now for the defenders.
Spike planted.
59 seconds left on the clock as the spike makes it down onto the site. 5 versus 4 retake. Losing this round means surrendering match point over to KVL Mob. There's that dart coming in. Pushes SFX back, but doesn't do great damage. It'll be the Raze, though, that strikes first, taking out the Killjoy. They continue to move closer into position. The Recon Dart will give away at least one position as they continue on this retake attempt through the smokes. And the toxic screens goes the explosives. It's down to 1. It's going to be SFX versus the Sova. The spike's being stuck, or is it? There's the swing off the spike, and Paulie's found it. Getting the spike to halfway and finding an 11th round. We are all tied up yet again.
You love to see it. The two old-school Counter-Strike 1.6 players going head-to-head in a duel, and it's going to be Paulie that takes the upper hand. And like I said, the economy is broken right now here for SFX and company of KVL, which means they're on an eco, giving a chance here for the defenders, Elysium, to retake the lead of this game in map point and series point. But then, because they have less stress, they still have a chance to have enough money into round number 24 to bring this into overtime. And this is exactly how you want to play this right now for KVL Mob. So only pistols right now, small armor for a couple of the players to make sure you still have enough money into the next. And they're looking to move as a group and hopefully through this smoke as well to try to surprise attack this double stack up towards the heaven side. But Zans decides to push first and looks for the information while the other ones were still trailing behind. And that is going to be it. That nullifies any type of aggressive push up towards this mid side because there was a snake bite that was thrown earlier on that split off that push. And it's going to be looking good here for Elysium to take this map in series point so far.
It looked like it was potentially over. If KVL Mob had won that last round, the position they would have put Elysium in would have been brutal.
Exactly.
The money would have been
No
terrible. They would have had 12-10. Instead, the opposite has happened. Both teams fighting for who's going to survive this best of one. Get Greedy finds 2. Exalt with a quick shot out from the Sheriff, but it wasn't quick enough. Orb pick up, sure. Get that ult closer to being available. Still 2 points away. Would love to find one more shot
30
before being
seconds
taken down at the end of the round. Maybe even get that spike down potentially. They are playing really far off this site. They are giving him a very wide berth. So there is an opportunity for a spike plant. They're going to swarm the second he tries it. 14 seconds left. Has to go for it. There's the spike
10
dedication.
seconds left.
The swing's not going to get there in time, so he'll get the plant off. Can he find a kill somehow, potentially? The aftershock is still where it needs to be, so that could have given them some false sense of security, but knowing that the spike is still in this position, there's nowhere he could have gone.
Yeah.
It's not like he could have left, so even if the aftershock misses, you understand what happened. You understand that the aftershock missed.
And a spike plant and a death results in you having the ultimate no matter what into this round. And this could be big right now and much needed for KVL Mob to try to bring this into an overtime. So what they could do now, surprise attack, push early. They just need to figure out where that one-way smoke is being played from that Viper, and it seems to be set up towards this B side. So you're going to use that run it back to run into the A side, but they have a 3-man stack in that area. But if they do get a kill, you do have Huston that's able to throw his hat down to give the information for where the last remaining players are at. But instead, it's going to be the run it back maybe towards his mid side as he's trying to look for the control first instead of moving as a group here towards the A side. Interesting. Oh no, this is going to be a tough one. Knowing SFX, he's going to walk through this. There he goes. He dies. GP2 gets that frag, and that's 1 kill away from moving into the grand finals. Pre-fire chart from Zans. Nerf to fall as well towards the A side. They're not using to run it back to their advantage when they much needed it. Now they have 5 ultimates to work against. The first one is a Hunter's Fury, an op shot to take down Huston. On the 5 versus 2, they're looking and facing the brink of elimination.
This is brutal. The game was in their hands, well within their grasp, and it's potentially slipped away. Still a chance. Zan's on site, has the backstab onto the Viper. Gonna wait until his teammate's in position. Uh-oh. Waited a little too long, got a little scary. Now that decay lasting a little longer,
30 seconds
but
left.
you'll see that HP climb back up to
One
full.
enemy remaining.
Picked off before that even becomes a thing. The showstopper has been popped. The flash around the corner, it actually provides at least a moment of safety, but that is it. Elysium win in the rematch. They won the first time, they win the second time. Now they get a rematch of their own against Phoenix 1, who dropped them down into the lower bracket in the upper final yesterday, facing off against one another in the grand final here in just a bit.
The story of rematches today for Elysium, right? So fighting KVL twice in the bracket, one more time against Phoenix 1 GG. Again, just to give you guys an update on how this works as the grand finals, because it's also just a best out of 1. This means then that you have to win 2 maps in a row, while your opponents only need to win 1 as they're coming in from the upper brackets. But looking at that scoreboard, well done here from SFX, no matter what in this loss, 22, 17, and 5. But it's going to be Justin and company that showed how stronger they were on the defensive side, rather, as we saw something totally different from that day yesterday.
Now, maybe I'm misreading the bracket, but we'll get clarification on this. I believe that both of the maps in the grand finals are Haven. So if you win Haven the first time, you have to play it again, which makes things really interesting, too, because it's the grand finals. The round is still technically the same, so the map does not change. And this is the first time that we're actually going to see Haven. But before we spend too much time talking about the grand finals, we're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. And when we come back, it will be that rematch between Phoenix 1 and Elysium. Stay tuned. Did you miss us? I hope not. We weren't gone that long. And if you did, you're kind of creepy. We're ready to jump into the grand finals here for the MGA USA League, powered by Battlefy. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast, my humble companion throughout the entirety of it all, Vansili. We are ready to see who will be crowned victors. Phoenix One has been standing by, waiting in the wings to compete in this grand finals, and Elysium is getting their chance at a rematch.
Yeah, crazy how this pans out here towards the grand finals. Elysium only playing one matchup before making it to the grand finals, and Phoenix have been waiting all day into this moment. The good thing, at least for Phoenix at that point, is that they had so much time to watch the other teams play, and at the same time, get some practice in to get ready for the grand finals. So much time to relax, get their gamer hours in, because usually people wake up like around 3-4 p.m. anyways as a gamer. Gives you a chance now to be fully recuperated and ready for the grand finals matchup. But before we get into that one, let's look at some quick highlights. One of the players to look out for, actually, for Elysium moving into this grand finals is actually going to be Justin himself. So the way that he's been playing so far on that previous map versus KVL, he did great, actually, just pushing very aggressively and very confidently as that race too. The way that he's always using his paint shells and the boombot to move forward, but even just the satchel charges to bring the face-to-face battles, I like the way that he's played it. I think he's going to be one of the players to look out for, with the exception for Elysium, with, of course, Get Greedy, who also had some good rounds for the team for Elysium as well. If we're looking at two players on the opposite end of the spectrum for their opponents of Team Phoenix, I'm going to have to think about Menace and Trick at the same time. But when some other players need to step up in the right time, in the right moment, other players, like Bang, also did very well as that Omen, as we witnessed him yesterday on Bind.
Yeah, in my mind, Bang is potentially the player to look at. But speaking of taking a look, let's take a look at the bracket so we can kind of appreciate visually how everything broke down. So Elysium beat Noble in the opener. And then TN, that's Theory Nation, fell to KVL Mob. TFF, that would be Suya's Founding Fathers, beat Dirty Mike and the boys 1-0 in the upper bracket. Then Phoenix 1 GG beat DGen Flow State. In the upper semifinals, Elysium was able to drop KVL Mob down to the lowers. And then TFF, again, Suya's Founding Fathers, lost to Phoenix 1 GG, who ended up beating Elysium in a surprise win in overtime in the upper finals yesterday. Off stream, we had Noble face off against Theory Nation. They were able to pick up the dub. Dirty Mike and the boys were eliminated by DGen Flow State. DGen Flow State then went on to play against KVL Mob. We watched that game earlier today. KVL Mob looked solid in the victory. I think that was the only strong win in the entire event. I think that was our 13-5. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, it was TFF facing off against Noble. Noble ended up coming up with a big win before falling to KVL Mob. And then KVL Mob again faces off against Elysium on the same map they played on yesterday on Split, excuse me. And it gets down to the wire. Another very close game. They actually had that game won, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All they had to do was win that one round. I think it was 11-11. Had they won that round, actually, no, it was 11-10. They would have had 12-10, and their opponent would have been broke.
Exactly.
Instead, they lose that round, they fumble it away, and they make a massive mistake, and they end up losing the game in regulation, 13-11.
That's the unfortunate part there, Bob, because that's the second time that something like that has happened to KVL, where they have an advantage in terms of the money and the economy, because we saw that earlier on when they were playing on Ascent, for example. They have the economy, they have the upper hand with the weapons, and somehow they get punished by just an all-out rush into the B site on Ascent, and then they lose. And we saw the same thing basically happen towards this B side when they were playing on Split. And despite them having that upper hand with the weapons, I think they lost the first player on mid side, right? I can't recall exactly, but definitely that we had a much more broken buy for Elysium, and they just let that victory just slip through their hands for KVL. Nonetheless, though, as a PUG team, you could still definitely be happy to make it at least to third place in this tournament. And speaking about that third place, I'm pretty sure it still brings you some money, because it's a $5,000 prize pool that we're playing for here in this tournament, and this is all thanks to MSI and to Battlefy that are putting all these tournaments together, weeklies, monthlies, on different games, that allows you to get some tokens, loyalty points to be able to redeem for graphics cards or anything MSI related, as well as Steam points, of course. Or if not, you could also play from some tournaments where you could win some peripherals or also win some money. In this case, it's going to be money.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that's awesome to have. It's just a little bit of extra incentive to compete. Maybe you're not necessarily getting cash,
Mhm.
money. Look how much I have on me, one whole quarter. Classic, casterism. We have no money ever.
I
You've
have
got a
Twix
Twitch bar. I think.
wrappers.
Oh, a wrapper. So you actually ate it already. How long ago?
Yeah, exactly. I was
Because
I was rationing it for like 3 months. So like every
yeah.
week I was able to take one little bite.
I
No,
want to see
I
the
found
steak
35
knife at your
cents.
desk that you were using to slice it into tiny little pieces, and then you have one of those little dessert forks so you can just eat one bit morsel by morsel. It looks like we've got all the players in the lobby, so we're gonna get ready to jump into the action. Oh, is that Canadian currency?
Yeah,
I
it's a
thought it was real
caribou
money.
that I have on here.
It's not real
Yep,
money. It's Canadian money.
that's
That's
right.
unfortunate. That's worth like what, like 3 pennies?
American, possibly. But let's check out some replays at least, as we're talking about players we have to look out for at this point, right? So let's bring out some highlights from Phoenix as well. This is going to be from Menace. Menace definitely living up to his name as the jet operator for the team, was landing a lot of good shots now for this roster, right? Allowing Phoenix Reborn to actually get a lot of good rounds and move as a unit, as a team. But another player that we talked about, so we talked about Menace, we talked about Bang, we briefly brushed over Trick. Trick is another one to look out for into this matchup too, as him playing, if I remember correctly, as that Raze, was still able to bring in a lot of 2Ks, 3Ks, and clutches for the team. Bang doing very good with the Omen, and Lear on top of that with 100 ping was still able to put in numbers for the team too. So overall, when you're looking at Phoenix Reborn, we talk about this person, this person, this person, this person. So as a unit, Phoenix looks to be taking the upper hand of this matchup versus Elysium.
One down.
I love the aggressive jet play that we saw from Menace at times as well. It's always fun to watch. One of the things that's going to be a potential factor for me, and whether or not we're going to actually see that be a problem today, is Lear's internet. In the lobby right now, I'm seeing Lear with stable ping. Yesterday, Lear, the lowest his ping got was 100, if I'm not mistaken. I could be thinking of somebody else, but I'm pretty sure that was Lear
No,
that
it
suffered
was.
from the high ping.
Yep.
So the fact that the ping is back down to a manageable range lets me know that we're in a decent spot. Again, we can take a look at more of the replays here. We've got Paulie from Elysium. Paulie played really well throughout every match we've seen them play. He's come up with huge clutches at times. Definitely a player to watch out for, a veteran of the tactical shooter community. Well understands what needs to be done to find the big dubs. And you'll see him play on that Soba pretty much all match long, all day long, all tournament long.
It's going to be an interesting one. Again, it's a best out of one, which means that Elysium has to battle it back from the lower brackets at this point too. So we are going to see Haven. How it works basically is a coin toss, where the winner of the coin toss gets to choose the side of this map, and the loser gets to choose the server. But I think for a lot of these teams, they're like, it doesn't really matter about the server. Let's try to bring it to an even situation as we can for both of these teams. And we're usually seeing a lot of these of these central matches being used. But I think I just heard a ring in my ear, so I think we're moving fairly soon into the map and agent selection. Well, the agent selection, because we know it's going to be on Haven. And here, Buck, we haven't seen Haven being played yet. So it's going to be very, very new for all of these teams for them to set up. Right now, either it's attack or defense. They are both playing into the unknown, not knowing how each other play in terms of strategy, unless they streamed against each other in the past. But I doubt it at this point.
Now, we did have an issue. We were ready to go into the agent selection, and it looks like we lost one, just underscore in there. Disappeared from the lobby. So we were ready to jump into the agent selection. He was like, hold on, I need at least like 35 more minutes of DM. No, I don't know what the issue is. He had some sort of technical problem. It looks like he's trying to resolve it. So now we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait.
Let's talk about Haven then at this point, because we haven't had a chance to see it.
We haven't
right?
seen it. And I'm kind of curious to see how these players are going to translate over. Every team has a different style and strategy when it comes to approaching Haven. A lot of times you'll see like Cypher used to try and get access towards short A, throwing down the cyber cage to get across, dodging the battle with the op that's likely going to be holding the angle. Sometimes you'll see Cypher on the defense playing towards the B site, or the C site, excuse me. But we've seen more recently with the nerf to Sage that Cypher's utility has actually been getting used towards B, and then they've been playing towards C or A, but basically dumping everything they've got onto that B site to try and slow things down, or at least make the retake a little bit easier. A lot of times what you'll see is that high camera in the corner, and that's it. And then they just sit like behind the boxes and see. You'll see a jiggle peek or something, a strafe peek out to check for long, and then back to the cam.
That's
Strafe
right.
Peek out, check the cam. It all depends on the agent composition. I'm curious to see if we'll see a Sage pick. We saw it once during the tournament, all tournament long, and it was by Evo. And obviously, we know why that is. Sage kind of useless right now as it's been nerfed into oblivion.
The other thing about the Cypher too, and why I like that they're playing their trap wires more towards this B side, is because again, maybe about 2-3 patches ago, the trap wire when you're jetting through, when you're dashing through as a jet, it already breaks the trap wire too. So it renders kind of like a trap wire / cyber cage useless if you want to place that towards the C side. Towards A could still be fairly useful, especially with the cyber cages, but now you're trying to get that information from playing a retake more towards B. So you put the trap wires towards the mid of the B side, then you stack up maybe 2 players towards the A side and then 3 players towards the C side, and utilize a camera from Cypher at the A side if you're going to play a Cypher there to watch towards the site. Another thing, though, is with the latest updates, you started seeing a lot more breaches just to test out the waters of how it's being played in Haven. And in this case, they're still using it for both of these teams. So Kairos before, as we saw him towards that Viper, is going to be using a breach into this map. Everything else stays pretty much the same with the exception of Justin going from a Raze into a Jet operator, while on the other end of the spectrum for Team Phoenix, it's pretty standard at this point too. So they definitely still want to keep a Cypher in their hand, but the Grand Finals has finally started here between Elysium and Phoenix.
Shotgun picked up by the Jet and held around the corner. But doesn't look like you're going to see much action in that direction. Again, we talked about it. This B site, a lot different now. The Sage is no longer on the defense. You don't have that wall to try and buy you time. The flash comes out. The flashpoint actually blinds the teammate. It's a trade that goes back and forth. It's actually Kairos now on the breach. So we're seeing this Kairos kind of juggle between roles. We saw Kairos on the Killjoy and on the Viper, now on the breach. The spike will be planted here for Elysium, but it's a 4-on-3 with a numbers advantage favoring Phoenix 1.
And that puts then GP2 on a Cypher instead when we just saw him play a breach on Split the map before. Now Pauly, though, getting shot in the face as Lear is bunny hopping across inside the window of the garage. A jet across as Greedy gets paranoid. Now looking for some cover inside that smoke. They're just bringing it, but he's the last man standing. It's going to be impossible for him to take that one. Lear gets that kill, and it's going to be the defuse and a nice retake for the defenders to put the first point on the scoreboard here for Lear and company of Phoenix Reborn.
Taking a look at the replay, this was how things got started. Derek got into the window before being traded out by Kairos. Pauly couldn't handle the leaping target of Lear, who came jumping around the corner. Again, Lear is having a little bit of a higher ping. So after the server changed destinations a few times, we end up with 100 ping for Lear. Still better than the 120 that we saw at times yesterday for Lear. Still don't know where this player is playing from. I'd love to find out. The final answer there would be awesome to gain, because that's like definitely a little bit difficult to deal with, and I'd be amazed if that player consistently deals with high ping like that and just manages to perform.
And the thing is when we were talking about how Trick plays that Raze very well towards Bind, he's actually using more the Initiator agent now with being Breach. Although he could maybe flash for himself to move into the site, and it starts off as we're looking in his eyes, trying to look for some information towards his B side. It's flash after flash, but the site is still taken over by the attacker side of Elysium. Justin pushing through all the way towards the A link, puts a cloud burst as well, and they actually managed to have 2 players take control of the A link side. We're going to see a bloodbath soon. Should I say a fault line being thrown. Marshall missed, but it's still going to be the Stingers taking the upper hand, but finally Trick moves forward. A Ghost onto Justin. GP2 on the other end on the attacker side, making it a 3 versus 2. Now a 2 versus 2, a Trick gets a ghost shot himself onto Greedy. Now still through the smoke, close range menace, makes it a 1 versus 1, and he's now tapping on that spike. He's sticking it to at least halfway. The shock dart was missed, and he's running across with the ghost, and Pauly still manages to get the kill. It was a Stinger to start, ran out of bullets because of the fast fire rate, and still continued to run across what that goes from a mistake, I guess, in my opinion, because we see it from our point of view. Menace actually released the defuse. I think if he stuck it, he would have had it, but he thought that because Paulie was still throwing his shock darts, he was definitely getting closer and closer to try to get him killed as soon as the cyber cage went down.
What do you do now if you're on the defense? You can't afford to win the pistol and lose the round that follows.
Yeah.
So back down into awkward territory. Here's the thing. They'll still be able to buy in the next round, so it's not the worst thing in the world. And it still seems like whoever loses the first two in that third round, they'll be able to buy, whatever it ends up being. Whether it's right off the bat, if you lose the pistol and the anti-eco, you can buy in the third. Or if you win the pistol, lose the anti-eco, and then lose that third round, you're still able to buy after losing 2 in a row early on. The money for this game is still very much in need of some fine-tuning. And I think they're working towards probably fixing that in later versions. I don't think that's high priority right now, but we'll see. In they go towards the C site. There's a lot of utility being sent in that direction, and there's a lot of firepower over here. They have to be careful. If they aren't, they're going to flush them back, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Where do they go? Do they run into Menace? And does Menace manage to get more than one? One? Nope. Tried to dash away. I respect the move. Doesn't work out so well.
You did your job, right? You have a shorty. You want to play it close. You don't expect to have
30
more than
seconds
one
left.
usually. 2 is very good. 1, you've done your job. Nonetheless, though, we are still able to take over the A site now for the attackers. A flank coming in from that breach, though, on that defense. It is going to be Trick getting ready to move around the corner, but he's waited by Justin. And as well as GP2, it's going to be the Bulldog that steals the kill away from Justin to scoring. And then Derek coming back from the back boxes. They are all dropping one by one as they're just looking for some angle kills, but the angle is held tighter from the defense. Well, attack on the pulse plant situation, playing that defense on that spike plant. And it's going to be the attackers that still get the round. 2-1 right now for Elysium, as the money now after that save rings true
Seconds left.
for the defensive side, and we'll see if we could tie things up now for Phoenix.
One enemy remaining.
There's the Odin coming out from Derek. Reminds me of one player who you see bring that into this map, and that's Sinatra. Sinatra will play the Odin on this map and spam through the window. It's not exactly something we see played by almost anyone else. There are other players who pick up that Odin role, and they just don't go down in that direction. It's kind of interesting. We'll see if it's going to work out well. A lot of spam coming out as Derek sends some shots through the wall. Derek, much like Sinatra, coming from the Overwatch background, feels comfortable with the gun that just sprays lots of bullets.
And not only that, you can definitely use that towards this garage side too. Just spraying through the garage doors. Either you're on defense or on attack. The Odin is still very a much relevant gun for a Sova being used on a map like Haven, just because Sinatra did it. But into this round, we have pushed all the way towards B, or should I say, sorry, towards the A link to try to take control of the A site on a pinch. But they were all picked off here one by one. Paulie now stuck on his own, looking to at least just save his weapon as he's hiding just by the sandbags, but moving back towards B at that gong, and he's safe at least
30 seconds
from
left.
any type of pressure from Lear. Lear himself didn't want to go too far out, but that camera is enough. So he tags him on top of that, and only 1 kill results from Paulie's spray, and it's going to be tied 2-2, just like they want it here for Phoenix Reborn.
There's the Odin getting picked back up as well, so Derek going to be bringing that one back into the fold. Trick typically was playing the Raze when we watched Trick play the other day, so it's an interesting juggle of roles and responsibilities on their side that sees Trick ending up picking up the breach.
Here.
We mentioned it for the other side, too. I mean, you've got the Jet play from Just Underscored, no Raze there. But everything else is, no, the breach has been switched off. That's right, Kairos was playing the Viper, played the Killjoy. JP2 was playing the breach. Now JP2 is playing a different role as well. It's interesting to see these teams kind of just sort of toss the responsibilities around. Like, oh, you're gonna be the anchor on Haven, but on these other maps, you're gonna be the initiator. On this map, you're gonna be the support. It's wild to watch players transition that easily from map to map. Here comes the push. The attempted play towards the B site might get spotted out by the Aldro. Nice flashpoint to lead them in. That prevents Bang from really being able to do much of anything. The Knive's going to lead them in as well from the Jet. There's a camera coming down as well as a cyber cage. Spike's been planted, and the Knives slicing away at the opponent, but don't actually get the kill, so the Knives might run out, and they'll have to switch back to the weaponry. It's down to a 3-on-3, and there's the spot coming through smoke. Bang able to pick one off as the recon dart gave away the position. The ult being popped by the Cypher, and the Spike is now available for them to defuse. They can't quite find the position of the Jet who's sitting on top of it. Multiple smokes obscuring the vision. And it'll be a third round on the board for Phoenix, who's now taken the lead back after they lost it in an eco round in round 2.
Yeah. So an A split push didn't work out in their favor. They seem to have a bit of success at least to get a split plan towards B. So we'll see if they're going to continue to take advantage of that and learn from that to continue to try to work towards this B side. The thing is, like you mentioned before, Bach, we always have a trap wire so far at that entrance of the B side. It's good enough to say, okay, they've broken. There's maybe at least going to be a lurker inside the B side, but don't know if it's going to be a full team moving into the site. Why? Because they haven't placed a camera either. So the only information that they have is maybe at least one player towards the B main. And there you go. That's what I talked about, right? A spray through the garage doors and a frag coming in here from the Sova. And already one down at the entrance of the B side, attacker side. So that is Elysium losing one player early. Derek reloading his Odin, and while he does that, they're trying to walk through. And as they walk through, Trick is waiting there just with that Vandal. And they know that B is closed. They cannot get into that area unless they work with the Paranoia, unless they work with something else. Wait for that spray to happen and then move and take control of that B side first or right after. But so far, if you're trying to move out early, you're getting punished.
Trick and Derek with the combo inside garage made it almost impossible for them to gain access, like you said. And it's going to potentially be a long-standing problem for them if they continue to try and just go in the way that they just did. 4 ults available for both teams. The Jet ult not available for Just Underscore, and the Neural Theft not available for Phoenix 1. There is a lot coming to the table here. And expect to see multiple ults pop from Elysium as they want to get back on the scoreboard again, coming in with the buy. You can see them building up currently over towards the C site. High Cyber Cage comes out, landing over towards short. There's the Al drone to get some intel towards mid. We'll spot the op of the Jet, who just eats the dart. Or did it actually miss? Looked like it missed. I don't think I ever saw a single pulse. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out from Derek. Damage being sent down range. Now the C site is completely empty. Both Omens in that same territory end up canceling the one ends up canceling the other's ult. There's the Rolling Thunders going back and forth. Now the Hunter's Fury gets sent in the other direction. And it comes down to this. There's the Knives out potential for the Jet. And the Cypher as well has the Neural Theft for the attacking side, but all of that utility, and not one player has died, and no site control has been gained or
30
lost.
seconds left.
They have to play a huge rotate right now for the defender side. Yes, they have a camera that keeps looking up towards that mid side, but as they do that, they haven't rotated out because they don't want to peek out towards that C long anymore. So because of that, we are going to be able to move in towards this A side, but Menace moves out from the top of the Heaven window and is able to get the first kill.
10
At
seconds
least we'll
left.
move in for a spike plan if needed. No, it's going to be some shark darts just at a default box. It's going to take down GB2. Finally, we have enough time to go for a plant. It's a 3 versus 3 despite all that because they tried to push through as we attempted for that spike plant. So we've lost players now on the defender side, and we're virtually at the same amount of HP for all of these players. Derek jumping out now. All of their teammates are coming outside at the same time. Bang gets the first kill towards the sewers. And the trades are coming through, are trying to go through, but their smoke's up. Greedy gets 2 of his own. The last one just got pulsed out. It's a 1 versus 1. An Odin from Derek. He knows that the last one's in a certain vicinity, but it's at the wrong angle. He still thought that he was inside that cubby, and Get Greedy was able to come in on the other side of the ramp of the sewers. Comes back out, makes it a 3K, and a much needed round here for the attacker side. Elysium makes it 4-3.
Menace had that opportunity to stop that push dead in its tracks, but just couldn't make it come together. And then the Cypher swing
Player standing.
should have netted success against Pauly, but Pauly survived with very low HP. Well played by Get Greedy to get into that corner as well. The Odin starts spraying. and realizes, hey, this should be an easy kill, and just decides to peek out. But another round, another opportunity to try and tie up the score or spread that lead out further. There's the Odin, as always, spraying out through the door early in the round. Half the roll of bullets expended. Oh man, this is going to be awkward. The Jet playing close quarters with the AWP has to back off. Great flashpoint to keep Pauly back. As the Owl drone came around the corner, it would have spotted out the position. If that's a rifle, you push off that, and you get that kill on the Sober, who's just sitting around the corner trying to fly his little drone.
Well, nothing has changed really from the defense side of Phoenix so far. Still spraying with the Sova. Trick in a safe position, but now gets paranoid on top. The big execution is coming once again towards his B side, and they're going to let this plant. They're waiting right now for the rotations to come through. Oh no, it's a shadow step towards the back of the site. Get Greedy is going to be able to execute him. Trick never saw that coming. He heard the noise, but he never saw where he was coming out. He gets picked off, so that's an open site. We tried to go for a prediction shot, but it didn't pay off. Greedy going for a third kill once again, and he still stays alive despite all of this. Yes, he's at 8 HP, but he's doing his job. Now he finally falls. He knows that there's at least one player coming in from the Lynx side, and Lear gets 2 of his own. Shock darts are ready as well. No, it's going to be a recon dart first, and we're still spraying across through the smoke. Running through, it's going to be Justin. He's able to get the first kill with the Spectre, and unfortunately there, Bang cannot swing to get these 2 kills, and Pauly evens up the tally for the Elysium squad, and we are now at 4-4, Buck.
We are all tied up as the strong performance from Get Greedy has put his team in position to potentially take the lead away. Now, early on in the game, they were able to do that. It was a back-and-forth volley on the site. Came down to just one. It was Bang, and we've talked about Bang at times, just wasn't able to end up winning that 1v2. Get Greedy at 10-6 right now, though, the player we were just talking about, the top performer. Nice aggression early on. Menace goes fast towards long. It's Bang who finds 3 as they get aggressive through short. Menace dashed up towards long as the flash came through and kind of scared them a little bit, concerned that targets could be coming out through the cyber cage.
Nice.
Pauly's going to eat that dart in mid, and the shot's not going to be where they need to be. Shock dart coming out. Flash came through from Trick. Pauly's in a difficult spot. Now, that was inevitable at that point. He was going back and forth between the 2 of them. This felt like it was a round that absolutely should have been Elysium's to win. But caught off guard by that play from Bang, and now it all falls onto Greedy.
Well, he's had a 3K in that previous round, 44 seconds left on the clock. He does have everything in terms of his kit to use in his favor. Right now, because so much time is wasted, it allows right now for the defenders who only had pistols to all move towards the sewers and collect some
30
weapons
seconds left.
and definitely play for a retake. Oh, but look at that. I wonder if he's going to hear the footsteps towards sewers. That means that he could walk into the site and get a spike plant, but that means that rotation's going to come back even faster. A difficult position now for Greedy. Here comes that spike plant. It's now up.
Planted.
There's
Let's
some
see if they
pings
guess
happening
this
too.
right.
Shadows.
Oh no. They're losing time as they're
They think
thinking
it's
it's a C plant.
Yeah.
Oh no. Get Greedy has this one played masterfully, not necessarily because of his own doing, because of their own mistake. They play up to grab the guns. At this point, I kind of feel like you don't even go for this because you just don't have the time to get back into the site. You can see them
Use your smokes.
booking
Use
it.
the paranoia. Do
Like-
something.
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. They're going to have to run to just try and stick that spike. There's the paranoia coming through. It does blind the first target. There's no way. Do they actually
Dude.
get this? How? How does that happen?
That's what I'm saying. You have a smoke, you have a paranoia. Okay, he used it for the spike diffuser, but a smoke would have definitely helped. I mean, at that point, how much time has been wasted? They definitely know by then that you're playing the A site. They're still running into the unknown. You throw a smoke to confuse them even more. But somehow he didn't play for himself either, the way that he planted it too. But
I'm watching that and I'm thinking, this should probably be a save. Like, you're on C and the spike is ticking away on A. you just upgraded massively. Sure,
Yeah.
you'll lose the round, but you come out with 3 rifles. Like, in my mind, that's not the worst round to lose. But they
now it's the
run.
best round to win.
They literally run onto the spike. There is no scenario where I feel like that should be an acceptable round loss for the side of Elysium. He hears those footsteps coming in from spawn. He should have tossed the paranoia back before the spike was even tapped.
Get out of my way.
I didn't think he needed it because I didn't think they were going to go for it. Ridiculous.
Yeah, unfortunate there. We won't harp on it too long there because, you know, it's still a 3 versus 1 in his shoes. You kind of don't know how you want to play it, right? You want to have the smartest play possible and try to outmaneuver and outwit your opponents, but sometimes you're just thinking about it too much that the mistakes could still come out. So 5-4 right now, back in the lead is going to be the defensive side of Phoenix. As they come off, it was a buy from Bang with the Vandal to get 3 kills and pistols for the rest. So a broken buy that still came into a victory in their favor. Especially with that kind of round, they have the morale and they have the momentum to
30
maybe
seconds left.
close out and seal out the deal.
Cover going out.
As they are looking to finish the half strong. Paulie already made his way inside C somehow. They really gave out C. He's going to peek out, though. He's going to be able to catch Trick with a flashpoint in his hands, but didn't know that Lear was just right next to him. Now there's only 10 seconds remaining. At least he was able to force the rotation away. The neural theft is going to give enough information for them. The spike is going to get planted. The Hunter's Fury does not connect onto Justin as he was trying to get that plant down, and he will be able to get that plant down, of course.
All right, down they go. JP2 is there with a quick double. The hat comes off, but it actually costs him his life as the weapon switch delay doesn't work out. Kairos gets 1. Bang is there with an immediate trade. The op was going to get picked up. And another round on the board for Phoenix 1. This game is delivering an excitement similar to the game they played yesterday in the upper finals. That one was played on Bind, ended up going into quad overtime. But Phoenix was able to pick up the win. Bang looking like an all-star right now. It's the battle of the omens. Get greedy, 11-8. Bang says, I'll see you that and raise you one higher at the 14-5-2.
I know exactly.
And you know what? You said that this matchup is promising. It's delivering good promises for sure. Because the last time these two teams faced off against each other was on Split, right? And it went into how many overtimes? Lots of overtimes, right?
Wait. What about Split?
Wait, am I saying it wrong?
They played Bind.
Bind. That's it. It went back and forth. Yes, because nobody was able to hold the defense on Bind.
Yeah.
But no matter what, they still had a lot of overtimes pushing forward into this game. And looking at the first half of this grand finals, it's still looking a lot of back and forth to hopefully see more overtime matches between these two teams. And you know what? For the sake of the show, hopefully it's going to be a win here for Elysium so we can have another map replayed here on Haven as well. Because I'm seeing nothing but good Valorant. I want to see more Valorant right now.
Enemy mark.
There's the Owl drone going in, spots the position of the jet. Counter Owl drone coming out. Just underscoring though. Trick just quickly finds 3 kills, lines them up.
Crazy.
Didn't even see the action happen. Just a 1, 2, 3 punch from the backside of the default boxes on the C site. We are at 7-4, a potential 8-4 score coming in. We've seen 6-6, 10-2, and 8-4. Those are the only halftime scores we've seen. So could we see a 7-5? Could that finally happen?
Well, now so far they have a double up setup and an Odin. So it's going to make it hard at least to see a 7-5, sorry, for Elysium. But thankfully they have the weaponry in their favor. They have the abilities as well. And I like that. Because there's no friendly fire in this game, Menace just jumps in front of the Odin spray to see if anybody's inside the window. Thankfully, though, for GP2, he played that fairly slowly and just waited for the spray to end before he executes outside of this mid-side window. Everybody rotated from the defense towards B. That leaves a weakness towards the garage, but it's not being capitalized by the attackers. They are still looking to commit inside this B side where the Odin is actually there. They have a huge crossfire setup right now on that defense from that breach and also from the Odin. So Trick and Derek trying to go to work and still fully blinded. I'd still spray. He falls back, but the commitment is yet to move inside B.
Trick's got to be careful. He's going to end up dumping that mag and run out of ammo. There's the pulses coming out from the Hunter's Fury. Who knows better than how to dodge that than a Sova? At this point, 40 seconds are what's left on the clock. The C site, that's a little bit light. And you can see the Omen for the defense realizing, hey, I got to play towards this. Unfortunately,
30
Get Greedy
seconds left.
managed to get onto the B site, ulting back by Gong. It's all about timing. If they can get the kill on the Omen, that'll shift the focus of Menace off, and it'll cause them to run into sight. So there's the kill on the Omen. Does Menace now just blindly run into sight and allow the backstab kill to come in from the Omen?
Spike planted.
Not yet. Actually gets onto the site. So Get Greedy's playing this a lot more passively. They knew that he was there because they heard that ult pop, and they must have gotten a location off that as well, but it doesn't matter. 7-5! We finally see that scoreline come through at the half. Felt like it's mostly been 8-4, if we're being honest. We had that 1-10-2 obscure round, but everything else has been like 8-4, 8-4, 8-4, 8-4, 8-4.
I still liked it here from Elysium on that attack on that previous round. Because they played it fairly slowly, finally understood that the Olden spray is a little bit too much for them to commit towards this mid side earlier on inside the garage. And as they try to work up towards B, they finally realize that there was actually a huge crossfire setup inside that B site, and they readapt, they relocate, they reposition, and they take their time because they still had time in their hands. And that allowed them to actually walk up and get an entry as a lurk into that C side where Bang actually got picked off, and the rest was history at that point on the pulse plant situation. So very well done there for Elysium. As they now take the defender side, we have an all-out rush from the attackers up towards the C side, as it's going to be Lear and Menace taking the first 2 kills of this pistol, but it's quickly evened out by GP2. Spike is now down. Shock Dart's running back to the site, but unfortunately a crossfire set up as GP2 pushed forward without his teammates, and Paulie was stuck on a 3 versus 1. Nothing he could do there, and unfortunate for the defenders, but it's still going to be Phoenix winning the second pistol of this map and inching closer to the victory.
Phoenix won the pistol round. See what I did there? One.
Spike planted.
Get it?
Yeah.
Phoenix won with a great pistol round win. Helps propel their second half. We watched them win the pistol in that first half, though, so they have to be careful not to do the same thing they did last time, fall into a trap setup that works nicely in favor of Elysium. We've got the shotguns equipped by multiple players here. Got K-Rose playing as the Breach, sitting on the inside of the garage doors, holding that sawed-off shotgun. The recon dart out from Paulie was sent high into the sky, got destroyed before a pulse came out, so no intel gathered, other than the fact that someone was at least near it, and that's what resulted in its death. Good damage being dealt early on to the Breach. That'll send them back off just a bit. But it does look like they're going to be heading on over towards the C site. The Jet goes in first, and that distracts that close target with the shorty. Still great damage being dealt. 2 players close to death. That's the Cypher and the Breach, respectively. More damage coming through, but they're just going to back off as they have a long plant, and this is exactly what you want if you're on the attacking side.
I kind of like that. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but they threw a cyber cage into the dark cover, which when you're actually rotating back and it's like, oh, it's only a dark cover, I'm going to try to run through it, but then you run into the audible queue of the cyber cage, which allows anybody to spray through that smoke right after and hopefully take you down. Again, if it's not intentional, it's something nice to actually look at in terms of theory crafting maybe towards the future. At least in that moment, it was nice to see. But nonetheless, nonetheless, it's still going to be the round coming in for the attacker side.
Now, I want to see what Menace is going to do with the shotgun. That's what I was going to say. I'm curious what Menace is going to do with the Judge, where you're going to see that
Safe.
like ridiculous jet mobility punish, whether it's through garage or it's in the short. We've seen both at times. And in fact, it was this map where that meta started to really become popular after an infamous play from C9, as Tens put on a clinic on how to play that aggressive Judge Jet, also called Judge Jetty, when they were able to find an upset win over TSM.
TSM, exactly.
There's the play in towards the B site, though, and the shoddy is going to be what leads them in. The updraft to get on top of the box, but they've actually backed off. They've ceded control of B completely. They are more than willing to play for the retake.
But they're still holding it slow here, bot. Now it's a double up inside the garage. We're actually trying to fight it back, and it doesn't pay off in their favor. They should have stayed it towards the outside. But the angle is better for the defense, and it's looking slim for the attackers now of Phoenix Reborn to hold the site. Another one to fall, last one to go. It is going to be Menace. He gets 2 kills, but that's it. Kairos picks up the last one. Menace to fall, and the defuse to come in here for the defenders of Elysium. As that bonus round, yes, it was good. They had the plant, but they were just a little bit too antsy to fight back towards the garage. They probably didn't expect 2 to rotate.
One enemy remaining.
Close. They had an opportunity to extend that lead and make it double-digit rounds. But the problem was they kind of got a little too aggressive playing in the post plant. They heard those shots coming through from the door, and they tried to take the fight straight at them rather than just playing the spike placement. So interesting to say the least. Missed shots from both jets, neither one legged. As the jump peek came out, just underscoring was on top of the box. But the whiffed flick from the attacking side jet means both players get to survive for a little while longer. Now the knives are out for Menace as they're making their way back over towards A. That puts a lot of pressure on JP2, who's solo playing as the Cypher. Now with the tripwire down, they're going to try and pull that off, and there you go. It's those deep tripwires. You love to see it. It's intuitive positions. They're abnormal. You don't expect a tripwire to be that deep. So as a jet, you dash in thinking you're going to break the lines, but that's not what ends up being the case. Do the same thing on the C site. It could prove to be quite a problem for that attacking side. Still, though, the site's been lost. They managed to gain control. Here comes that paranoia around the corner. Great portal from Bang. Doesn't survive longer, but Lear goes huge. Lear's found 4 on the round. Derek comes in with that finishing move, but 10 rounds now on the board for Phoenix 1, and it was all because of Lear.
That was crazy. Actually, unfortunately, we didn't see it on his point of view, but I was trying to look at that mini-map to see where it was at. I think it was playing towards that cubby inside the A side, and he was just able to backstab quite a few guys. Just try to look real quick.
Yeah, he was short.
Yeah, he's short A. Yeah, so short A coming up, able to get those frags because they actually did get a nice paranoia from Greedy from the A side hallway to allow 3 of the players to push forward. They thought most of the action was going to happen towards the main site, but it did not. And even this round, we have 1-2 to die early. 1 operator shot from the jet towards the C-Long, another one to die towards the garage as they're trying to come out with a surprise attack from Pauly and company of a Team Elysium, but 2 of them get punished. Pauly trying to even up the tally, starts off with 1 kill, while Menace is still pushing forward with this shorty, and even a Neural Theft is definitely going to force them out of position, speaking about Elysium. And this seals the deal right now, at least for the plant. If we don't get a kill early, we will, but in favor this time of Menace of Phoenix Reborn. This is probably going to be the cue now to save your weapons. Sova's already low on HP.
Nice shot coming out from the jet to take down Trick with the Guardian, but the round is already gone.
Yep.
Or at least it feels like it. We've said that before. We had that ridiculous 1v3 on an eco where they ran all the way to C despite the spike being planted on A because they were pushed up on long A and they somehow still won. So perhaps we should keep our mouths shut about sure things. Here comes the exit out. The Guardian just isn't as reliable as maybe Justin would have hoped. So 11 rounds now on the board. They are on the precipice of victory, 1 round away from securing match point and tournament point, as Lear has really stepped up the game here. 19-8 from the high ping bastard, as you called him yesterday, the HPB. Great performance from them.
And you kind of wish that Justin actually saved his rifle into the next round because GP2 is actually playing with the Phantom and no armor from the overlay at this point. Unless it's that bug that sometimes it doesn't show the armor, but I'm pretty sure at this point he doesn't.
That's been fixed.
It has? Okay, so he hasn't bought any armor into this round. And the thing is, like, you already got the kill from the garage into the person towards B main. That's probably a rifle that was dropped there too. So you could have upgraded to a Vandal or to a Phantom and dropped that to your teammate as you're trying to bring it back here into this next round. But it's a trade-off. An op in exchange for a Hunter's Fury. That's 2 players down towards that C side, and all the rest of the attackers were getting ready to push off the back of that pick. But it was enough here to hold them in their tracks. They put actually a smoke on top of long C, and everybody's working back towards this mid/A side.
So here's the thing. Look at the Cypher's health. The Cypher getting hit with 1 pulse of that Hunter's Fury, down to 20 HP because, again, no armor. Did not have armor, favored the utility, understandably so, but didn't want to go down with a weaker weapon, so decides to stick with the rifle and no armor. Almost cost them their life. Now, they're trying to figure out what they want to do. I don't think they feel comfortable going towards B, and I don't blame them. It looks like they might just recommit C. They still have Kairos here, who sends the fault line down and peeks. It's a false sense of security, though, as the fault
30
line was
seconds
timed
left.
just before they peaked. We'll see if Trick goes for this
He is.
shot onto him. Yeah, there you go. That's huge. That's the site now potentially lost. Now the smoke that goes down, the dark cover is actually for Garage, so that allows JP2 to get in position, but now it's up to just underscoring. They've got the spike out and across onto the site. The plant will come through. They've got the ult for the Jet, but they've also got the Rolling Thunder. So this breach needs to back off from the play, head into Cubby, and prepare for the post plant. And this is so masterfully played coming in from the side of Phoenix 1. As we're now down to the 2v4, and you can see them thinking about a save, and that would be the right call. They need to back off of this one.
Oh, definitely. And I think that's that difficult situation there where you don't have, for example, a Sentinel or a Jet or an Omen that plays towards the C side. You have that breach, right, that's playing there. At least in this situation, maybe because they lost their one of their players early into the round. But a Cypher camera definitely could have helped you spot if anybody was peeking towards that op instead of doing that body peek, like we saw coming out from Kairos. But then if you also have, for example,
Match
an Omen or a Jet, you could actually teleport or even air dash towards the top of the boxes to have a better, higher angle, and even the first shot possibly if anybody's going to try to cross over from the long C side. But instead, you saw Kairos, he went for a fault line thinking that nobody was going to be there, and then went for the peak a few seconds later. That kind of wastes the fault line to start things off. And in the second one, you're just out left and exposed to be picked off by Trick, who gives the op back to Menace into this round. And also for the team here on the attacker side this time of Phoenix 1 Reborn, they are now at map series and tournament point for the MSI MGA USA League.
There's the ults being tossed out from both breaches, so the Rolling Thunder gets sent in by the attack, but they've been duped, as it's actually going to be a play over towards the A site. They've already managed to make it up onto that A site as well. Down goes JP2. Tricked is on this B site, and he's a thorn in their backside, continuing to deal damage. Trick has found 3. It's now down to just 2, and Justin's got to keep his head on a swivel. There's targets in front of him and behind. The knives come out. Paulie at least able to pick off Menace to make this more manageable. Hold on, Paulie even found a second. It's all up to Justin. The Jet with the knives out. The ult's been popped. The move has been made into the site. Flying in, it will be bang to secure things. Phoenix 1 are your MGA USA League champions.
Powered by Battle5. Big shout out to our sponsors and the ones that put this together. But all they needed to do today in day 2 was just win one single map for Phoenix 1 Reborn after playing so well yesterday in the upper bracket. They are our champions for this tournament. Big congratulations. That's some money for the team as well. And you see it from the scoreboard here, Bach, that all of these players did their part in this game on this victory. 13-6, while Get Greedy on his end tried to do as much as he could.
You know, it's funny. We talked about Menace coming into the series, but more than any other player on their team, it was actually Lear,
HPB.
Trick, Bang, and Derek that actually all had that high ACS. Lear at 293, 238 for Trick. Bang with 214, Derek 193, Menace 177. Lear played fantastic as the Cypher. 19-9 with 8 assists, 293 ACS. Really high stats coming in from Lear with 100 ping, no less. That's actually incredible to see from a player who's playing as a Cypher. I mean, you know, you usually don't see the Cypher at the top of the scoreboard.
Definitely. And just want to give you guys a shout out to, if you guys want to know what information, where you guys could find this for future tournaments and everything too, I'm just looking at the website now. It's battlefy.com/MSI. What they're trying to do here is just a bunch of tournaments, and I was mentioning only 2 games before. I always talked about Valorant and Fortnite, but they also have League of Legends and Overwatch where they could put these tournaments together. Why am I mentioning this? And in the chat was mentioning, how come we don't have that much promotion into this tournament when there's 5K on the line? That's because MGA just wants to give it to the casual gamer. Make sure that word of mouth is actually being talked about, so that we could actually grow the community together. So this allows you to play these tournaments and actually win some prizes from MSI, win some money, or even redeem points into for example, peripherals from MSI. Peripherals, I'm even talking about video cards, SSD drives, and a thin laptop that they currently have up there. Maybe one day even 3080s, 3090s, who knows? I'm pretty sure that's what I heard in the grapevines, but don't trust my word.
I would
like
hope
starting
so.
rumors.
Maybe we can get some points here for being such good sports throughout the whole thing. No, we will take one final look at the bracket so you can appreciate the run that was made from Phoenix 1. They picked up the win over DGen Flow State, dropped Tsuya's Founding Fathers down into the lower bracket, had a big win in the upper finals last night in quadruple overtime over Elysium on Bind, and they've been waiting in the wings ever since. Now, Elysium had to face off against KVL Mob, who fought their way through after losing to Elysium earlier in bracket play in the upper semifinals. They beat DGen Flow State, they beat Noble, but then they faced the brick wall of Elysium, and they were not able to get past them, losing 13-11 in a nail-biter of a match. But Phoenix 1 came in fresh, feeling hot, and they picked up a huge win. We mentioned it. Only 2 big wins on the entire tournament, a 13-5 and a 13-6. And it's right here in the grand finals, no less.
Yeah, and we just had confirmation of how much these teams are winning. So first place was $2,500 US. That was won here by Phoenix Reborn. And while second place, the runner-up, is going to be right now the team of Elysium taking $1,500 US. And the third place, I think that was the bot guys, right?
It's KVL
I like
Mob.
to call them bots because it's the boomers, but it is going to be the KVL Mob taking the third place rather at 1,000 US. So big congratulations to all of these 3 teams. Again, we want to tell you guys to check out battlefy.com/MSI for all the details for upcoming tournaments. Like I said, if you lose a lot, you could still win. So make sure that, the chat was saying, how come these are not advertised? Well, that means you guys should sign up into the next tournaments, and hopefully you'll be here broadcasted by Bach and myself, and also get all of these prizes and maybe hopefully even some money on top of that, Bach.
Yeah, hopefully so, guys. Thank you so much for being awesome throughout the entire event, hanging out with us in the chat and watching these teams put on their best showing. But that is going to wrap things up for us here. I want to give a quick shout out to my co-caster, Vansili, as well as our production team who's been behind the scenes making all the action happen. Guys, thank you so much for all the hard work you put into making this show possible. And we hope you guys will join us in the next broadcast. Take care.
See you guys.